Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Week 3 of the NJCAAE main season. I am Staten. Surprisingly, I'm here. Surprise, everybody. We're joined by none other than Rudy TG himself. Rudy, before we jump into this today, I know we've got quite a few games going on, some 1-1 schools, but before we get into that, how are you? How's your day? Are you excited to be here?
I'm doing great. Yeah, I'm just to give the audience a little bit of background before we started. I was supposed to be working with somebody else today, and 2 minutes before this cast started, we were we needed an emergency sub, and we just messaged you out of the blue. Literally within 2 seconds, we messaged Septilence. He responded, he joined the call, and then immediately was like, "I gotta put on clothes." And then 2 seconds later, he was like, "Okay, I'm ready. Let's go." Okay.
I was in like a real grubby, like greasy shirt. Like I was just sitting here taking a midterm. I just finished. K-Tad was like, "Hey, we need help." I was like, "All right, whatever." So I had to get a little bit more formal, but I'm here. I'm here, and I'm really excited.
You took your exam, so now your brain's nice and juicy and
nice
all
and
wrinkly,
warmed
so
up.
you can provide some great analysis, right?
Oh, totally.
I'm gonna be looking for you to carry. I'm gonna be looking for you to carry this match then.
About teams that I'm totally super mega completely familiar with, Lackawanna and Navarro, who teams, full disclosure, jokes aside, I have never seen before. I believe I've crossed paths with Navarro, but if I have, it was only once or twice. All I do know, these teams both 1-1. We're only here in week 3, so they've had an identical matchup to get here. They won a game, they lost a game, and now somebody's trying to break that even score. But, you know, we're in that situation where somebody has to also lose this series, right? Somebody's score has to go negative.
Yeah, unfortunately so. It is going to be Lijiang Tower to start us off, obviously control map, and then we are going to be going on to the night market section here. Some nice looking food here, honestly.
Oh,
I just ate, but yeah, that's looking real nice right there. Interesting to see what kind of compositions these teams will come out with. It looks like right now they're both kind of settling around the brawl compositions with the Zarya in play as well, which is interesting given that Diva's kind of more prevalent in the meta right now, but Zarya has the advantage of, you know, putting out maximum damage if you get maximum use out of their bubbles, and then both of them rolling out on the Cassidy's Symmetra, which is also very helpful on this portion of the map because it allows you to teleport straight to points through the openings on those windows right there, which we'll see Lackawanna do right away.
Yeah, get there about a second faster than Navarro, but it looks like Navarro's going to definitely try to turn things around early. Immortality Field goes down. Lackawanna losing their Cassidy. Their Symmetra not far behind. That microwave being unplugged so early spells disaster. That is the first domino to fall for Lackawanna. Navarro, they show up a little bit late, but it seems like a better late than never situation is. That is going to be all 6. That is the whole team going down early.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that you lose your Symmetra that early on in the fight. Keeping your Symmetra alive in these compositions is crucial as their beam charges the more they shoot into the enemy Reinhardt shield. So obviously it's going to be a very big damage loss in terms of what you can do. Oh my gosh, look at how quickly Roy Phoenix is getting into this fight, just peppering in damage, and they have their shatter nice and ready.
Yep, Roy's just doing Reinhardt things. Unfortunately, that shield going to be a little bit stronger. Roy whips that first shatter directly into the shield. All 6 from Lackawanna still standing, but that feels like a temporary statement as Gummy is going to be the one to go down. Dark Mage not far behind. It's going to be a 3-for-1 trade as Froggy Toast has fallen, but that is not stopping Navarro for even a moment. They are beginning to roll through Lackawanna in their own spawn. Once again, Rudy, that is a complete and total team kill. That is 2 in a row.
Yeah, I think some of the advantage that Navarro has too is they have the advantage of this Lucio speed boost to be able to get themselves in and out of these situations, whereas Lackawanna have a bit harder time disengaging from these fights because they don't have that speed boost on par. They do have the window, however, and they will have the Valkyrie shortly after here, but they're going to be stopped temporarily from this window from Shadow.
The window from Shadow buys a little bit of time. It comes out early, but the Garage Door, the Amp Matrix, very similar to Cassidy's ultimate, the High Noon, is going to be used to just buy time, to zone out the opposing team, and I think that worked really well for Lackawanna, for Navarro. They were able to create a lot of space. Lackawanna responding with one of their own, getting completely up into the point for 3. Now Navarro, they're going to come in a grab. We see a counter High Noon from the side of West, able to take out Froggy again. Froggy, the only player on the side of Navarro to go down so far. Dark Mage going to fall to Brandon there. The Photon Barrier comes to a close, and it's going to be another elimination there. Heavy Weapon taking off line. Vicey getting risky with it, and it is not going to pay off. Lackawanna's Gummy Bones comes through. A 4-man Earth Shatter. Going to give Lackawanna their first taste of capping that.
Yeah, nice pick onto the Lucio. It actually takes out the possibility of a beat drop in that fight, which would have given Navarro a nice little boost in defensive, but they will not have that ultimate for that fight, and Lackawanna pours everything they have else into that fight, and they're only just going to be sitting on the Graviton Surge right here, but an early TP actually going to be taken down really early by Dark Mage here, and it is going to be Brandon who falls, so that's a lot of damage now lost on the side of Navarro.
We talked about at the beginning of this map how important those Symmetras are, and as you lose yours at the beginning of the matchup, that can spell disaster, but it is going to be Roy Phoenix making up for lost damage here. A phenomenal opportunity to strike, and they saw their moment and took it. Oh, the beat coming out from Froggy, certainly a weird choice, but with only 5% left after your flip, I definitely get you want to keep everybody alive right here, right now.
Yeah, and you're going to have a window to contest any latecomers, but it's not going to matter. It's just Dark Mage just trying to pour themselves onto point. Not going to matter in the long run. Very nice stuff from Navarro to start things off here, but this is just the first portion of this map, as now we're going to be going to Control Center, actually. And this is actually going to lead to a lot more brawl compositions, unless one of these teams want to bring out something else besides the Symmetra. Well, it actually does look like Vicey wants to be going over to the Junkrat, which I can definitely approve of being a not a phenomenal Junkrat player, but I consider myself to be part of the J Silly squad for sure. And this is definitely one of the better Junkrat spots in the game. While Lackawanna will actually be, partaking in the Lucio speed boost themselves with the Ana here instead. Maybe that's a bit more of a comfort pick for I'm Your Father.
Rudy, I know this is our first broadcast together, but you will very quickly learn I am a Junkrat ride or die. He is my favorite character in the entire game. I love him to death, and this was one of my favorite stages because of it. Vicey already 30% to that Riptire, and it's going to be a great opening, just farming that damage down already. Roy Phoenix picking up 3. Blink and you miss it. The Rhine going absolutely insane. That is a complete and total team kill. This is starting just like Night Market a couple minutes ago.
Yeah, the thing about this Junkrat Symmetra combination is just the pure damage, raw output, and in combination with the Zarya too, Navarro has the opportunity to come in fast, and they are going to come in with a lot to work with here. And Lackawanna already making some changes, swapping over to Hanzo, maybe to get some one-pick potential from those Hanzo headshots, and also a Brig here for a little bit more passive healing, but it really is going to be on this backline to keep themselves alive as well. It's just going to be, oh, it's got an early window from Shadow just to prevent some damage. Oh, and in combination with the Reinhardt, the swing, that actually takes out Dark Mage so early there.
Yeah, that's going to be a huge elimination. Dark Mage, a lot recently, it feels like it's the first one to go down on the side of Lackawanna. We saw it in the first fight on last stage. We're seeing it in the second fight here, but as Gummy comes in, finds a literal 6-man Earth Shatter, is that even going to be enough for Lackawanna to capitalize? The Dragons come out far too late, but somehow still going to be able to catch Froggy Toast. Gummy Pones goes down. The window has been opened here. Oh my goodness, Rudy. It's going to be Navarro somehow turning around what should have absolutely been a lost fight. And Lackawanna, they used every ult they had in the bank. They've got Attack Visor to work with. However, Navarro, they did the very same.
Yeah, Symmetra Wall actually to come out in response to the Shatter that allows them to escape from a lot of the damage. It also cuts off the healing from I'm Your Father, whose healing bullets actually get separated by that Symmetra Wall. They get blocked. And then obviously the Rip Tire from Vicey, always managing to fight into in combination with the Graviton Surge from Heavy Weapon. Just a beautiful combination of ultimates there. And once again, Lackawanna stuck between a rock and a hard place here as they just get shut down in the first opportunity.
I think we even removed the ambiguity. It's not a rock and a hard place. It's a rock and Roy Phoenix's hammer. I mean, it is just this Ryan. We are seeing a Reinhardt go above and beyond. Hyper aggression in the spawn door. He knows he's going to be able to make the magic happen. And even if you don't get a kill, I'm pretty sure you've won the game for your team. Nobody is going to be able to get in there. And Navarro, I mean, what a dominant performance from them already, Rudy. That was just insanely one-sided.
Yeah, they saw how fast we wanted to get into the broadcast here, and they wanted to get the map over with as soon as possible as well. Actually, it's Gummy Pones that gets to play of the game here. Oh, it's that 6-man shatter onto the tower, Lijiang Tower. Okay, not bad performance from Lackawanna here, but it's clear that Navarro has the superior Reinhardt composition, playing with that Symmetra and that Lucio speed boost beautifully. And I'm excited to see if they pull it out later on in the series. Maybe if we go onto a map like King's Row, they'll continue to showcase it. But if you're on the side of Lackawanna, you definitely want to stay away from a map like King's Row and maybe veer towards more maps that maybe you're or for composition that you might be more comfortable with.
100%. I think if you're countering Reinhardt, the next two choices to come out here are going to be either Havana or Junkertown. I think Havana is much more likely, as Junkertown is not as favored by competitive players, but both of those maps do a phenomenal job of isolating Reinhardt, making him impossible to hold up his shield, and then he really doesn't get much value. So if Lackawanna wants to come through and counter that Reinhardt solely, exclusively looking to take that Reinhardt out of the game, I think those are the two maps we're going to pick. I think going to King's Row is a colossal mistake. I think you're spot on with that, Rudy. And realistically, I think no matter what the map is, I'd like to see Lackawanna run something that isn't a mirror. And that's controversial to say because in Overwatch, usually the best way to respond to something is with a mirror matchup. But right now, I think we really are seeing a main tank diff. And I think if Lackawanna could swap off and go into maybe a dive comp, Winston D.Va could go a long way.
Yeah, so let's look at the possibilities here. So it is going to be an escort map that has to be picked next on the side of Lackawanna, and they are the ones to pick since they are the losers of the last map. For those of you who don't know, it's a best of 5 series, so it's going to go from the first map, which is Lijiang Tower Control, and that's going to go to hybrid, assault, escort, and then the decider will be on another control map. So it is going to be a hybrid map. So if they don't want to go into King's Row after that first map, nobody's going to blame them. So let's look at the other possibilities. Well, you have something like, okay, never mind. Well, I was going to talk about the next maps, but the producer has just told me it is going to be King's Row. And let's give Lackawanna benefit of the doubt. Maybe this is a map that they've practiced more on, since it is the scrims row, the map that everybody has to have and at least one of their scrim blocks.
Yeah, the strength here for them can also be their weakness, as Lackawanna may have ran this map down hundreds, thousands of times, but who's to say Navarro hasn't done the exact same thing? You know, we can definitely sit here and hypothesize Navarro looking very strong on control, but it's also important to note that control maps are not like any other map type in the game. Control is very exclusive to the way it plays. There's no defense, and it's going to be just a full-on head-to-head brawl, where a hybrid map is going to call for different compositions, different play styles, and different tempo. We saw Navarro, they love the whole W tempo. They love to come up close and personal and really find, that spawn door. But when they're playing on a map type like hybrid, they're not going to be able to do that as easily.
I'm trying to think of some other compositions that they could possibly run. I know double shield actually on defense of King's Row is a strategy that also a lot of these teams like to run. Putting your double shield up on the high ground in between the in between the statue. So your Orisa is going to be set up on like that left side high ground while your Sigma set up on the right, so it forces the Reinhardt composition to choose which tank to go after, and then obviously you just spam them with Pharah rockets or Junkrat mines or whatever you got in your arsenal at that point. So it'll be interesting to see what Lackawanna chooses here. They are going to be the ones on defense first. So I'm just 10 seconds, 9, 8, come on.
Yeah, now if I'm not mistaken, that implies that Navarro chose to be on the offense first, and that's not something we see very often. We very often see the team that picks sides to go onto the defense, because that way you get to set your own win condition. But with Navarro's play style, I think we're definitely seeing that come through here. In their choice of offense first, they love to hold W, and you cannot do that on defense.
Yeah, so it is the defensive side of Lackawanna. They do come out with the Mei, which is pretty crucial for these Reinhardt compositions on King's Row. West is going to come out on the Widowmaker. And Widowmaker's a character where they could take over a game only if you're just like amazing and you're hitting shots and you're feeling yourself. But they're a DPS hero that tends to play by themselves a lot. And if they get peppered down, or if they get rushed down by Navarro in any capacity, like if Froggy and Vicey are the ones to go after them, then they're gonna have a lot of trouble here. Oh, but early snipe onto Brandon here. That's a great start for West.
Yeah, Lackawanna definitely taking a risk here, trying to find the opportunity to play a Widowmaker on defense. That's not something we see often. We see the King's Row Widow, when you play it in attacking spawn, you immediately swap off. However, Brandon also sticking to it, which makes sense. Now somebody's got to be there to counter West. Speaking of West, able to find Vicey down and out of the gate. Another one takes out Brandon for a second time. Lackawanna, they're doing a great job. This Widowmaker is doing all she needs to do and more, finding these eliminations early, already forcing Navarro to make some swaps. Oh, okay, so Roy Phoenix gonna choose to just full send it in, not a teammate in sight, find one elimination, and honestly, I think that goes a long way. Navarro, they've gotten insane spawning.
Yeah, for sure. In fact, the window from your father had to be committed there just to be able to secure that fight as well. But I think that's a valid trade for your shatters, because shatters can be so impactful as well. In Windows, you can just build up in like the blink of an eye if you're playing this hero correctly. But it is West that goes down first. This gives Lackawanna, or no, sorry, this gives Navarro a huge advantage, and now they've pushed up all the way onto the point here.
It's won. Yeah, the fight's already won. It's going to be Gummy and Darkman. It's gone. Ebly, no shield to hide behind, not getting out of there fast enough. Yeah, the second that Reinhardt goes down on a defensive hold like this one, that is going to be a guaranteed fight win almost 100% of the time. In Navarro, they now find themselves in a very good position to, do exactly what Roy Phoenix is doing. Move super far forward, look for a couple more picks after that spawn swap. I wouldn't be surprised to see a grab happen. Oh, okay, or the shatter. That makes sense as well. Immortality Field takes out one. It's going to be okay, and the grab. I think we're getting a little bit of overcommitment here. Shadow busts out that amplification matrix as well. A win is a win, nonetheless. Honestly, Lackawanna, all 6 of them going to go down. Navarro, that card is going to keep rolling.
Yeah, they're making the correct choice to push forward after they capture that first point. Finds the shatter from Lackawanna, who tries to push up because of the Mei wall. They've got the Reinhardt cornered, but no, you can't corner Roy Phoenix when he has that shatter available.
Roy Phoenix, even without that shatter, has really made the magic happen quite a few times. We see Brandon now most likely going to let those dragons rip in just a moment, just like that, coming in to create that space down the corner. West gone, Ivo gone, and now Gummy gone once again. No shield for Lackawanna to hide behind. They're going to have to hit a Blizzard much earlier than they wanted. Blizzard Bomb combo is going to be able to find a double kill. That should hold Navarro in their tracks, at least for this upcoming engagement. However, as Dylan, the sole survivor, loses that mech and then loses their life, Navarro gets to keep moving this part completely for free.
What this will allow them to do is it will allow them to be able to engage in this last fight on second points more easily now that they don't have to worry about the 2 members coming in from Navarro. Or no, actually they'll just choose to not actually go into it. It actually would have been an even fight if they had decided to, but I guess they just wanted to save their defenses for being around this corner. But it's Bebly that gets caught out first, and already an early advantage for Navarro here. Now they have the full 6-man behind them, and Roy Phoenix feels very comfortable just lay his shatter down.
The wall comes through, but just a frame too shy. It's going to be Gummy the first to go down once again. Beverly not far behind, and those are the two arguably most crucial people to lose in a team fight like this one. The High Noon comes out from West, a desperate attempt to make some space for the team, but now one by one, Lackawanna going to fall. Navarro making a pretty large mistake there. That entire fight, they had nobody on cart, but with 4.5 minutes on the clock and you're only 20 meters away, that's not a mistake that's really going to cost you much.
I'm sure they're not. I'm sure that they are not counting themselves in the head at all, because they're just still swinging into spawn right here. Deadeye in response is going to be just met with the grab as well, and it just seems like they're playing with their food at this point.
Absolutely. I can't remember the last time I saw somebody from Navarro on the right side of the kill feed. It has just been them large and in charge for the entirety of this Kings Row run. 3:57 on the clock. That is 3 seconds shy of what you start with, Rudy.
Yeah, I mean, great rounds all around. Thank you for putting that in the chat. We have to stay positive here, obviously, but yeah, I mean, 4 minutes in total on the side of Navarro here on that attacking half. I was a believer at first when I saw the first kills come out for West, who legitimately had some great shots, obviously, but once they got countered by the Hanzo arrow, things sort of devolved from there, and Royce Phoenix playing just perfectly into the end, just with perfect follow-up from the rest of their team. Whenever they were separated by a wall, there was always an IMO in response, a shatter on the side of Royce Phoenix. Whenever these characters got these heroes on the side of Lackawanna got too comfy, too comfortable in pushing forward, there was always a response. And yeah, I mean, I think you said it earlier, that was a clear main tank diff right there.
Yeah, and that did not change for a moment here. We saw some real signs of life from Lackawanna's ZPS line. West, in particular, at one point finding 4 eliminations in a fight, but that spawn advantage just goes too far for Navarro. They were able to really run away with it, keep that momentum moving forward. Lackawanna trying to bring out that Kings Row Widow, hide and spawn, try to go for a headshot swap, probably onto Cassidy or Hanzo, but Navarro right now, with the way they've been playing, Lackawanna is going to need a miracle run to even contest Kings Row.
West once again on the Widowmaker, finds the Hanzo. All right, great start actually, because that mitigates a lot of the damage that could come out onto Gummy Ponz's shield as they push up onto points already. But it is the IMO that goes down really early there, so that could be a game changer.
Yeah, Immo taken offline in the blink of an eye. Lackawanna now has no guaranteed survivability here. Gummy is going to be the first one to learn that lesson the hard way. That main tank seems to always be the first one to go down West in a desperate attempt to tie things back up. He's able to find that BAP, however, is traded out for their very own. The flashbang comes through from Vicey, who is completely uncontested on the back half of Statue. That is Navarro winning the fight, but you got to think at what cost? They actually lost a full tick in the middle somewhere.
Yeah, they did lose a tick. That is correct. And so they are going to have a little bit less to work with here. But West actually has to swap over to the Cassidy in order to provide more for their team, and that means not as much carry potential. I mean, the thing about Widowmaker too is that you really have to have a good setup in order to get much value from them, and on offense that could be a lot more difficult than being on defense. And look at the read from Navarro here. They know that these players are going up into high ground, and so they're actually going to stack up onto this low ground right here, and so that they can pounce on them, sort of like a surprise attack.
It was lost the moment that Refredis had taken off his shoulders. The immediate charge from Roy, who now has an absolute field day. They corner themselves onto the mini, and that Rhinehammer covers that entire area. 2.5 minutes left on the clock. Lackawanna coming in with a couple of ultimates to shatter the Amp Matrix. West back on the Widowmaker, playing musical agents here, and that's really going to hurt because you need those ultimates. They are the most important thing in this game.
Ultimates. But, you know, I think maybe kills are also pretty important as well, which Lackawanna desperately needs at this point. The Deadeye gets actually canceled out by Gummy Ponz's Shatter, and it is going to take out Froggy, but the rest of their team is not willing to follow up on that as well. They will be sent to the spawn. I keep getting impressed by these shots from West, but it does not matter in the long run.
Yeah, Froggy may be toast, but the rest of Navarro lives to tell the tale. Brennan taken out in the blink of an eye. However, grab dragons can happen no matter where you are on the map. Just send the dragons out a little bit early. It will find that grab seemingly 100% of the time. Lackawanna, no ultimates, but they've got 3 on the horizon. Grab Death Blossom can go the absolute distance, but Froggy has the beat. Atho ready to cancel whatever Lackawanna's picking out. It's probably our last real full fight. 90 seconds on the clock. Grab Dragons comes through, Immortality Field, taken offline in West. Bites the bullet. On to Soldier now, so only 25% on ult. It's not still West this half so far. Roy misses the shatter, actually. Only finds one, but still storms in off the back and able to find 3 eliminations, sending Lackawanna into spawn. 60 seconds remain. Lackawanna 3 ultimates at the ready now. Navarro only got 3. Oh, I guess they're coming up on that Vicey, so they're going to have 3 ultimates of their own.
Yeah, the best thing that you can hope for on the side of Lackawanna here, maybe Beats to engage and then Graviton Surge mixed with the Dark Mage Reaper ultimates as well could find some value, but West goes down again. This is just so tragic here, and a fight is going to break out in the house right here. There's going to be Dark Mage going in the back line, but just cannot find the pick onto Vic.
And what a disaster as well. I mean, we see the beat come out from Froggy Toast, which gave Dylan a huge opportunity to grab. However, there was no Death Blossom to combo up the grab, sent Gust into the void, essentially completely negated. No use there, and this is looking very much like a full hold here on Kings Row. First point, Rudy. 20 seconds remain. 1 ultimate. The Amp Matrix almost there. If you can get those ultimates out, there may be a silver lining for Lackawanna, but Navarro, they have not given them even a moment to think about what their next choice will be. That Baptiste on the side of Lackawanna going to go down. Gummy not far behind, and no matter how big this is, Rudy, I think the damage has been done. I truly don't think, unless this is a complete total 6K, I don't see Dark Mage turning this one around. And that'll answer that. Dark Mage taken offline. Dylan doesn't even get to see the point on that last life. Navarro going up 2-0 in a very dominant fashion today.
Yeah, what he was saying earlier about Kings Row being the might not have been the choice to come onto here, especially since we just continue to see the Reinhardt domination on the side of Roy's Phoenix, who just looks like they were playing. This team looks like they're having the time of their life right now, just being able to run over the enemy team. It's like they're playing against bots, unfortunately, and it's not something that I like to say. Unfortunately, I'm your father. Hey, good job on getting the stats card there at the end.
Yeah, I mean, a very dominant performance from Roy so far, and that's going to be a lot of just that Reinhardt ability. It's how well you can play him, how aggressively you can make that Rein come to the table, because if you can't play him well, Reinhardt is a very exploitable character, and I'm hoping that we see something from the side of Lackawanna coming into our next map, which I believe is Control. I'm not positive on that, but not Control, excuse me, 2CP is what I'm trying to say. I think that would be the next map type. And yes, a lot of those are good to negate Reinhardt. I think Volskaya Industries is really good to obligate, or exploit him rather, not obligate. And then you could see a little bit more of a double shield. This aggression coming through could be big for Lackawanna, but I'm not sure if we are taking a break before our 3rd map. I will wait to get confirmation from Fraud on that before I throw it. Okay, perfect. Yeah, we're going to throw it to a super small break. So everybody take this time, get water, do whatever, come right back here in just a couple of minutes for some more Overwatch action. We'll see you soon. Disaster. That is the first domino to fall for Lackawanna. Navarro, they show up a little bit late, but it seems like a better late than never situation is. That is going to be all 6. That is a whole restatement, as Gummy is going to be the one to go down. Dark Mage not far behind. It's going to be a 3-for-1 trade as Froggy Toast has fallen, but that is not stopping Navarro for even a moment. They are beginning to roll through Lackawanna in their own spawn. Once again, Rudy, that is a complete and total team. Able to take out Froggy again. Froggy, the only player on the side of Navarro to go down so far. Dark Mage going to fall to Brandon there. The photon barrier comes to a close, and it's going to be another elimination there. Heavy weapon taken offline. Vicey getting risky with it, and it is not going to pay off. Favorite stages because of it. Vicey already 30% to that Riptire, and it's going to be a great opening, just farming that damage down already. Roy Phoenix picking up 3. Blink and you miss it. The Ryan going absolutely insane. That is a complete and total team kill. This is starting swing.
That actually takes out Dark Mage so early there.
Yeah, that's going to be a huge elimination. Dark Mage, a lot recently, it feels like it's the first one to go down on the side of Lackawanna. We saw it in the first fight on last stage. We're seeing it in the second fight here, but as Gummy comes in, finds a literal 6-man Earth Shatter, is that even going to be enough for Lackawanna to capitalize? The Dragons come out far too late, but somehow still going to be able to catch Froggy Toast. Gummy Pones goes down. The window has been opened here. Oh my, Reinhardt go above and beyond. Hyper aggression in the spawn door. He knows he's going to be able to make the magic happen. And even if you don't get a kill, I'm pretty sure you've won the game for your team. Nobody is going to be able to get in there. And Navarro, I mean, what a dominant performance.
In any capacity, like if Froggy and Vicey are the ones to go after them, then they're going to have a lot of trouble here. Oh, but early snipe onto Brandon here.
For a couple more picks after that spawn swap. I wouldn't be surprised to see a grab happen. Oh, okay, or the Shatter. That makes sense as well. Immortality Field takes out one. It's going to be okay, and the grab. I think we're getting a little bit of overcommitment here. Shadow must stop that amplification matrix as well. wanted to hide behind. They're going to have to hit a Blizzard much earlier than they wanted. Blizzard bomb combo is going to be able to find a double kill. That should halt Navarro in their tracks, at least for this upcoming.
Sure that they are not counting themselves in the head at all, because they're just still swinging into spawn right here. Deadeye in response
grab,
is going to be just met with the grab as well, and it just seems like they're playing with their food at this point.
Absolutely. I could be the first one to go down west in a desperate attempt to tie things back up. He's able to find that bath, however, is traded out for their very own. The flash ban comes through from Vicey, who is completely uncontested on the back half of Statue. That is Navarro winning the fight, but you gotta think, at what cost? They actually lost a full
round. And so they're actually gonna stack up onto this low ground right here, and so that they can pounce on them, sort of like a surprise attack.
It was lost the moment that Refretis had taken off his shoulders. The immediate charge from Roy, who now has an absolute field in hospital west this half so far. Roy misses the shatter, actually, only finds one, but still storms in off the back and able to find 3 eliminations, sending Lackawanna into
the West goes down again. This is just so tragic here, and a fight is gonna break out in the house right here. There's gonna be Dark Mage going in the back line, but it just cannot.
This is a complete total 6K. I don't see Dark Mage turning this one around. Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to some NJCAAE Week 3 of the main season. We have got Lackawanna and Navarro. They are both 1-1 on the season, but that scoreline certainly not 1-1 tonight, Rudy.
Yes, sir. I mean, there's a possibility for the comeback, obviously, but right now the series is looking heavily in the favor of Navarro. But we do see an interesting switch when we go onto our next map, which is going to be Temple of Anubis. And this is a map where you can still run the Reinhardt, obviously, but actually it's a lot more focused around possible spam compositions and also long-range hit scans, which I'm assuming that Lackawanna need a lot in order to have a chance of turning the series around, because we just saw the Reinhardt mirror is not going to go their way at all, at least not in the short term.
I think they've chosen this map almost exclusively to enable West even more. West was doing a phenomenal job on the Widowmaker on King's Row. King's not notoriously a Widow map much further than the first fight. Anubis, you can see Widow for the entirety of the map run, so I would expect West to do that. Maybe we see a Mercy swap on the side of Lackawanna as well, just to keep that Widowmaker alive for as long as possible. But Navarro, they probably aren't going to be changing much. Honestly, their team comps work. They might bring the Junkrat out, as this is arguably his best map in the game, so I would expect to see that. And as we mentioned, this is Temple of Anubis. Navarro, they are on series point. They're looking to walk away from tonight with a 3-0. I guess we'll find out in about the next 8 minutes if that's going to happen or not.
I really do hope that this is the map that changes, well, maybe not the momentum, but definitely puts Lackawanna in a much more comfortable position here. They will be starting off on defense here, not running double shield, however. They're going to actually be running a much more aggressive composition, but it's not going to be that Reinhardt mirror matchup, so there is a possibility that they could be a little more comfortable. They're going to be running the double bubble here. West, once again, going to be on their own on the Widowmaker, but if they can capitalize off of the value that he's getting from, you know, his early picks, off of his headshots, and, you know, when, you know, if he gets a dink onto one of the tanks or something like that, and then, you know, Gummy and Dark Mage follow up on that with some aggression, Dylan obviously providing some bubbles for Gummy Pawns as well. This could be very, you know, Lackawanna could get some momentum going here. Navarro, however, on the other side, they're just gonna keep doing what they're doing all series. It hasn't changed for them yet, but we'll see how they've played into this composition. And already Vicky just gets decimated by the headshots.
We talked about the importance of that hit scan, that Widowmaker here, and how it needs to be enabled. And it looks like, I mean, Lackawanna, they are desperate to try and make the magic happen. 3 already down on the side of Navarro. 3 most likely turns to 4 as that Reinhardt gets a little over aggressive and set its shadow. Who's the next to fall? Roy farming the ultimate. Win or lose, you've got 50% on the shadow. That could be huge. You go the extra mile. Have you been able to take themselves out of the engagement? And Lackawanna, I love this composition on defense, but I want to see it on the offense as well. I think double bubble could be phenomenal on the attack.
Yeah, this is what I said about Reinhardt compositions being possible here, because you got a few options to attack up the high ground, but it really is going to be keeping all of your players alive while you make these crucial rotations. And right now, it's going to be West finding these headshots actually fairly easily here, but they do get taken down by Brandon. That's a huge opportunity for Navarro to just go in, pounce. Anti, though, could turn the tides a little bit, but not looking likely.
Yeah, not a chance. 3 go down before the anti can really even be noticed by the rest of the team. Dylan also going to fall. Briggs, she's alive and well, but yeah, I was going to say, not for very long. Navarro, they found West. That was their win condition for that fight, because they then could completely storm onto point without worrying about any damage. They take Dark Mage out on the way, a phenomenal turnaround. 5.5 minutes, Rudy. This is very reminiscent of King's Row.
Yes, it is. And going on to second point here, it's a point that much more heavily favors the Reinhardt composition. However, Lackawanna has some ultimates to work with, mostly this Primal Rage to be able to keep Gummy pawns alive, but not if they can't press Q fast enough to save their lives.
Yeah, Gummy just got obliterated, 500 to 0 in about 3 seconds. Roy, I love the aggression, just goes all the way to the spawn door, takes out that Ana with a left shift, and I really am not confident we're going to be seeing another fight here. Immediately Gummy, that full Primal Rage ripped apart by an Earth Shatter. Roy trying to guard one side, the team has the other, the Nano onto Dylan, and nobody is even close, Rudy. 4:56 on the clock. Navarro, they were ready to run it down on King's Road, or on Temple of Anubis tonight.
I guess they were, to be for certain. Yeah, the stuns onto Gummy actually so crucial. It doesn't enable them to commit the Primal Rage in time and allows them to run over the Zarya, who now has the full brunt of a 6-man rush onto her. As much as she is a tank, she's one of the, you know, obviously the skinnier tanks in the game, and so she's going to be killed off very easily. And then the rest from there is just, you know, West not able to find much value on the Widow when the rest of this team is dying. It's a bit unfortunate. And honestly, I really do think that this composition would have been helped if they had a Mercy pocket on the West, like you said in the beginning, because that would have provided you some extra healing, a resurrection if West gets caught out early like he did on point A there. Something to take away from this possibly in the future for this Lackawanna team. But it's going to be a sides change. And Lackawanna is going to be sticking with the same composition here on offense, while Navarro now have a much better setup with their Reinhardt composition here on the defense, where they could just hold pretty up on this high ground that's overlooking the first pass in point A, this little archway right here. And I'm assuming that's what they're going to do here as well, protecting Vicey, protecting Brandon as well. Lackawanna, they're on match point here.
Match point staring them in the face. They've got 4 minutes to make the magic happen and do something they have not been able to do once tonight, and that is going to be cap a point. It has been Navarro large and in charge all day long, and right now as this fight's going to begin, the only real advantage that Navarro has right now is Roy cannot do a darn thing until they get closer.
Yeah, they're going to be just peppering in the damage just a little bit here as they run into this room here. It's not going to work out for them as Roy just gets the dive like he's a Winston, except, you know, he's playing against a Winston, and he's just decimating them with the hammer there. Yeah, so if you're playing this composition, your main goal from Lackawanna is to have your Winston jump into these positions where they take damage, but then use that opportunity to get a lot of healing ultimate charge for your Ana here so that you can build Nano much more easily. But that's not going to work if Gummy can't get into the proper positions here. So what I would really expecting Gummy to be doing here is jumping, taking some damage, and then quickly jumping back out with support of their team like a Zarya bubble here. But unfortunately, that's just not happening.
Roy, though, finally some action's going to be happening. Roy goes down early to Zarya, not far behind. There's a lot of trades, but Lackawanna, they're going to have a spawn advantage. They can theoretically... Well, that's certainly only theoretical now, as Vicky just comes through and drops 4 on their way out the door. There was an opportunity for Lackawanna to re-engage, to recontest very quickly before the rest of the team could show up, but now Roy and Heavy Weapon should, be back in just a moment. Roy already emerging back onto the high ground. Heavy Weapon, I can only assume, not particularly far behind. Yeah, now it's going to be a full 5v6 here in favor of Lackawanna. They bring out the Nano very early on, trying to find some value with it. Vicky is taking down Roy, dropping a 4-man Earth Shatter. Nano not going to be able to save the team, and I suspect these Dragons make an appearance in just a moment here, Rudy. The aggression coming through, the bubble has been burst, and the Dragons are ripping and roaring, ready to be fired. West finds an elimination. It could be a colossal one. Roy all the way into the back of the site. Pressure's on now. 2 eliminations back in favor of Navarro, and 1:51 left on the clock. A lot of ult used there. Actually, every ult that was ready at the beginning was used. We're looking at about 2 ultimates from Lackawanna for the next engagement. Only 1 for Navarro if they're fast enough.
Yeah, Deadeye and Primal Rage, which we saw, wasn't particularly helpful to either of them in that last point, and West gets taken out early, so that's just even more time off the clock, and only a minute 30 left. You're going to have beat from Navarro here, as well as a Graviton Surge to lock up any sort of aggression that's going to come out from the Monkey here. Not looking too hot on the side of Lackawanna, but there's still a chance. if they actually get this rally, they might be able to build some value from it, but not if the Graviton Surge comes out so early. That was a huge set play from Heavy Weapon.
It was just calm, cool, and collected. It was calculated, and Navarro, they are simply out for blood tonight. It's going to be Roy Phoenix and Heavy Weapon, the two of them finding 3 eliminations each to wipe the team off the face of the earth. Lackawanna, 53 seconds and a dream. They've got 2, nearly 3 ultimates to work with. West can have that Riptire. It's going to be incredibly difficult to find. Oh man, so little Lackawanna can do here without taking Roy off the table, and Roy has said enough. He is going to come through, finding 2 with the Shatter, picking up 2 more, and with only 30 seconds remaining, Navarro, they are looking for another complete and total team kill on the shoulders of Roy Phoenix.
Actually, Roy just charging in after the jumping monkey. Big German man on the hunt here. Doesn't manage to find his target, but you do have the nano to jump in to engage with. That's going to give them a little more extra defense on the side, but it's a Deadeye that catches them out.
Oh, Deadeye finding the Winston there just completely negates any hope or dream that Pyre had of finding value. Unfortunately, no work to be done. Pebbly taken offline. It is going to be an phenomenal performance from Navarro here tonight. They are able to walk through Lackawanna on 3 separate maps here tonight. Just an incredible opportunity for Navarro to really put themselves in a much stronger position, putting themselves up 2-1 on the season.
Yes, sir. Navarro showing some great looks here on the Reinhardt compositions. This is clearly something that they're very well versed in. And from the set plays like we saw from Heavy Weapon right here, they are very comfortable running this type of composition on all of their different maps. So got to give it up to them. They've clearly put in the practice. On the side of Lackawanna too, GG's all around in the chat too, which I think is just so crucial for these collegiate teams to stay positive. And if you're on the side of Lackawanna here, this is a game definitely where you can come back, you can look at the replay codes, and you can figure out, okay, what went wrong? What can we do better? Is there a possibility that we can, you know, support West more and be able to get a lot of more value from him? Maybe put a Mercy Pocket him on something like that. So not a total loss for Lackawanna, but it is going to be 3-0 on the side of the Bulldogs here.
Yeah, 100%. And I liked a lot what you said there, that a lot of teams and players that I've had the opportunity to talk with will always say things about how important it is to have those VODs, to go back and be able to watch, to learn from these teams. You go into some series, and I'm not saying this was one tonight, but teams have gone into series before completely expecting to lose. They're going in for the learning experience, for the opportunity to improve, and that's what it's all about, keeping that positive mental. But, folks, we're going to throw it to a super short break. We're going to try to get an interviewee from Navarro, use this time, get up, get water, do whatever. We'll come right back here, because after the interview, we've got a whole second series for y'all, so we'll see you in just a bit. That microwave being unplugged so early, the whole disaster. That is the first domino call for Lackawanna. Tomorrow, show up a little bit late, but it seems like a better late than never situation. That is going to be all 6. That is a whole restatement, as Gummy is going to be the one to go down. Dark Mage not far behind. It's going to be a 3-for-1 trade as Froggy Toast has fallen. That is not stopping Navarro for even a moment. They are beginning to roll through Lackawanna in their own spawn. Once again, Rudy, that is a complete and total team. Able to take out Froggy again. Froggy, the only player on the side of Navarro to go down so far. Dark Mage going to fall to Brandon there. The photon barrier comes to a close, and it's going to be another elimination there. Heavy Weapon taken offline. Vicey getting risky with it, and it is not going to pay off. Favorite stages because of it. Vicey already 30% to that Riptire, and it's going to be a great opening, just farming that damage down already. Roy Phoenix picking up 3. Blink and you miss it. The Ryan going absolutely insane. That is a complete and total team kill. This is starting. Yeah, that's going to be a huge elimination. Dark Mage, a lot recently. It feels like it's the first one to go down on the side of Lackawanna. We saw it in the first fight on last stage. We're seeing it in the second fight here. But as Gummy comes in, finds a literal 6-man Earth Shatter, is that even going to be enough for Lackawanna to capitalize? The Dragons come out far too late, but somehow still going to be able to catch Froggy Toast. Gummy Pones goes down. The window has been opened here. Oh, my Reinhardt go above and beyond. Hyper aggression into the spawn door. He knows he's going to be able to make the magic happen. And even if you don't get a kill, I'm pretty sure you've won the game for your team. Nobody is going to be able to get in there. And Navarro, I mean, what a dominant performance.
In any capacity, like if Froggy and Vicey are the ones to go after them, then they're going to have a lot of trouble here. Oh, early snipe onto Brandon here.
For a couple more picks after that spawn swap. I wouldn't be surprised to see a grab happen. Oh, okay, or the Shatter. That makes sense as well. Immortality Field takes out one. It's going to be okay, and the grab. I think we're getting a little bit of overcommitment here. Shadow must stop that amplification matrix as well. Wanted to hide behind. They're going to have to hit a Blizzard much earlier than they wanted. Blizzard Bomb combo is going to be able to find a double kill. That should halt Navarro in their tracks, at least for this upcoming
game. That they are not counting themselves in the head at all, because they're just still swinging into spawn right here. Deadeye in response is going to be just met with the grab as well. And it just seems like they're playing with their food at this point.
Absolutely. I could be the first one to go down west in a desperate attempt to tie things back up. He's able to find that bath. However, is traded out for their very own. The flash ban comes through from Vicey, who is completely uncontested on the back half of Statue. That is Navarro winning the fight, but you got to think at what cost? They actually lost a full
round. And so they're actually going to stack up onto this low ground right here, and so that they can pounce on them, sort of like a surprise attack.
It was lost the moment that Refresh had taken off his shoulders. The immediate charge from Roy, who now has an absolute field in hospital rest this half so far. Roy misses the Shatter, actually. Only finds one, but still storms in off the back and able to find 3 eliminations. Sending Lackawanna in.
West goes down again. This is just so tragic here. And a fight is going to break out in the house right here. There's going to be Dark Mage going in the back line, but it just cannot.
This is a complete total 6K. I don't see Dark Mage turning this one around.
And that's a huge opportunity for Navarro to just go in, pounce. Anti, though, could turn the tides a little bit, but not looking likely.
Yeah, not a chance. 3 go down before the Anti can really even be noticed by the rest of the team. Dylan also going to fall. Briggs, she's alive and well, but yeah.
More heavily favors the Reinhardt composition. However, Lackawanna has some ultimates to work with, mostly this Primal Rage to be able to keep Gummy Pawns alive, but not if they can't press Q fast enough to save their lives.
Yeah, Gummy just got obliterated, 500 to 0 in about 3 seconds. Roy, I love the aggression, just goes all the way to the spawn door, takes out that Ana with the left shift, and I really am not confident we're going to be seeing another fight here immediately. Real advantage that Navarro has right now is Roy cannot do a darn thing until they get closer.
Yeah, they're going to be just peppering in the damage just a little bit here as they run into this room here, as in back out with support of their team like a Zarya bubble here, but unfortunately that's just not happening.
Roy, though, finally some action is going to be happening. Roy goes down early to Zarya, not far behind. There's a lot of trades, but Lackawanna, they're going to have a spawn advantage. They can
on the side of Lackawanna, but there's still a chance. If they actually get this rally, they might be able to build some value from it, but not if the Graviton Surge comes out.
Oh man, so little Lackawanna can do here without taking Roy off the table, and Roy has said enough. He is going to come through, finding 2 with the Shatter, picking up 2 more, and with only 30 seconds remaining. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the interview after a dominant 3-0 series from the side of Navarro. We are here with Coach White, the coach of the team. So, Coach, my first question, you guys are 1-1 on the season so far. You bumped that up into a 2-1 slot today. How does this feel? Such a dominant series. What does this mean for your team moving forward?
We're just going back to what's expected from us at Navarro College. Navarro College coaches excellence. So a win is regular for Navarro College. We have a saying at Navarro College, we don't remember our wins, we remember our losses.
Absolutely. Very well said. And you actually let us know pre-broadcast that it has been quite a while since you experienced a loss.
Yes. We knew Blinn was going to be a tough team coming in 2 weeks ago. They're a great team, well coached. They got great players, but we also got great players too. They caught us on a day I'm going to be real with it. They were better than us that day. And I can't wait to face them again because, we'll bring our best, and hopefully they will also bring their best again.
Absolutely. So speaking of bringing your best, there was a little bit of like possibility you guys were bringing a sub to the table today. Did that happen, or was this just your traditional full 6 roster?
Well, this is our traditional full 6 roster, but every player at Navarro is a 5-star athlete because we make them 5-star athletes. Any one of my subs could go start for another team easily. So I had no issue with ever playing a sub.
Fantastic.
Well, okay, well, if this is your full 6-man team, then that must mean you were playing with the set strategies that you have. And I noticed you guys were playing a lot of Reinhardt Zarya in this match, even though D.Va is another off tank that is pretty popular being played in the rest composition. So I was wondering why you guys chose the Zarya over the D.Va for a lot of these maps.
We played Zarya because people don't know how to respond to getting punched in the face. So we just run at you, swing at you, use those bubbles to our advantage, count bubbles, count defense matrix, and then we win.
All right, well, it's plain and simple. Everybody picks Zarya over D.Va. Just from Coach White themselves.
Yeah, the Zarya definitely suits the play style your tank line likes to bring out. I think we saw that about the last 30 seconds of Anubis, that the real goals of that tank line. But Coach White, before we let you go tonight and get ready for our next series, just a very simple question. Is there anybody you would like to give a general thank you or a shout out to while you're here in the interview?
I'd like to thank my team, my players. It's hard to play for Navarro College because we expect excellence. We do not accept losses, and a win is just regular for us. Also, I want to thank our athletic director, Michael Landers, and our president, and the Cook family, and everyone that's given us our support at Navarro College. You know, you've made us national champions. We plan to continue that tradition this semester.
Fantastic. Very nicely said, my friend. And please let your whole team, a huge congrats to all of you. This was an insane performance, and you're definitely on the radar. That much is clear.
Thank you very much.
Of course, thank you. And with that, folks, we are going to be throwing it to, once again, a bit of a shorter break. We're going to be getting the next teams ready, which are Jackson College versus North Virginia Community College. So that is going to be a banger of a series guaranteed. We'll see you folks right back here in just a couple of minutes. Good afternoon / evening, everybody, depending on the time zone you may reside in, and welcome back to Esports U is presenting NJCAAE Week 3 of the main season. I know that is a whole lot of words, but there's only a few more that I need to say, I promise. Jackson College up against Northern Virginia, Community College. And this one should be, I think, pretty close, Rudy. We're looking at a 2-1 scoreline from Jackson and a 3-0 from Northern Virginia, so only a single game separating these teams right now.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about both of these teams as well from some of the producers and other people as well. So looking forward to a nice, solid game here. And we are going to be starting off on the Lijiang Tower as that first map number 1. It's going to be a best of 5 series, first to 5, standard rule set, no Paris, no Horizon. Get them out of here. Nobody wants them anyways, but it is going to be Lijiang to start things off here, which is a map. A lot of different compositions you can play on Lijiang Tower, especially since a lot of the different portions of the map, like Control Center and Night Market, are all so different as well. So it's kind of, there's a little bit of a luck involved whether or not you want to play on a certain portion of the map, but it is going to be Night Market to start off here. So a couple things you could expect to see from these teams: some Symmetra Rush with the Reinhardt, Lucio, and Symmetra Cassidy, potentially some Doomfist, or you could even see Wrecking Ball with like some Pharah shenanigans. Pharmacy, very popular on Lijiang Tower in particular. So really just depends on what these teams are most comfortable with. And it looks like Nova might be starting off with the Wrecking Ball, Tracer Sombra, which is going to be one of the prime meta compositions that's currently going on right now in the current patch of Overwatch. Jackson, on the other hand, they're looking like they're hovering over that Reinhardt rush.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be bringing out another Rein Zarya. We've seen 3 teams run that today, and we talked about that earlier, so I'm not going to hone down on it, but we're expecting a lot of Rein Diva, and instead we're getting Rein Zarya, these teams going back to those tried and true, and we're actually seeing the same in Kodiak bringing out Moira. I can't remember the last time I saw Moira in a competitive match, so this is going to be really interesting to look at these healers and see if Jackson is going to be falling a little bit short or be healing above and beyond.
Yeah, healing definitely is going to be the #1 priority of these two people right now. And it is actually going to catch Nova a little bit off guard here, because Jake is just going to have so much value and so much freedom to just swing their hammer without having to worry too much about dying right away.
Yeah, going to be able to send in a bit of a damage orb and actually help the team out a tremendous amount. Able to take down the Brigida and the Sombra immediately behind. Paralysis on this Cassidy doing numbers for Jackson. Able to find, I believe, 3. We'll count that. We'll call that 4 across the board. And Jackson, they have now found themselves in a really good position to hold points. But Nova, they are running an offense-style comp. They should have no problem storming right into Jackson's backline.
And you see Ninja on the flank right here with the Sombra, going to be able to hack up some health packs behind enemy lines and pepper in a few damage. Their main goal is to build that EMP, because that's actually going to be so massive for them to fade out a bunch of the utility from this Jackson squad here. It has to blink after now, but they are on point still.
A lot of action here on point. Jake actually struggling a lot on the Reinhardt right now. You know, Jackson is definitely still in the lead, but we're seeing Jake struggle to find primary engagement because nobody's getting close enough for Ryan to do much of anything. Now Kodiak in the desperate attempt to keep alive. Gonna bust out that healing bike, committing what I'm gonna call a panic grab there, using that ult in an attempt to stabilize the fight. And it just barely may have worked out. I'm not sold yet. Mike in a 3v1, and as Mike fights the dust, that is gonna be a point flip for Nova. Really only half the point cap, so plenty of time for Nova to take the reins once again.
Jackson running a very brawly composition, but one of the few trade-offs of having both of your healers be sort of that main healer offshoot is that you don't have much utility to work with as well, and Northern Virginia has all the utility in the world with Sombra. EMP gonna be coming out here and just immediately obliterating Jake. Skater-O. No room to do anything here.
No room to succeed, like you said, no room to do much of anything. And Nova putting out that EMP early, and at the Collegiate Plus level, I am particularly of the opinion that if you're playing Sombra, we need an EMP about every 60 to 70 seconds. If you're not getting that, you are not getting the appropriate value that Sombra is supposed to be bringing to the table. Nova, they've already found one, already a quarter of the way to the next one. Ninja, she is doing a phenomenal job on this Sombra so far. We're going to see a little bit more action. Paralysis going to bite the dust early, and now Pressure is storming through. Never mind, the pressure is off. Winter coming through with a 4K. We're about to turn into 5 with the help of that game, though, and that is a complete and total 6K in favor of Nova. They have put themselves very much in the lead with that one.
That's the power of the Zenyatta Discord orb right here. As soon as that shield is down from Jake, that is just time to put the pressure on. Nothing can stop the Discord orb from amplifying the damage coming out from Winter. They're great coordination here, and then one of the many powerful traits of this Wrecking Ball composition. And now we actually see Paralysis switch over to the Pharah to try to get some value, but they won't be able to get much value from the healers as well, so they'll have to play a little more grounded than if they were running a pharmacy.
Oh no, Red Raider completely taken offline there. Jake is going to be shattered filling onto the Visa as well. It's going to be actually a huge turnaround. Red had the opening, created a lot of space for Jackson. Nobody came through with that immediate capitalization, and for that, I think they're going to lose the fight. Red now onto the Junkrat a little bit early. We don't see Junk very often. On Night Market map is a little bit too open for him to be great, but these players have done some incredible things here tonight. I'm looking to see that EMP Mines combo coming out from Nova to flip the fight back in their favor. Winter all the way in the spawn, taking that T's offline. A 15-player kill streak, Rudy. That is just exactly every Tracer's dream right now. Winter, however, about to lose that kill streak. Unfortunately, going to be able to recall back into a Paralysis. Finds Ninja, but the EMP had already made an appearance. A 5-man. Looks like it is going to be enough for the team to capitalize. Another panic grab from Mike, coming in far too late in a fight, just giving Nova every moment they needed to succeed.
Yeah, and they actually flip the point. Oh, no, actually, no, sorry, my bad. No, Jackson was the one that initially had that point, but it was Nova. All they had to do was back off, let let Jackson take the point, but they had all the pieces to be able to come onto point as aggressively as they wanted to. Transcendence to be able to heal anybody who was caught on that point, and not obviously Mines EMP is such a powerful combo as well. And you really saw the lack utility from Jackson hurt them in the end. But we are going on to Gardens here, and this definitely is cause for some compositional changes. And right now, I don't know what the heck to think when I'm looking on the side of Jackson here. It just looks like they're hovering over a bunch of crazy picks right now. If Mike actually comes out on this Roadhog, I will be absolutely ecstatic. Come on, please. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, the Hog going to be making a first appearance here. I mean, that's going to be super exciting. There's some great opportunities for these teams to come through, for Mike to find some environmental kills. It looks like Red Raider is going to be looking for eliminations of the very same route. However, Raider's got to be especially careful because Ninja can hack them above a death pit, and that's an insta-kill in favor of the team. However, it kills in favor. Winter is the first one to go down. We see Ninja has to translocate back out of the engagement, and Red Raider looking to find as much value as they can as quickly as possible. Great opportunity for this team to win, but Nova, they're able to find the Brig. Oh, Cassidy not far behind. The Brig gets rezzed up, but at what cost? The cost of your entire roster. Ninja able to find Red Raider. Jake falls as well, and Nova with that first point cap.
Yeah, it was interesting. Winter goes down early there, and it does look like Red Raider is able to get some value out of the Pharah rockets, but we see Nova actually huddle up in areas where it's difficult for Red Raider to be able to get into there. And with the Mercy they do have a Mercy pocket somewhat available to them, but the Mercy actually has to commit most of their healing towards Skater, Skater and the rest of the team as well. Like, Briggs not able to heal up their team as much as a Mercy would be able to. And we see immediately that Jake is actually just going to be caught out because they were super low from even rushing onto point right here.
Yeah, this is so unbelievably reminiscent of what we saw last series, where the Reinhardt was continuously the first one to go down, and there was just unfortunately no time for a team to capitalize. They lose the main tank, they have no shield, they have no form of engagement, and Nova, now in 2 fights, have found themselves in a great opportunity to walk away with the third one. They've got 2 ultimate Shatter Bomb. I mean, that could be absolutely insane if they play that right. But Red Raider, looking for some environmental kills. The Shatter comes out early. Kodiak already down. Ryan and Junk not far behind. Oh! Total Mayhem kill is going to be able to take Ryan offline, but looks like that's still somehow not going to be enough as Nova is walking all the way to the spawn door here.
Yeah, early Shatter, just great stuff coming out from Solar Flare here. And now Nova is in a perfect position to capitalize. 70% now. They have the EMP still, haven't needed to use it whatsoever. It could possibly get interrupted by Mike's hook, but only if they hit the God hook, which it will not be happening.
Huge, but oh my goodness, what a cleanup there. I wanted the EMP bomb combo, but instead we're going to get EMP Death Blossom. DPS combo lineup is going to come through and do exactly what it needs to. Nova, they're able to clean that team up once again with only 10 seconds left on the clock. Jackson, they're going to go for a TP in here, and that is an insanely dangerous thing to do. It looks like that Lucio is waiting
Misa setting up. They're rubbing their hands together. They're just daring them to get onto point, and it doesn't work, actually. No. The hack onto Red Raider. And Jake, they're just left on point to dry, and it is going to be Nova taking first series win. You hate to see it.
You really do. I mean, that is going to be an insanely unfortunate thing to happen there. But it's just a very well-played strategy by Nova. I was hesitant of the Reaper on Gardens because it's so open and so spacious, and I expected a Pharah, but it seems like the Pharah was never really the key factor that they wanted it to be. An insanely dominant performance from Nova so far, and Jackson College, they unfortunately are going to fall pretty short. Like I mentioned, last series, control is unlike any other map type in the game, so just because you lose that one, you've got to look at it as only a GG go next, walking into map 2, which is going to be a hybrid, and hope you can really work with it. Last series, I didn't want to see our losing team go to Kings Row, but with the comps we're seeing from Jackson, I think that's exactly where we're going to be going.
Potentially, right? Listen, I think that the Pharah could have definitely worked on that map if they had actually given more of a precedence towards putting Kodiak on that Ana earlier, because what Ana Mercy it allows you to do, it allows your Mercy to fully pocket the Pharah and allow them to get into positions where they wouldn't be able to normally and just fully focus on dealing damage, and then you have the Ana to heal the rest of your team. So that's why Ana Mercy is such a powerful backline option. But when they came out with the the Mercy Brig, like Brig's good, but she's not going to be able to heal up 4 members of your team right away. They really had to depend on the Mercy to be able to go and then heal the tanks that were low from just walking to the left side of the map to try to contest the mini health pack. But it is going to be the hybrid map that comes out next. And yeah, we could be seeing hybrid come out. But in terms of what Jackson wants to play, yes, Kings Row is definitely like one of the clear options if they want to just continue to run this Reinhardt style.
Yeah, not only the Reinhardt, but we're seeing Pharah a lot, and Pharah can go the extra mile on both first point on your way to second point on Kings Row, but again, if we just see a half-decent hit scan from Nova, Pharah is much harder to run. There's a lot of variables that we can kind of sit here and delegate down, but no matter what it is, we know that Jackson needs to just play a little bit more grouped up. A lot of the time, they were able to be capitalized on Night Market in particular. We saw that poor Baptiste get killed out of spawn, I think, 3 times because nobody was there to protect that map. They were pouring in one at a time. They were just kind of feeding in like a flow of a river, and it never worked out well. They need to be pushing in a little more consistently as a full 6 to succeed. And as we move into the second map, I just want to see Jackson play a little bit more coordinated, a little bit more grouped up, and I think that can take them a really long way.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at some of the other maps that are potentially good to be played here as well. We're not sure if it's Kings Row just yet. We see Eichenwald here. Eichenwald's another map where you could possibly run the Reinhardt as well. Hollywood has a bunch of different types of compositions that you can run on it as well. And if you want to run more of like maybe some Wrecking Ball variants as well, or some dive with the Winston, Blizzard World is one of those maps that you can run the Winston on first and second point, and then when it gets to the third point where it becomes much more closed off, that's really some place that could that you could run the Reinhardt in very easily as well. But yeah, like I said, Kings Row is like the definitive Reinhardt map, right? Like it's and some teams will even just pick Kings Row no matter what you want to go into. It does look like it is going to be actually Hollywood here. Hero of the Storm, still waiting for that movie to be released. It's been coming soon for like what, 4 years?
We got pranked! We got pranked!
What the heck?
Oh my! I almost said I saw the Some Like It bought one, and I almost said, "Wait, is this King?" And I was like, "No, it's movie posters. It's got to be Hollywood." Yeah, we know.
We just
know
got trolled.
Thank you so much. I don't even care about team comps. I don't want to watch this game anymore. I'm over it now. But as we jump in, Paralysis going back to Pro Widowmaker. Wow, I'm boom. I'm ruined. I can't believe I fell for it. But Paralysis trying to find some value. Ryan Shield doing exactly what it needs to do. However, the Ryan Shield not going to protect himself. Smash back up and over. Tank line gone. Jackson, you got to tuck tail and get out of dodge. Solar Slayer storming through the choke. Able to find some insane value. A triple now, as that is going to be half the down. Jackson forced right back into their spawn.
Early aggressive push from Jackson here, definitely feeling themselves. They've got the Cassidy Reaper combo right here to put maximum pressure on that Reinhardt shield. And it's going to be up to Nova, Ninja Cupcake in particular, to find the walls to be able to separate the Reinhardt, and that's a great first pick.
Yeah, I mean, Nova with a phenomenal wall there. Not only catches out the Cassidy, catches out the Ryan immediately after. Ryan falls, Zarya almost always right behind. Jackson being forced to their spawn once again. That's 2 fights down, but on the bright side, only a minute off the clock. So things are looking a little bit rough. They've got coming into 2 ultimates, nearly 3. Jackson, they've got no ultimates really on the table yet.
And they just switched Paralysis over to the Junkrat. As much as I love the J Silly, you are giving up that ultimate advantage just to be able to put in the extra damage here. And it's not going to do much. The Reinhardt shield is not broken in time, and both of your tanks are down for the count.
Tanks down for the count once again, and fights truly hardly happening right now as we see Jackson really struggling, making out a spawn. I wouldn't be opposed to, I mean, a Symmetra Bastion, anything really to break out of spawn right now. DP on top of the teleport, on top of the statue, excuse me, you're able to find a lot of value. Even finding an elimination could go a long way, but it's forcing Nova to turn their back. That would really be the opening Jackson needs. Nano coming out early. The shatter from Solar is not going to be quite whiffed, not really capitalized off the back. If it hits 3, nobody's there to catch it. Instead, it's Solar. First go down. Gray with the bomb from Nova, though, immediately tearing apart any hope or dream Jackson had of winning this fight. Resurrection onto Jake is going to bring that screen back to life for just a moment. Is the opportunity going to be through? Ninja Cupcake already down the Blizzard. Not going to be far behind. A huge opportunity now for Jackson to capitalize. I think they're going to be able to, Rudy. They've just got to make sure they get these eliminations as quickly as possible.
The problem is they're not going to be able to anytime soon with the B coming out from Miso Rush B. Great name, by the way, but it is going to catch Jake Skater on top, and Paralysis is not going to be able to build this wheel in time. Going to get caught out by the Deadeye, actually. I mean, Jackson had to commit both of their support ultimates to be able to get any value. That's why Jake didn't die from the Shatter at the start of that fight, but then afterwards there was just, you know, they had to commit the Resurrection to be able to bring back Ryan. That just caused Nova to be able to back up slowly. Now they got the beat, they re-engaged with the members they have, and just some great work.
Some great coordination from Nova in that last fight in particular. Both support ultimates had to come out to beat the team alive, but it worked well at the end of the day. And now as Ninja Cupcake goes down second fight in a row, she has fallen with that Blizzard online. Oh, okay, maybe it's not going to matter as Nova hits a 5-mana Shatter and should be able to just continue to roll through. However, Solar Flare gets a little bit over-aggressive. They're going to be able to maybe force Jackson into spawn, but for how long? 35 seconds counting. One ultimate at the ready as the double flashbang comes through. Kodiak and Zach Gamdo are a little bit too close for comfort. Riptire going to be going all the way through, probably up and through the high ground. 31 HP, though. You're not getting darn cheap thing with that, unfortunately. Oh, wow. Okay. The team would have been able to shoot that, but it's still going to be a huge take. Solar Flare goes down, and that gives Jackson the window they need to captain this point.
Shoot the tire. What is this, an FPS? Hey, it's not that simple, man. This is a FPS MOBA. That tire has health. You can't just headshot it and get away with it. But it is going to be actually Solar Flare committing with the Blizzard here, and they have full control over this archway now. They even have the possibility of pushing right back into spawn like they've been doing for the rest of this, for, you know, all of this map.
Yeah, Jackson has moved the payload a little bit, right? But it's so unbelievably easy for the defensive team to hold what is often referred to as arches, which is exactly what they're rotating back and through right now. They're going to get just as aggressive as they are. They're going to let Jackson overextend a little and then do something like that. Find an elimination with an ultimate early. Baptiste already down. The Amp Matrix is useless. I love Nova's playstyle here. That insane, psychotic over-aggression. They storm through the Amp Matrix, completely negate any value that it could bring to the table. And now I shoot Fish in a barrel. Winter going to go through. Finds 1, finds 2, finds 3. Jackson sent back into their spawn once again. Only 103 seconds on the clock.
I'm surprised you managed to do the math that quickly. I would have had to,
Rocket League casting.
Oh, okay, that makes a lot more sense now. It is going to be them just pushing up into spawn. They actually have to make their way through the house here. And they have a bunch of ultimates to work with. Early window from Charlantis, however, is going to put a lot of pressure on Jake Skater-O, but it's that Gamdo to be the first one casualty.
First casualty on the side of Jackson is all that Nova needs. Capitalize off the back of it, really making waves here just holding the front door open for themselves and storming right through. Winter trying to get away from Jake, but Jake getting a little bit over-aggressive. A huge bubble does come out, so now Mike not going to be zero charge on the initial engagement. I love Nova's aggression. I commented on that already, but there is a such thing as over-aggression, and I'm afraid we may be kind of seeing that here. As I say that, though, the Blizzard finally coming out from NJCAAE. She's able to finish 4-3, already going to go down. It is burning off the clock so far. Nova, they've lost one fight, and it is going to be just nothing on the board for Jackson anymore.
Yeah, perfect use of the immortality fields, healings. Haven't even needed to commit the feat just yet. And Jackson with their map pick, they're feeling the pressure now. Only 30 seconds left to make something happen. And Trey is looking. He is hunting for that eat onto the Graviton Surge out from Mike, but doesn't manage to get it in time.
Oh man, Red Raider finally gonna be able to find some value, but is that value going to be enough as 2 eliminations feed through from Nova, and the pressure is on once again. Winter to be able to take out Paralysis, and this Cassidy, I mean, rootin', tootin', and ready for shoot. As I say that, he is going to get taken offline, but damage has been done nonetheless. Winter finding a 3K, any good player is taking a 3-for-1 trade. Not a single doubt about it, as the Wick begins to take down the spawn advantage. Absolutely insane for Jackson, but continuously touching. We're gonna have to see if they can keep that up. The correct ball on point right now, being forced to the back line and charged right back into the front of it. Solar Flare brings up the Earth Shatter and finds 3. Unfortunately, they're close enough to touch, and that's not gonna be a complete win. But as Northern Virginia zones out the entirety of the card with that Blizzard, that should be enough to really wrap a nice little bow up on top.
Valkyrie just to keep the Red Raider alive, and the resurrection will be denied. 28.22 meters. Yikes. That's all I can say.
Yikes indeed. Could have been worse. Certainly could have been better, but absolutely could have been worse. We see teams time and time again get stalled out at that first point. So the fact they were able to cap anything not only prevents a draw, which is incredibly boring, but it also gives Jackson a win condition. They can walk away from this with a win under their belts, and it eliminates that possibility of a draw. So no matter what, we're going to a map 3, whether that's a 2-0 scoreline or a 1-1, I guess we're just going to have to wait and see.
Yes, sir. I'm interested to see what kind of composition they want to come out with here. On the defense, it's clear that they didn't really want to play the Mei here, even though it's so crucial, and NJCAAE was getting so much value out of the walls, whether it was to halt any aggression coming out from Jackson whenever they got any sort of advantage, such as like when Solar Flare was caught out in a team fight. This allowed them to be able to, go put up the wall and then back off, give a little bit of time for Charlantis to top them off with some healing. And yeah, you just saw how much value it got from there. Jackson just going to be looking to run the composition that they practice with, which is the Rein Zarya with the Baptiste and the Mercy. Mercy probably going to be pocketing Red Raider or one of the other DPS. And
so
Nova here.
I don't think I meant to speak this into existence, but Nova doing exactly what I wanted from Jackson.
Yeah, I was about
minutes
to say.
ago. The Sim Bastion TP strat is one of my favorite in the game on any map. I love to see him. I'm a huge Bastion fan. I think he's a super fun character to watch. And they're just giving us the tried and true, the Sigma shield and everything. It's going to be a field day for Winter on that high ground. Already, one elimination comes through immediately. Red Raider taken offline, and this is just a bloodbath in favor of Nova so far. An elimination comes through. Sova Flare down, but I think the damage has been done. I do not think we're getting much for this map.
Punch onto that game, though. The Bastion is relatively uncontested with no tanks or no DPS to even try to stand up against them. And yeah, they commit the resurrection now, so they're not even gonna get much value out of just that one kill. Jackson are in trouble.
Jackson, I'm afraid to say trouble's not even the word. I think they're staring a loss in the face here. This is just some insane over-aggression from Winter. I expect the tank ult to come out. Now, it's been grabbed, but this Bastion ult in particular is so effective at being able to zone out something like a grab. Nobody's able to get close enough. Nobody's able to get through and find the opportunity to strike, but that's just going to be Nova rolling through.
When we said we wanted a Sim Bastion, we meant that for the college that was having trouble breaking into point A, not for the college that had no trouble at all breaking into that point A. But I mean, just the suddenness of the Bastion coming up onto that statue catches both the DPS off guard here. Winter, well, I would say that Winter is coming, but they've already arrived. They're
Winter.
Here.
Yeah, Winter's just, I mean, storming through some phenomenal performance to come through. I love the Bastion. I said it once already, and that's probably the only Bastion we're going to be seeing today, unfortunately. But, you know, I'm glad I even got to see a little bit. That's a fun little treat. Nova, they find themselves up 2-0 on the series. And from every game of Overwatch that I have cast, or every series that I have cast in this week, every single map 3 has been Temple of Anubis. I have not seen another 2CP. So for my own sanity, I hope we do. But for with the way Nova's playing, I think it makes sense that we're probably going to end up on Anubis. That feels like a comfort pick recently for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, we did see the one Anubis map come out on that first series that we casted, but it is going to be a little break from us as we get into that map number 3. We'll see which map. Hopefully we don't get baited again. I'm terrified now of what
well, it's got to be hard. That was kind of like the hardest thing to bait us on, right? And actually, it's Volskaya Industries' next map. But yeah, we're going to throw it to a super tiny break, use this time, get water, do whatever. See you right back here in 1 minute and 11 seconds. Aggressive as they are, they're going to let Jackson overextend a little and then do something like that. Find an elimination with an ultimate early. Baptiste already down. The Ant Matrix is useless. I love Nova's play style here. That insane psychotic over-aggression. They stormed through the Ant Matrix, completely negate any value that it could bring to the table. And now, Navarro, Winter going to go.
They're feeling the pressure now. Only 30 seconds left to make something happen. And Gray is looking. He is hunting for that eat onto the Graviton Surge out from Mike, but doesn't manage to get it.
Raider finally going to be able to find some value, but is that value going to be enough as 2 elimination schemes from Nova? And the pressure is on once again. Winter to be able to take out Paralysis, and this Cassidy, I mean, root, tune, and ready for shoot. As I said, really wrap a nice little bow up on top.
Valkyrie just to keep the Red Raider alive, and the resurrection will be denied. 28.22.
Try to through the Sigma shield and everything. It's going to be a field day. Winter on that high ground already. One elimination comes through immediately. Red Raider taken offline, and this is just a bloodbath in favor of Nova so far. An elimination comes able to zone out something like a grab. Nobody's able to be close enough. Nobody's able to get through and find the opportunity to strike, but is just going to be Nova rolling through.
When we said we wanted a Sim Bastion, we meant that for the college that was having trouble.
What's going on, everybody, and welcome back once again to NJCAAE. I am still Sepulence, joined by Rudy TG, and we are going to be bringing you our third and possibly final map between Northern Virginia Community College, Nova, and Jackson College, JC. It has been a relatively dominant series in favor of Nova so far, but moving into our third and, like I said, possibly final map, Volskaya Industries. Rudy, are there any team compositions you're expecting as we enter the gates here?
Well, from Nova, honestly, I'm expecting some pretty standard stuff. Maybe some Wrecking Ball.
Right.
This is a pretty wide open map, so you might have the possibility of running some hit scan. Maybe you can Symmetra TP to the left side of that first point of Volskaya Industries. That'll be a nice, interesting strategy. That'll also allow you to carry the Reinhardt composition into point B, where it's more powerful. On the side of Jackson, however, they've been running out with some really interesting compositions where it basically seems kind of like they're playing hero roulette. They're just kind of going through all of the different heroes you can pick from this game and running out with compositions that you normally would not pick due to like synergistic differences and stuff like that. And I think that's sort of been kind of their downfall in a way, because it doesn't allow you to really get the most out of some of the compositional some of the compositional like synergies that come from like Pharah Mercy, like running them Pharah without the Mercy, running both main healers at the same time in a rush composition, like kind of stuff like that isn't allowing Jackson to get and then like running Reinhardt Hog, which they did on first map too, and just weird stuff like that. But meanwhile, on the side, Nova's just, they're playing standard composition. Even the Symmetra Bastion composition, like you got the Mercy in order to pocket the Bastion to get the most out of their increased damage capabilities. It's those sort of synergies that really allow for you to get the most out of these heroes. That's what I think that's the main difference that's putting Nova ahead of Jackson just right
Absolutely.
now.
Yeah, I think we're certainly looking at, as I talked about between map 1 and 2, a bit of a compositional difference in just how these teams are performing. Every time we see Nova push in, it is as a full 6 every single time. They're pushing it as a unit, where on the side of Jackson, we're getting, pushes of 3s and 4s and occasionally even 5s. I would just love to see those 6s.
They're getting ready for Overwatch 2. It's
yeah,
just,
they're warming up.
One less player to worry about. Yeah. That PvP developer live stream, they're crossing their fingers that it gets implemented into NJCAAE as soon as possible here. But we are going to be having a short little tech pause. One of the players have something wrong as well. But I mean, Volskaya is one of those weird things where like you can run Reinhardt into main point as well.
Right.
But it's just, I sort of tend to think that teams want to go into that long range hit scan more often than they actually do, which is funny since this is like an FPS game, and I just assume that everybody wants to pick Widowmaker or Ashe all the time, but teams actually like to opt more towards brawly compositions a lot of the times.
Yeah, and I think there's also a possibility we could be seeing that double shield here. I know that Orisa Sigma goes a really long way on the beginning of a map, and on the beginning of this map in particular on that defense. Offense, I would suspect some variety of double bubble. I think Zarya is really involved no matter what. I think we're seeing Ryan Zarya, maybe Winston Zarya, but on the defense, you get to shake things up a little bit more. We could see Orisa Sig, we could see Ryan Orisa, Ryan Sig. People love to kind of swap up those compositions in those shield tank departments, but we can only hypothesize until this tech pause comes to an end. I would only assume somebody's mouse died, somebody's monitor won't turn on, just the basics. And yeah, okay, as I say that, we're actually jumping right back into the swing of things. So there you go. Totally knew that was going to happen. But now going into Volskaya, I'm really eager. I'm excited because I think Jackson has all of the proper pieces to win a matchup against Northern Virginia. But right now, it just feels like I said, it feels like a communication game.
Yeah, and we see once again, actually, well, we'll see if they stick with this composition once the 14 seconds comes up. But you were right, actually, Nova actually going to be opting for that double shield composition, Orisa Sigma, with actually double flex support as well. So they have the Zenyatta there to apply damage boost. Is going to give Winter and FSN a lot of capabilities to be able to just dome down these players with high damage shots. FSN has to come out early, and Jackson is going to come out with their Junkrat Soldier composition, double main support as well. Gonna try to pocket the Junkrat as much as possible. Actually not enough as they go down really early on in that fight.
Going down early in the fight is going to be severely disastrous here. Red Raider has to go for the respawn. Luckily enough, you've got a very mild respawn advantage here, as your team can definitely get back sooner. But with Winter walking around on this, notorious headshot sniper, you think would be worried, but it's actually FSN who's making their first appearance in the series so far. Already able to take 2 down, trying to look for a third. The Ryan taken offline, and all of a sudden, this poor Zarya being caught out in the back line. Red Raider falling once again, and over and over, we're just seeing Jackson. It's the same issue. I've said it a lot, but we're still seeing it here on map 3. They are not pushing it as a full 6, and even when they make it in as 6, they break into groups of 3, and Nova just collapses on them.
Yeah, Nova collapsing in on them. Both the DPS are just free to contest high ground as much as possible. Red Raider's really the only one that can go up there and even try to contest them. But that's a Junkrat going up against 2 hit scans. Not the most favorable matchup in the world. And already Winter is just showing that they have still arrived. They don't need to come anymore.
Winter is all over this, and FSN cleaning up anything that Winter can't. It is just the battle of the DPS right now, and they're doing a phenomenal job. FSN with another 3K down the line. Winter waiting, trying to find a 3K of their own, but they're just going to be a little bit shy. Not too worried, as your team is incredibly dominant so far, and Winter now just going all the way to the spawn door here. They are absolutely shoo-in to find some more elimination.
They're feeling themselves. They're fearless when it comes to this, but it is going to be a swap over from Paralysis. And okay, I'm just trying to understand the compositional changes here. They swapped over to Sigma Zarya as their tank line, and then they have a back line of Mercy Moira. I'm at
this could definitely be an opportunity where these teams, these players are playing to their individual strengths.
Yeah.
We see that a lot in situations like this one where teams aren't quite able to find the momentum working through the meta, so they go to heroes that they're a little bit more comfortable on, and they try to make those work. And there's actually the first sign of life from Jackson here on Volskaya so far. It's unfortunately traded out. Solar Flare is going to be able to find 1. Jackson, though, they're going to lose 2 more. And a push that started very strong for them is immediately going to have a big split. And now FSN on this high ground just completely uncontested. Paralysis swapping once again. All that ult charge down the drain.
Yeah, and you see a very clear game plan from Nova here, as actually Gray is still just going to continue to do work on this Sigma, going to commit the grab, because they don't really feel much pressure coming out. Okay, we do actually have a swap from Mike over to a Wrecking Ball Wrecking Ball, which actually does work synergistically with Sigma a little bit more. It's going to give them a lot of room to be able to push in with this Wrecking Ball and not have to worry about getting support from the rest of your team. So it is going to still have to be on Kodiak and that game though to be able to support the Jake on that Sigma pushing in as well. Mike to be able to make some distractions in the backline as well, but Winter and FSN just have the lead on them. An early window is just going to catch Mike so off guard here.
Yeah, the early window just storming through. FSN already able to find 2, and I think we need a dive comp of some variety here from Jackson if they want to get into Nova's backline like they need to. It is just so apparent that Nova is playing the distance game. They are playing the long-range game, and right now Jackson's composition does not probably address that. If Mike could get into the backline and knock them off the high ground, then we could see Jackson capitalize, but Mike isn't even flanking the way you would often expect a Wrecking Ball to. So right now, Nova, they are really just playing the matchup, and it is working so unbelievably well. Now they need to cap 33% of a single point with 4 minutes to walk away victorious tonight.
0-0.
Nova playing textbook Overwatch here, while Jackson playing ranked here a little bit. I mean, listen, one of the things that you get from Overwatch, as opposed to playing it like just like a solo queue in ranked, is you get the communication from your teammates. You get the possibility to talk with them about, you know, which heroes they could pick to synergize with other heroes. And I'm not seeing too much of that out from Jackson. It just looks like they're picking whatever they feel like to give themselves more of an advantage rather than give their teams more of an advantage. And that's the main difference between these two compositions right now. Jackson going to come out with somewhat of an Orisa composition. We'll see what Mike wants to run. If they pick either Sigma or even something like a Diva, that'll be okay. Or you know what? Roadhog works too. I like this because that's a synergistic pick. Okay, that's fine. Sigma's good too. And then actually Red Raider on the Mei here is also going to work really well because it gives you more brawl. It gives you a chance to split up whatever the composition or whatever Northern Virginia has to come out with here on attack. And Northern Virginia, I'm wondering if they're gonna keep this Monkey Rhine composition, but it looks very divey to me.
Yeah, dive is probably going to be the name of the game. Like I talked about, it's insanely important. On Volskaya in particular, it allows you to get insanely deep into the back line, and FSN bringing out the Doomfist early here. I love the aggression, but yeah, Doom does not win the 1v1 of the Mei unless he lands that first primary punch, going for another opportunity to strike. Trey gonna miss the leap out of the high ground. They've got to go through the wall, but it looks like it's all gonna pay off. Misa go B, Misa rush B rather, able to take Red Raider offline. Bap not far behind. Blink and you miss it. 30 seconds off the clock right now, and it looks like Northern Virginia already has this in the bag. Oh my goodness, yeah, there's one player left. It is not even, excuse me, it is 38 seconds. That is all Nova needed to walk away with a Volskaya win here tonight, giving them 3-0 tonight and putting them 4-0 on the season.
It's an unfortunate ending to a game that I think could have been a lot closer, but Northern Virginia is showing how Overwatch is meant to be played here, which is some great communication, great team compositions. Even this last composition, it kind of works because you do have Moira and the Lucio to be able to rush your Winston Reinhardt onto point. It's really all about point presence at that time, and then obviously have your Winston act as more of an off tank to be able to take individual duels with his jump pack and stuff like that. And then the Doomfist, even though it doesn't catch much value, it still allows for displacement and a lot of CC to come out and just put much more pressure for your Reinhardt to then come in and swing their hammer. So interesting composition there. And that's an example of a composition that's off meta and definitely not traditional in any way, but you can still see like the theory behind it, and you can see how it's supposed to work on paper, even if it doesn't initially.
Yeah, absolutely. There's going to be a bit of a weird kind of back and forth there between the teams, but Jackson, like you said, falls a wee bit short. They absolutely have the pieces for perfection. They just need to go through, watch this back, and like I said, it was that grouping up, that the lack of, rather, that I really think was the nail in the coffin for them. I think if we see that improvement in the future, they can take Nova all the way to a map 5. But for the time being, folks, we're going to throw it to a super short break. We're going to get an interview with somebody from Nova in just a couple of minutes, and we'll be back with that interview soon. Don't go far. Misa go B, Misa rush B rather, able to take Red Raider offline, pass off far behind, flank, and you miss it. 30 seconds on the clock right now. What is going on, everybody? And one more welcome back, at least from the Overwatch division here tonight. Still Septilence and Rudy TG bringing you an interview with none other than the Lucio Warlord known as Misa Rush B. So, Misa, let me ask a very simple question for you to start things off. You are one of very few undefeated teams left here in the NJCAAE. Is there any teams in particular that you are looking forward to continuing this streak against?
Well, I'm not really looking forward to many other teams besides the team that knocked us out of playoffs last year. I think that's the Big Bobcats, and I want to get back at them, and obviously want to defeat the rest of the teams along the way.
Absolutely. So I wanted to ask, a little bit more out of the game, a little more about your name. We talked about this during the break, but Misa Rush B, does B stand for backline? Because it feels like that's where you were for a majority of at least Kings Row. You were in deep on Kings. The B at the end of fight. I mean, it was insane.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite spots to go to. So yeah, I always like going to the enemy's backline, like messing shit up. Yeah.
Yeah, we actually saw a variety of different looks from not just you, but also the rest of your team as well. You guys were playing like the Wrecking Ball, the Rhino Heart. You even had that crazy Reinhardt Winston composition at the very end. Zakira Volskaya. I just wanted to ask your quick opinion about sort of the meta and like what your stance is on like playing these different compositions and what you think is best. Is it just like dependent on the map, or you guys have like a go-to in terms of what you want to play?
For us, it's really dependent on the map. Our coach Camo like brainstorms and decides like what's like the best for each map, and we just experiment and figure out which one feels the best. Because in the meta at the current given moment, like there's not really a set meta besides like maybe ball comp at the highest, but it's like map dependent. Will usually win you like the maps. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, absolutely. And I wanted to ask as well, you don't have to give too much away, but the Bastion Sim thing, was that premeditated or were you just feeling confident enough to bust that out today?
Oh, we love running the Bastion Sim on attack. Like, not to give anything away, but we will always run that on attack.
Oh, I love to hear it.
Not to give anything away, but
I want to give all our secrets away. I must be so mad at me.
Let's get this kid out of here before he ruins his whole team's comments. But Misa, one more question for you before we let you go. Is there anybody you want to give just a general thank you or a shout out to while we've got you here with us?
No, just the organizers and Nova, John, the esports director, and our coach Camo. Give him a shout out as well. He does like his own team at 07, the Discord. So yeah.
Awesome, perfect. Well, Misa, thank you so much for joining us, and tell your whole team, massive congratulations. You guys kicked butt today.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, folks, we're going to throw it to a technical break. I know we've got League of Legends coming up next in just a couple of minutes. That's not me and Rudy anymore. That'll be two other casters. But it was really awesome to be here. Like we mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast, I wasn't supposed to be, so it was really nice getting to see these teams and these players and these opportunities. It's going to be a real exciting rest of season to see what these players are bringing out. We're going to have Rare Adam and Pwn Star Shivy bringing up League of Legends for y'all in just a couple of minutes. So take this time, get some water, do what you got to do, but check your posture, drink some water, don't forget to love each other, and enjoy League of Legends. We'll see you guys next time.
Let it now. Now. Let it now.
And welcome everyone to East Coast Conference Esports action here. League of Legends, of course, brought to you by myself, Adam, as well as Phonestar and Shibby here. And Shibby, super excited to see these two teams at it here. St. Joseph Long Island versus the College of Staten Island Dolphins here. Both these teams looking for their second win of the season.
Yeah, these guys have been kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel. Both of these teams tied for 7th place. One looking to make it in the 6th, the other probably going to unfortunately go into 8th place. But I still think it's going to be a very, very competitive match between both of these teams, right? When you're at that level, when you're at that stage where, you know, you may be on a lose streak, you may be at the bottom of the barrel, you can play like you have nothing to lose, and that's the mentality that I want to see these two teams take, because that is when it gets very, very spicy.
Yeah, and really curious to see how these teams can sort of pull into week 5 here, of course, coming off of couple of games last week, I believe, here. This is round 6 for them. So, you know, sort of trying to separate themselves out, get to the tail end of the season, start to get some momentum going to an extent, and maybe push themselves further as we move towards what could be playoffs, what could be just the end of the season for some of these teams. So, of course, we've got to take a look at what the East Coast Conference has sort of brought us thus far. There's been some really strong teams come out, there's also been some that are faltering behind, not really living up to those expectations. Both of these teams, I don't think there were too many expectations coming in. Do you think that they've met those expectations at this point?
I mean, I guarantee that every single team in this conference is just kind of happy to be there. Don't get me wrong, but I mean, if I'm a group of guys or if I'm a college or anything like that, my group of friends, I want to play to win. I'm playing competitively. I'm going in and I'm trying to give it my best. So maybe they had some sort of expectations. If they didn't meet them, for me, I would be disappointed. You know, I want to get some wins. These guys are both sitting at 1-4 right now, both the Dolphins and the St. Joseph's Long Island team. So, I mean, getting that second dub, you're only, realistically, with a little bit of luck, you can maybe squeak into playoffs here. You know, obviously it's a bit of a miracle, but if I was them, I would hold on to that. I would play my heart out, leave everything out on the rift in this case, and really just look to secure some wins that you should get.
As we get ready to hop into draft here, I believe, between these two teams, we're going to see St. Joseph's Long Island on your blue side for game one. CSI going to be on the red side here, of course. St. Joseph's coming off a little bit of a tough week by the looks of it here. Did face up against the second-seeded and first place right now, New York Tech Cybears, as well as the STU Bobcats there. So unfortunately, just a really rough week 4 for them by the looks of it. On the flip side, the Dolphins were able to get a bye in one of their matchups. So that is sort of, they've had a little bit less practice from last week here. Does that really make a difference at this point? Do you think that coming off of a couple of really tough losses can maybe make St. Joseph Long Island light a fire in them a little bit more, or will CSI be coming in feeling a little bit better with that rest?
I think coming off a bye is just really strong in any sport, right? Because especially in league, when you're preparing or prepping for your team the week after, or preparing for a match, as we get the bands in with Vigar, Pike, I think you're just stronger. It's harder to prep. You don't know what they're gonna pull out unless you're scrimming them or you know recent scrim knowledge. While the flip side, CSI can prep and just, if they really want, they can just copy the strats of the two teams that beat SJL here or SJLI here. So there's so much more advantage if you're the team on the bye. So not to say that SJLI should lose by any means, but CSI should be coming into this feeling very, very confident. And some pretty standard, I would say, bans across the board. Samira did get some new buffs, I believe, this patch, so she's looking a lot stronger. I've been seeing her picked up. I don't know if Renata is enabled for this patch or not. I know it's not an LEC, but the Kane first pick coming out for SJLI.
Yeah, it looks like Toxic Panda wants to take the Darkened Blade into the jungle there. You know, a couple of different options that you can go with that champion. Of course, it gives you a little bit more flexibility. Flip side, just want to point out that none ban there for CSI is Diana, so AP jungle option taken off the table. But looks like both of these teams want to kind of pick up some sort of bruiser already here, unless we get Blue Cane, of course. Volibear hover for a little bit here, but CSI potentially looking down towards that bottom side of the map. Misfortune going to get locked in, and Misfortune has sort of fallen by the wayside a little bit in terms of the meta recently. What are your thoughts on picking up this champion really early?
I still think she's very good. I just think players have kind of gotten bored of playing Misfortune, I would say, a little bit. I still think she's really good into lethality build. I know a lot of people like to go the crit build on her as well, but she's a very easy to execute champion. Not to say that, you know, she's an easy champion to play, but, you know, if you're in a coordinated environment, you're playing on a team, you're playing with the team that you've been playing with for a long time, you can execute those wombo combos really, really fast, and all you really need, which most AD carries do have, is just really good positioning on Misfortune. So I like the champion. I like the pickup. I mean, I want to see her go lethality, especially once I'm seeing Caitlyn, Bard, Kane. Like, these are a lot of champions that won't be building too much armor.
Yeah, the Bard coming through is a little bit of an oddball here. Caitlyn a little bit more standard, but the Bard comes through, and the Wandering Caretaker really looking to move around the map, pick up those chimes, and ditch their ADC. I mean, Roman makes some plays around the map here, but the answer with that Leona there, you've got Misfortune Leona, sort of a tried and true combo. With that Bard taken into the mix, though, this lane could get a little bit funky.
Yeah, well, Caitlyn is one of those lanes that you really want to try to play towards, especially if that's, you know, you want her to be your win condition. You want her to get ahead. You want her to get to that 2 to 3 item spike and just start taking down towers, shooting your team from half a map away, right? And just really laying into your either front line or back line. So if Bard leaves Caitlyn alone here, especially into MF Leona, I don't know how much of a lead she can really get. obviously both supports are going to be looking for roam timings and really looking to roam across the map, but Bard just kind of, I would say, enables that playstyle a little bit more because of the chimes. We're going to get some mid and top lane bans coming out here. Victor, Malphite, Shen, Yone. A lot of these champions, I would say 3 of these champions are probably target bans, and the Victor is just a good general ban to have. As CSI is going to save their mid lane counter pick, it looks like, if they lock in this Rennie.
It looks like the Renekton gets locked in, which does answer the question that we could have asked a little bit there if that Volibear could potentially go into the top lane, but it will be a Volibear jungle here. Flip side, though, Gnar looking to be that option into the Renekton does give you a little bit more agency in laning phase specifically. Renekton known for that really strong laning phase. Gnar kind of avoids that by just having that range, but there always seems to be this power trough, I guess, in a lot of ways. In some of these lanes when Gnar goes mega, it's like Gnar likes being many against the Renekton.
Yeah.
They like to get engaged. What are you making of this lane up here on the top side, especially now that we know what both the junglers are?
Super classic lane matchup, but one thing to note is that Hullbreaker actually got changed for ranged champions, right? So I believe when Gnar goes into mini, his Hullbreaker's not as effective, but when he goes into mega, it actually reverts back, which is a really weird interaction. So he can still be like, he's 50% more effective than ranged champions, but also loses out on a completely dominant Hullbreaker top laner, right? So, yeah, like you said, it's a very back and forth matchup. I think if Rennie can get a good slice and dice into stun, then Gnar is dead. If Gnar can avoid being dived early, right? I think it's always said, I think on a different broadcast, he's like the lowest base HP is mini Gnar in the game, so you can just dive him and he's dead really, really quickly. But Cassiopeia and Zoe in the mid lane, this matchup is really, really cool because everything that Zoe wants to do, Cassiopeia can kind of absorb and almost deal with that pressure, right? Because of the kind of the nature of the champion she is. She's high scaling, high damage. All she really wants to do is farm, while Zoe wants to look to pressure the lane, get the push, and look to roam down or roam up with bubbles and, you know, stolen summoner spells or items.
And I guess with that in mind, we can sort of ask the question about what Kayn form you're expecting out of this game. You know, you see some squishy members in the MF and the Zoe, but you've also got this top side of the map that is a little bit beefier. Warrant going for Red Kayn. What are your thoughts on that, JB?
Yeah, I think Red Kayn here is just a safer move, right? You have Caitlyn, you have Cassiopeia, you even have Gnar if you really are missing out on that damage. But those two champions right there, Caitlyn and Cass, they will do a lot of damage, right? They will shred into your team. They got the percent health with Cassiopeia. They've got the burst with Caitlyn if they go for the Gale Force rapid fire cannon build. So I think going red form here, just setting your team up for success with the knock-up, with the insane amount of healing that Red Kayn gets, and also just being a little bit of a bash brother with Gnar really helps your team out here. Now, if you get insanely fed, you go 6-0, okay, go for Blue Kayn, start one-shotting, try to end the game early, but if you're even or even maybe just a 1-2 kills ahead, I think Red Kayn just infinitely has more value in team fights around dragons and just skirmishes in general.
And I think that when we're looking at these team comps as a whole, there is sort of a power dynamic that's going to happen in this mid game here. Caitlyn, one of those champions, really strong in laning phase, really strong late game. Mid game, she's okay.
Yeah.
You know, she can get there, and I guess especially when we look at this lane, you've got this Caitlyn Bard versus the Misfortune Leona. Misfortune Leona spikes super hard in that mid game, so poor big money Kevin Horton on this bottom side of the map here. What do we really need to get in this laning phase to push the field?
I think you just have Kayn try to play around bot lane, right? Hover for ganks, cover dives, do what you can, and just give your Caitlyn a safety net in that sense, and just let her create the CS lead through her natural pushing power, through her natural range advantage that she has over a lot of these champions. And like you said, Leona MF spikes super hard early, and the way NJCAAE navigates team fights is going to be crucial. The moment they funnel into Dragon, the moment they funnel into any of these team fights, they have a Leona, a Zoe bubble, a Volibear coming from the top, and then you also have MF in the right position at the right timing, just shred through your team. So a lot of terrain control on CSI's side. I think NJCAAE have to be very, very careful where they move and how they move around the map, because one or two mistakes and they can just easily lose to this, I would say, 5v5 team fight composition that CSI has drafted themselves.
It can be challenging for them to sort of weather the storm in a lot of ways, but JB, my favorite question as a play-by-play to ask my color casters is probably your least favorite question in its own right. I have to ask you just for the straight-up prediction, who do you think is going to be taking game one of this series?
Oh, CSI 100%. no hesitation here. I like their team comp. Like I said, I'm a super big fan of easy to execute team comps, especially when you're one of the teams that is on the lower end, right, of the bracket. You want to play easy to execute composition. You want to get the easy dubs. You want to dumb down, in the sense, dumb down the compositions and just rely on your execution, rely on your teamwork, and really just, keep it simple, in my opinion, right? SJLI, a super hard team comp to navigate. The Cassiopeia, the Caitlyn, really position heavy, not mobile champions, especially when you're going into things like the Zoe, the Volibear, the Renekton, people that can either catch you out with a bubble or even Leona just dive you outright if you're one step out of position. And I would say those are the problems that you start to see with these lower ranked teams, right? Micro mistakes, you're out of position, you step too far forward, you step too far out, boom, you get Zenith Blade or Solar Flare and you're just dead.
So we'll have to find out if CSI will be able to solve their crime scene investigation and make sure that their dive comp works for them, or if St. Joseph's Long Island will be able to fly away with their heavy scaling composition. But we're back. We will have Game 1 on the Rift for you from this East Coast Conference matchup. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Esports U. And welcome back, everyone, to more East Coast Conference League of Legends action here for Adam alongside Ponstar and Shibby here as we get onto the Rift with St. Joseph's Long Island versus College of Staten Island here with our first game of the day. Took a little bit longer than expected, had a Riot Games moment there, but seems like we're onto the Rift without too many hitches here, apart from the fact spectator client. Look at the right side. Look at the alignment doesn't work, Shivy.
It's okay, it's okay. Well, just imagine. Close your eyes and just imagine that the right side is aligned as a pause coming in.
Oh no!
Beautiful, beautiful. Let's just take note of all the champions that are on each side, right? We got the Gnar, we got the Kayn, the Cassiopeia, the Caitlyn, and the Bard on the blue side, and on the red side we've got Renekton, Volibear, Zoe, MF, and Leona. And for everybody that's tuning in right now, you know, we talked about it a little bit in the draft, right? But I really think that CSI's comp is just super, super easy to execute. I think, you know, it's way more punishing if, you know, blue side's team comp kind of steps out of line, especially if you're an immobile champion like Cassiopeia or Caitlyn, who only has the 50 caliber or 40 caliber net, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, I think SLI is poised to take the early game. Now, how do they transition those leads, right? Because like I said, when we get to these teams that are lower in the bracket, you know, maybe only picked up a win or two, one of the main things you see, or one of the main problems you see, is sometimes these guys will get leads, they won't know how to transition it. They won't know what to do. Like, they'll just, okay, we fight here, oh, we're really far ahead. We'll just keep taking every fight, and eventually they'll take a couple of bad fights, and the enemy team comes back in and kind of comes back from like a 4,000 or 5,000 gold deficit. The higher you go, obviously, the cleaner the games get. So I really want to see, you know, CSI, if they get a lead in the early game, snowball it. Do it effectively. Don't overreach, and really just play methodical, because when you have that lead, especially on a team comp like this, it's really easy to choke SJLI out of the game, rather than trying to force something to happen every single, you know, half a minute.
And one thing I want to point out here, Shibby, just looking at the runes here, Kayn taking the Conqueror, does that really give away what form he's opting to go for here, or do you still think it kind of leaves the door open?
I think it can leave the door open, right? Conqueror, it's good on both forms. Obviously, I think it's a little better on the red form just because it gives you that more survivability. But even with blue form, if you're going Dustblade of Drakthar or Eclipse or that crazy one-shot build, Conqueror isn't bad, because then you'll be able to heal up. Maybe you'll be able to re-enter fights, or even being able to do more damage than just being a one-shot champion, as Leona leashing the blue buff a little bit. I don't know if that's like a high 10,000 IQ moves where, you know, Big Money Kev and Hordon are going to be like, oh yeah, they leashed bot because Leona has no mana, or she just didn't realize that there was no leash happening, or no jungler start. Either way, really good play from the red team here.
Yeah, it could be Just interesting to maybe burn a little bit of the mana, burn a little bit of health just to make it seem like they went for the leash. It is a fake leash after all, but Renekton coming back to this lane really late, it seems. I'm not sure what happened up their top side, but should give Hyoya a really safe way to get to level 2 there in this lane. Not that it really means too much. It is Mininar, and as we said, Mininar stats, they're not great. But looking at this bottom lane rune choice here, we see the Guardian taken on the Bard here. It's an interesting option because it generally means that they are not going to be in lane very much with this, or it means that they're going to be in lane more, with the Caitlyn than usual, which isn't necessarily how Bards want to play. What are your thoughts on Guardian here specifically?
Yeah, if you're going Guardian, right, you might as well just go for a more standard support or a more standard enchanter. Even then, Aerie is probably a better choice. I just think Guardian is probably the best de facto or default rune for Bard, right? As actually Leona going in on the Bard.
Yeah, lots of damage down onto the Bard. They're flashing forward. They're going aggressive. The exhaust comes down, not able to get to the shrine in time, as it's going to be first blood picked up by Ajuni in the bottom side of the map. Big money Kev forced to flash out of there, but a second Zenith Blade going to land. Going to be the stun followed up, and a double kill picked up for the Misfortune. No summoners left in this bottom lane, but also no members of the side of St. Joseph's Long Island, as mid lane here, Toxic Panda looking for a little bit of action. Aspect of Orion here, going to be able to land the Sleepy Trouble Bubble. Barbs does a good job of blocking that one up, so a little bit of a scary situation in the mid lane there, but CSI take an early gold lead in that ball.
Yeah, and that's just Bard not respecting Leona, right? They were zoning out. They did the right thing in the early game. Zone them out, zone them off. CS Bard plays super far forward with your Caitlyn. When you hit level 2 early, you'll spike and you'll be able to bully them. The moment Leona hit level 2, Bard walked up and ate a whole bunch of damage. Like you said, these are one of those lanes that spike super early, super hard, super early, especially with Leona passive plus Misfortune passive just adds that extra tick of damage, right? With the unique, when you're hitting a unique champion and you're also sparking that solar flare, or sorry, the Leona passive that gives you the extra sunlight damage. So a lot of burst coming out from this bot lane. I don't think that happens again from SJLI. I think they've learned their lesson, as Aspect of Orion is just laying in to a Barbs here. Yeah, that's hopefully that's a one and done kind of mistake.
Yeah, hopefully that doesn't happen too often in this lane. And of course, with the press, the attack taken on Ajui here means that they're very likely going for this more crit-centric build potentially, but healed shields or CC here on this Renekton. Gonna have to be a little bit careful. Seems to have gotten enough distance away from Hyoya there to make sure that they are safe. But overall, early on into this game, 1,400 gold lead for the side of CSI. A lot of that is from that bot lane double kill, but look at the CS in the mid lane as well. This Zoe feeling very comfortable already up 15 CS.
Yeah, Zoe's just doing Zoe things, right? Getting lane priority, shoving the lane in, using Q super aggressively. Cassiopeia kind of, like we said, has to weather the storm as a pause comes in, as 2 members, I believe, disconnected on the side of CSI. Oh, 3 members. Can we get a 4th and a 5th? Okay, never mind. 3 members from the CSI college unfortunately have disconnected, but yeah. Like I said, Zoe's going to get that lane prio. She's going to use Bubble and Paddle Star super aggressively to get herself ahead in the lane. And yeah, Cassiopeia is not at the point where she can deal with that yet, right? She's on starting items, fairly weak, right? She needs the tier. She needs maybe a lost chapter in there before she can really start shoving back and really maybe even trading back effectively onto the Zoe, specifically because of just the items that Zoe gets, right? I think on that gank we saw she picked up a locket. So, I mean, all the damage that gets put on from Kane and Cassiopeia just gets negated immediately.
Yeah, we're going to wait for an update from production in regards to what is happening, but as of right now, yeah, you can see that mid lane, it's 18 AP, I think, that you've got on the Cassiopeia just because of your runes there, so not really a whole lot you can do. Right now, you hope that you're able to sort of clean up the farm a little bit, but starting that tier means that you don't even have any sort of mana sustain as the lane goes on, so that's the situation that they're in. But it seems like we should be able to get out of that pause shortly and be back into game, so be able to see what more this bot lane can offer. Just wanted to point out as well, on the side of SJLI, lots of Conquerors taken, not only on that Kane, but on the Gnar as well as the Cassiopeia. Cassiopeia makes sense. The Gnar, I've seen different options. You see graphs. Sometimes you see, press the attack, although I don't want to talk about that because that's a... But regardless, it's a lot of Conquerors, a lot of healing that are going to be available on the side of St. Joseph's Long Island as we are heading back into game here.
Yeah,
where we left off.
I think actually, yeah. Oh, on my screen, actually, Nar has taken grass here.
I swear I saw Conquer. Maybe I'm imagining things.
Or maybe spectators bugging out. You know, we've already seen it happen.
Yeah, I guess it is grass.
Yeah, but PTAs on the side of CSI, right? For Renekton and Volibear here, probably their best rune choices. Yeah, it's like I said, Conqueror is one of those like default runes that you can almost go on a lot of champions. It's never bad necessarily, right? Sometimes it cannot be the most optimal as the Bard Q comes in, portal.
Yeah, Bard looking for some damage onto Ajui here, but safe enough on that Misfortune with the strut to be able to get out of there. The Caitlyn's finally starting to actually pick up some of the farm that they missed in that early game. Actually has a little bit of a CS lead here. Granted, the wave is pushing back in to Ajui and Ali here. But I think that this early game from the Misfortune has gone way better than expected, especially into a Caitlyn.
Oh yeah, I'll gladly be down 10 CS against the Caitlyn. That's better than expected from most AD carries. Renekton's just gonna jump onto him. Wow. Dominus.
Yeah, drops the Dominus as goes mini at probably the worst time possible. Long range bubble not going to be able to land onto Bard as they go through the magical journey. Stolen heal just going to be used by Aspect of Orion to keep that one safe, but plenty of members on this bottom side of the map and no action. Right.
Yeah, well, it's just the nature of CSI's composition, right? Leona misses Zenith Blade, she's not in position. Bubble goes wide. Volibear's not level 6 yet, so you can't just like slam jam, turn the turret off, but they have priority on this dragon. Renekton, yeah, bursted out Gnar here. Gnar burned the TP, so now Renekton should be able to walk down. They're gonna get an early Cloud Dragon here, and that's probably the best single dragon you can get. Not for the sense of stats-wise, but because then you could guarantee an even better soul.
Exactly. A lot of the reason, as that was a little bit touch and go there as Heal Shields and CC takes a decent chunk of damage. Yeah, the reason why you like seeing single Cloud Soul is one, movement speed is nice just whenever you have it, and two, you don't get a Cloud Soul, which is probably the best thing that you could ask for from either of these teams. But we're going to get the no icon showing up here, as it will be Hextech Dragon next up on the menu for this game. So seems like we're going to get the strong old souls, so to speak, there with Infernal Mountain and Ocean as possibilities. But really good early pickup here for CSI as they continue to hold this 1600 gold.
Yeah, and with Rennie so dominant into the top lane matchup right now, 45-40 FCS, but he's just been able to get the better of this Gnar. I expect an early Rift Herald, in this case, an on-time Rift Herald from Volibear here, right? Zoe's been getting the push and priority. Renekton's been getting the push and priority here. He's instead just going to invade onto Toxic Pandas. He's level 6 here.
Yeah.
Don't do it. Come on. Just give it up. That's not your start of the jungle anymore. Oh, he listened. He listened.
Oh, wait, he disconnected. What's going on?
That's fine. That's fine. He's out of that side of the jungle. It's not his anymore. They recognize that. I don't think there's any more pauses. It's just a jump.
Oh, yeah. Karu's going to be able to go aggressive onto Kyoya here. No flash for the Gnar as Heal Shields or CC comes in with the Dominus. Is able to deal a whole bunch of damage. And now the pause comes through. Interesting timing on that one, but
I would have loved
there's another kill picked up here by the Renekton. So Renekton able to finally get on the board. Kind of ironic that the Renekton is playing healed shields or CC when they don't have heals. They hate shields because they cut through it. Yeah. They do have crowd control, but it's like single target, one person. That's all you get. Interesting sort of coincidence there.
I was hoping we got the pause before the Gnar jump. Maybe you could reset that one. But just missed that, unfortunately, just by a little bit. Pays with his life. And yeah, just unfortunate disconnects coming from both sides, SJLI and CSI here. But yeah, I mean, that's a fine play from Volibear when you have that priority in the lanes. This is something that you guys can repeat in solo queue, so definitely do that. If you guys have priority in your lanes, if you see them push it, just walk into the enemy jungle. Beat them up. Like, that's your job, right? I mean, you can do that, especially on a Kayn who doesn't have any transformation up yet, right? No blue, no red, super weak, and you're playing somebody like Volibear who, when they're level 6, just gets an enormous amount of stats when he ultimates. So, yeah, I think not necessarily the play I would have gone for in this kind of structured setting, but even hey, it worked out for them. They got a Gnar for their troubles and the top side of STLI's jungle.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing is they were able to play the mind game to make the Kayn disconnect. They're like, you know what, Kayn, you don't want to be in this side of the jungle. It's like, yeah, understandable. Toxic Pandas just heads out leaves the jungle completely there, walks all the way back to base. Of course, we're going to be able to find out what is going on with that and hopefully get back into the action shortly. But looks like they keep DCing. We're going to see if we can get that stabilized as soon as possible. But thus far, CSI, coming off of that bye week, sort of fitting the prototype that you were talking about there, saying we had a little bit of extra time to prep for this team, and we're coming in with guns ablazing.
Yeah, I mean, also you have more time to work on yourselves, right, on a bye week, right? You can scrim more, you can work through other problems, right, maybe that you saw last week, because if you have that bye week, you essentially have, 2 weeks to fix your problem instead of the normal one, so that definitely helps, right? And it looks like CSI is playing, maybe how they'd like to, or up to the level that they'd like to, right? Easier composition, play lanes, play 2 solo lanes that are super dominant, just play an easy to execute composition. Volibear, not the hardest champion to execute on. If you want to dive, you have a button there ready to dive, right? It's the R button. You can just go and turn off a turret. And it they're a little bit more forgiving of champions, right? Especially Volibear, Leona, right? You miss a Zenith, it's okay. Like, you can just kind of walk back, relax. You don't have to worry too much about it. MF, you can kind of farm still effectively, even into a Caitlyn lane. So, yeah, CSI's composition, playing it very, very well, but if they don't accelerate the game to a faster point, Caitlyn and Cass will scale, and they will shred through your team. So that's the one thing to note. Cassiopeia has been doing pretty well in this lane. She hasn't died or anything like that, and I think she is picking up farm pretty nicely under the turret.
It's effectively, as it stands, just going kind of according to plan to both of these sides here, apart from those deaths on the bottom side of the map. But of course, we're going to try and get ourselves back into game here. That's the most important thing. We're going to be taking a quick break, and when we're back, we'll hopefully be back on the Rift with more action between St. Joseph Long Island and College of Staten Island. Don't go anywhere. More East Coast Conference action. We did it! We're back! We made it back in! Finally, we're able to get everyone reconnected. Oh boy. Welcome back, everyone, to East Coast Conference action here. We're Adam alongside Phone Star and Jimmy. Hope you didn't miss us too much here, because we didn't miss a whole lot of this game. They were paused for a really long time. They almost maxed out on it, but alas, here we are. We are into game with absolutely no changes from when we last saw it.
You know what I thought you were gonna say, Adam? I was like, I hope you didn't miss us too much because we didn't miss you at all. That's what I thought you were gonna. I was like, man, wow,
I'm not that BM, okay?
I was like, oh my god, as the Rift Herald's coming in, they could just dive this. No, bro, you can't stay. You just gotta leave. Just get out of there. Yeah. Good job. Yeah. No, you can't. Yeah. Rift Herald's gonna get the charge in. Gonna pick the gold. Oh, and we're actually playing it out. If you guys are tuning in, Toxic Panda's actually DC'd after he saw the volley bear inside of his jungle, and it's just like, you know what? I don't want to play the game anymore. Top side's yours. Yeah. Bottom side's yours. You can actually have all 12 camps on the map. I don't care anymore. So, unfortunately, he did DC, but NJCAAE, being the troopers that they are, willing to play it out. Just to note, Toxic Pandas is having connection. He's having constant reconnect, disconnects. So, I know you're excited, Adam, but I'm not hopeful. I'll see it when I believe it. Oh,
he's moving! He's doing it! He bought items! Let's go!
Yeah, but he's going to his top side of his jungle. That stuff's going to be gone.
Yeah,
come on.
That's... I mean, you just came out of their Toxic Pandas. I don't know if you remember what happened. But regardless, as it stands right now, yes, gold lead going very much in CSI's favor here. But over the wall comes Tally here with the ultimate. There comes a Stormbringer as well to turn off the towers. Aspect of Orion going to be able to get on the board with their first kill of the game. And for a little bit in the middle there, we were talking about how, you know, the gold lead isn't too unbearable in the mid lane, but here comes a level 5 Kayn into the mid lane and gonna go Drowsy here. Sleepy Trouble Bubble gonna land. Toxic Panda's taking a lot of damage. Aspect of Orion gonna get executed. A CSI, they give up their first death of the game on the bottom side here, but it is 2 members dead as the Rift claims a victim as well as Harden on that bottom side of the map there. Finally able to find a decent roam as on that top side. Dominus popped. Kyoya gonna be able to hop out of there.
I like how just like as soon as Rennie pops Dominus, I was just like, yeah, I'm out of here, man. Like you be you, man. I hate this. He doesn't have Mega Gnar as in mini form. He's gonna get dived here. Actually, that is so much damage.
Oh, yeah, so much damage from heals, shields, or CC. They're gonna be able to pick up that solo kill as well as first tower of the game. So while we do have all 10 members on the Rift here. Okay, wow, that was a lot closer than I thought. The first structure has fallen as College of Staten Island going to be able to pick that one up and sitting at a very comfortable 4,500 gold lead.
Yeah, that was a fat 610 gold going into Renekton's pocket there. I mean, he's going to come back with, I'm assuming, a fully completed Gore Drinker and then some. Nars is going to have a bad time. Unfortunate. That's kind of what happens when your jungler is not in the game. You just get bullied out as...
Vitaly gonna have to be careful. Gets out of there by hopping over the wall here. Toxic Pandas still hasn't decided on that form yet. Granted, they haven't really been connected to this game for a whole lot of the time either, so looking to just farm up for the time being. But second dragon is up and available. Hextech Dragon, as we were talking about, even though the icons show that it's Cloud Dragon, so even the game is confused as to how we ended up in this situation. But looks like that dragon will be started up with Volibear coming through in the area. Keiru, level 8. Has that upgraded smite. Of note, Toxic Panda has not upgraded that smite yet, so this isn't really much of a contest.
Yeah, there's no way he tries to steal it, right? If he steals it this 450, he's the best jungler.
Yeah, not even close. Yeah, as the Zenith Blade actually going to go over the wall. Vitaly very deep in there, not a whole lot of support. We'll just take out the zombie ward and retreat to the rest of their team. So, Mountain Rift going to be available as CSI. They don't mind this. This is really going to help them with their front line.
Yeah, Leona loves the extra resistances, especially when she pops her W. Volibear, Renekton, both of these guys diving into your backline. They're going to love just the individual mountain dragons, as well as just the mountain soul that they should most likely pick up, given, you know, any steals. But Toxic Pandas is down here. Volibear is also down here for the counter.
Yeah, they're looking for a little bit of a 3v3 here. Keiru 6 going to be doing big damage to Toxic Pandas. Stormbringer just a little bit late as the bullet time over the wall doesn't dish out quite enough damage. Gonna be everyone able to stay alive. A couple of summoners burned. There's Vitaly still looking to go a little bit deeper there. The Paddle Star missing, as well as that exhaust burned. I think that was a stolen exhaust though, so ends up just being a couple of summoners traded once again.
Yeah, that was a very ambitious MF ultimate, right? Half of it going through the canyon or the little mountain on the bot side there. I guess they were expecting blue team to kind of like take the bait. I think they just realized where MF was. Really good ultimate from Caitlyn, though, at the beginning of that to just chunk MF out and not let her enter this fight. Caitlyn, this lane isn't going to get the first tower, but all those plates are, I think they did get most of them other than the last one, but getting that tower, they're doing what they're supposed to do in this lane. 115 CS to 89. Yes, MF comes back with the Eclipse, but I think on this back, Caitlyn should have Gale Force here, so they'll be evened up on the mythic items for both of them. Really good after that, double kill that happened in the bot lane. I feel like SJLI's bot lane just kind of stabilized and, just toned it down a little bit and were able to play. As I believe she's just waiting on an item, right? She's waiting for gold.
Yeah, or she DC'd, and then we're going to have another pause, and everything's going to go to crap. But, yes, I believe you there in saying that it's most likely the mythic finished as Barbs is dead. There's going to be a great Tempered Fate onto 2 members, though Toxic Panda looking to maybe continue this fight, going to use that Umbral Trespass into Vitaly there, but very tanky with that W still available. A double kill picked up by Aspect of Orion. The exhaust is coming down. They're still trying to chase onto it, but the Gnar is sleepy, going to take a big chunk, 60% of their health from a Paddle Star. Here comes more damage as Aspect of Orion trying to chase this one down, able to pick up a 3rd kill, a 4th kill of this fight. Double for the Zoe here. Toil and Trouble gonna be able to pick themselves up their 5th kill of the game, and CSI coming off the board with a big fight win in that mid lane.
Like you said, Orion going to in and out, getting the double, animal style for himself. 5-1 on this Zoe. She's gonna hit like a Mack truck, and now they're gonna go for this Rift Herald, the 2nd one of the game. CSI is just gonna pick this up. It's about a 6,000 gold lead at 15 minutes. This game is pretty game, set, match, I would say. It's gonna take a monumental throw from CSI to really just, not be able to close this game out, which might happen given the record of both of these teams.
And with a 6,000 gold lead now for the side of College of Staten Island, and this Zoe being at 5-1, she's fed. She is very strong, and she is looking to make plays. That was a stolen flash used to move forward, trying to pick out Barbs. But of note, I have learned something new today, and that is that Americans have an equivalent of a double-double. In Canada, yes, I am Canadian, we call, basically the most famous coffee a double-double is supportal combat here. Actually, Solar Flare going to come down onto Hordan as well. Don't think they have the magical journey quite yet. They will use it, but will dodge away from that bubble. A lot of skirmishing around. Oh my goodness, the Bard taking a big chunk of damage here. Never mind, Toxic Pandas might be going down to the grave, taking a whole chunk as well. As Aspect of Orion able to find another Sleepy Trouble bubble here. Really good Tempered Fate, though. Gonna keep Hordan alive, but it will be Aspect of Orion picking up their 6th kill of the game here. I'm just trying to talk about coffee, and instead we're just gonna see more kills going down. Shutdown picked up by this Cassiopeia onto the Zoe, but it is traded back as Ajui able to pick up their 3rd kill of the game. Now Keru forced to run for the hills. Ajui now flashing forward, looking aggressive. Big money Kev gonna try and get that money and get out, but will just walk away as it ends up being a 2-for-1 trade. But the shutdown going over to the Cassiopeia means that in the end, SJLI are pretty happy with that trade.
Yeah, Cass getting that fat paycheck in her pocket. Finishes the Archangel staff there. Gonna go for the Mythic 2nd. And that's the one thing about Cass, right? She doesn't have to build boots, so she just scales so much harder than this Zoe, right? She's gonna build another essentially heavy AP item. Probably gonna go for, I would suspect, the Void Staff, Shadow Flame, maybe you could potentially go, Zhonya's, Rabadon's. The 6-item build from Cassiopeia can be devastating, and she actually played that team fight pretty well. Got a 3-man Petrifying Gaze, it looked like, after Bard hit that really nice, like you said, Yona's just gonna solo this guy out.
Here as Vitaly going into a 1v3, but looks like they might be able to get the solo kill onto the Kayn, excuse me, but will be able to get that heal from the Umbral Trespass. Of note, that is Red Kayn that has come through. Heal Shielder CC moving forward, though, has teleported into that fight as they are going to get stunned up against that wall, but the Sleepy Trouble bubble coming down, and Kyoya almost taken down as well. Taken down to about 400 health as 3rd Dragon on the map, and 3rd Dragon should be secured up here by College of Staten Island. Oh my good, that was
an early smite. That was a Bard Q coming in. That was close. That Dragon secured nonetheless. Mountain Soul going to be on the menu in about 4.5 minutes. So a 23-minute Mountain Soul. Pretty early one. Early Dragon Soul for this game. Really good from CSI to accelerate the pace of the game here. And honestly, they're playing this composition, I would say, not perfectly, but damn near perfect, right? I mean, fighting in corridors, getting the long-range bubbles, Aspect of Orion just bursting people out. All the right people on CSI are fed, right? The Zoe, the Renekton, the Misfortune, all the people that you need to do damage will do damage, and they're not really giving SJLI any chance to come back into this game.
Yeah, the comeback mechanics that are in this game can only do something if you are able to find kills. As the stun goes down onto Barbs, who's going to pick up the kill? It's going to be the Zoe once again, as I thought Vitaly might have a little bit of fun with us here, but Aspect of Orion here just so fat as Vitaly now. Making a decent chunk of damage here. Oh my goodness, from all the way at the river. Gonna be able to pick up another kill for themselves as Aspect of Orion here with these Paddle Stars is just playing ping pong with everyone on the member of SJLI. Had a little bit too much fun on the beach there, but Kyoya will be able to walk the right way. The Yordle is able to stay alive.
No!
Oh, never mind. Aspect of Orion comes out from the fog of war, and you are going to take a long nap there, Gnar. Oh, my goodness. This Zoe is...
That is scary. That is the scariest thing. A 9-2 Zoe just coming out the fog of war, hit you with the bubble. That wasn't even like a long-range battle star. That was like one of the shortest battle stars I saw, and just absolutely bursted out Gnar here. They're going to go for the 20-minute Baron. Might as well. You can definitely do it here. Even with MF in the bot lane, you still have so much damage. You can tank it all you want. Maybe it'll take a little longer, but does MF die here?
Yeah, Ajuri got to be careful. Make It Rain going to come down and try and slow this one up. But Toxic Pandas is on the hunt here. Will they be able to find the damage? Yes, Ajuri is most likely going to fall. Is going to be picked up by the Kayn, but at what cost? It seems to be the Purple Worm that will go to the Dolphins here.
Yeah, if I was SJLI here, I would have gave that over to Barbs. That is like your win condition right now, right? No, seriously, that's your win condition, right? If anything sneaks up, it's gonna be this Cassiopeia picking up a kill, picking up some extra gold here. Don't know if Kayn really needed it. Gore Drinker, Red Kayn, I know you're far behind, I know you DC'd, but yeah, definitely try to give that over to your mid lane or even the Caitlyn if they're around, because those two can definitely do some damage if CSI play these fights like really, really bad. But it's a 10,000 gold lead at 20 minutes. This game one should 95% confidence interval go to CSI.
Yes, but of course, we also had a 95% confidence interval. I want to say a 99.9% confidence interval that we wouldn't have a 25-minute pause.
Oh, yeah.
And yet here we are. So there are ways back into this game, of course. Bounties going to be available for SGLI, but at this point, you can look at the top laner, Kyoya, down 2 levels to this Renekton. Great soul approach. Bullet time comes across, and there goes the Bard. There goes the Caitlyn, evaporated into the ether. There is 2 kills picked up by CSI, and they look to continue this push with the Baroned up minions. Vitaly gonna move forward with that Zenith Blade once again. Really good petrifying gaze, but it does not matter. Ajui pops the bubble, and it just obliterates that Cassiopeia. Gonna be turned into boots after that one, but 3 kills to nothing as the push on 2 fronts continues.
Another one!
This has to be a point-and-click skill in this zone. Yeah, that's an ace.
Guys, I didn't have my glasses on. Where does health bar go? Hello? Someone explain to me what just happened to that guy's health bar.
Zoe Gaming is what has happened at this game. Is Renekton moving forward aggressively here. They're able to find the double stun, but once again, another sleep coming through from Aspect of Orion. They might actually push to end the game here with the very funny score line here of 4 kills to 20 here. 22.5 minutes into this game, they've already taken down 1 tower. They're looking to push for more. Heal, Shield, and CC gonna try and move forward to pick up more. Tower is off with the Stormbringer, as it's going to be the Cassiopeia picked up as well. Second Nexus Tower goes down, and College of Staten Island are gonna be able to take down the side of St. Joseph's Long Island in the longest 23-minute game I think we have ever seen in our lives. Good game to CSI.
Yeah, really good, really well played for them. A game they should have won, especially with SLI's pauses coming in and disconnects from Toxic Pandas here. I'm gonna put an asterisk next to that game a little bit. I mean, don't get me wrong, Orion definitely played well. I don't know if that Zoe gets banned out again, though. it's just really weird to measure the strength of this game because of everything that happened. Yeah, Orion was hitting an insane amount of bubbles. I think he hit like 6 in a row on Zoe. So, like you said, it was a point-and-click ability for that, for her. Maybe it gets banned out. This is one of those games, if you're SJLI, you don't look at it and go, what could we have done here? It's just the internet gap, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was a good old difference in the spectrum, so to speak. But I think a lot of what happened is they just sort of kept playing around this mid lane, and the Zoe was able to thrive in that chaos, being able to pick up so many kills. We said, picking up the double kill and then the double kill right after that, effectively just giving an injection of 2,000 gold. That's not what you want to give to any champion in the game, let alone a carry. So come this game too, what is sort of the strategy for St. Joseph's to be able to sort of get back up on their feet here and potentially push this to game 3?
I think you definitely pick a more proactive jungler. Because what Toxic Pandas did well when he was connected to the game, especially on a champion like Kayn, early game Kayn, he was blowing flashes and getting solid ganks off, right? He blew Zoe's flash early. I believe he ganked Renekton top, relieved a lot of pressure there. Came down bot, I think, blew a flash or was there to cover a gank. So he definitely has the right instincts and definitely has the right understanding of the jungle role. I think putting on a more proactive champion, putting on something, that is better early on, maybe a Jarvan, a Zinzao, although Zinzao got nerfed a little bit. I would say just some of those junglers instead of this kind of Kayn pick that takes a while to scale up or takes a while to kind of come online if you're not already getting kills and setups from your other laners, which you didn't really have, right? You had a Cass in the mid lane, a Gnar in the top lane. Like, really the only hard CC you have is that Bard in the bot lane, especially when they hit level 6. So I would say just dumb down the compositions a little bit and play towards your strengths. I think Toxic Pandas did really well in that early game. It was way more proactive than Volibear.
Yeah, so we'll have to see if they're able to adapt, improvise, and overcome. Because, that bear was a little bit too much to handle. But as we head to a break here, we're going to have game 2 between St. Joseph's Long Island versus College of Staten Island after this break. Don't go anywhere. You're watching more East Coast Conference action. They're flashing forward. They're going aggressive. The exhaust comes down, not able to get to the shrine in time as it's going to be first blood picked up by Adrui in the bottom side of the map. Big money Kev forced to flash out of there, but a second Zenith Blade going to land. Going to be the stun followed up and a double kill picked up for the Miss Sport.
Then you could guarantee an even better goal.
Exactly. A lot of the reason, as that was a little bit touch and go there as Heal Shields and CC takes a decent chunk of damage. But regardless, as it stands right now, yes, gold lead going very much in CSI's favor here, but over the wall comes Tally here with the ultimate. There comes, I believe you there in saying that it's most likely the Mythic finished as Barbs is dead. There's going to be a great Tempered Fate onto 2 members, though Toxic Panda looking to maybe continue this fight, going to use that Umbral Trespass into Vitaly there, but very tanky with that W still available. A double kill picked up by Aspect of Orion. The exhaust is coming down. They're still trying to chase onto it, but the Gnar is sleepy, going to take a big chunk, 60% of their health from a paddle star. Here comes more damage as Aspect of Orion trying to chase this one down, able to pick up a 3rd kill, a 4th kill of this fight. Double. This game can only do something if you are able to find kills as the stun goes down onto Barbs. Who's going to pick up the kill? It's going to be the Zoe once again, as I thought Vitaly might have a little bit of fun with us here, but Aspect of Orion here just so fat as Vitaly now. Making a decent chunk of damage here. Oh my goodness, is on the hunt here. Will they be able to find the damage? Yes, Ajui is most likely going to fall. Is going to be picked up by the Kayn, but at what cost? It seems to be the purple worm. That Cassiopeia going to be turned into boots after that one, but 3 kills to nothing as the push on 2 fronts continues.
Another one!
This has to be a point-and-click skill in this zone. Yeah, that's an ace.
Guys, I didn't have my glasses on.
Renekton moving forward aggressively here. They're able to find the double stun, but once again, another sleep coming through from Aspect of Orion. They might actually push to end the game here with the very funny score line here of 4 kills to 20 here. 22.5 minutes into this game. They've already taken down 1 tower. They're looking to push for more. Heal, Shield, and CC gonna try and move forward and pick up more. Tower is off with the Stormbringer, as it's going to be the Cassiopeia picked up as well. Second Nexus Tower goes down, and College of Staten Island are gonna be And welcome back, everyone, to more East Coast Conference action here between St. Joseph's Long Island versus College of Staten Island. Oh, but almost messed that one up. But we're out of alongside Pone Star Shivy here with Game 2 draft just around the corner here. And Game 1, College of Staten Island, they played really, really well.
They played as if it was a 4v5. And that's all I'm going to say to that one. As we're into picking bans, getting in. Zoe actually taken off the board. Aspect Orion not getting that one. Leona and Samira taken out as well. So 2 bans, the reaction bans, or the reaction bans, I like to say, on the side of SJLI here. And Diana, Hackrim, and Tristana standard bans from CSI. Misfortune being rotated first pick for the B1 here. And then that's a Warwick and an Alistar from SJLI on the side. Now, that's not necessarily the most proactive jungler in the early game, but definitely a lot better than Kane as Pyke and Trundle come out for CSI.
Yeah, you can see the Trundle going to be trying to negate some of that tankiness, the front line that you get with this Warwick and this Alistar. Of course, Alistar just able to get that damage reduction means that Trundle can't quite steal those tanky stats per se, but the Pyke coming through really interesting as a sort of second choice to what we saw out of the Leona in Game 1. So Vitaly here going for this more roaming style this time around.
Yeah, and I know I don't hate the Pyke, right? Effectively still has a lot of CC, has 2 forms of CC there, can get the hook, sets up MF really, really nicely, is able to confirm a couple more kills, right, on the side of Pyke with his R. As Shen Yon going to be banned out, or Yone for on the side of CSI. SJLI going to ban the Vigar, the Malphite. So most of the bans have stayed the same. It's just obviously Leona and Zoe were taken off the board here. And I believe the interaction goes with Trundle if he does pillar Warwick in the R. I think he just stops it completely. Now, that takes some crazy reflexes to stop it midair. But I also think if you just pillar when he's, you know, getting scratched on, I don't really know the correct terminology from Warwick as he's suppressing you. Yeah, mauled. Yeah, he's mauling you. Yeah, there we go. I think it just kind of stops it completely. Renekton going to be picked up again for heals, shields, or CC. Played well, played fine on that champion. Set up dives really well. Vex Victor matchup in the mid lane, so pretty standard, I would say. Ooh. Oh, no, don't.
Yeah, you know what? I want to see that because I've been hearing rumblings about Alawi for a while now. It's been rising in popularity. All of these hover... Okay, well, that's a Teemo.
Yeah, and if, you know, a little bit tidbit from the chat that was happening in pause game. I believe one of the players said when they play Teemo, they like to play League in the VR so they get the full experience. So that's a Teemo into Renekton there. The Warwick as well. Definitely going to be, unless it's a Teemo jungle, Warwick top. I don't know. They could be throwing me off. But yeah, it's definitely Teemo top, Warwick jungle, Alistar, Ezreal bot lane, and Vex in the mid lane. Now, on SJL's side, I don't really love Ezreal with engaged supports. It just doesn't feel good, right? You don't, like, yeah, you can maybe get the WQ off, but you have to do so much more on the Ezreal side to really get all your damage off, even if your support gets a really good engage. Like, if you swap these supports, it makes a lot more sense, right? Pyke Ezreal, super roam heavy. You can leave Ezreal on an island. Alistar Leona, one of those lanes that just, sorry, Alistar Leona. Alistar Misfortune, one of those lanes, super classic, works functionally the same as Misfortune Leona, but I mean, it's not like neither of these supports just can't not roam, right? Like they can still do that, so it's fine. Vex Victor is a super classic matchup. I think Vex kind of has it with her shields and kind of has that more engaged potential. I just say she's a better Fiddlesticks ultimate. Like, that's just kind of how it feels like.
And I think that with this top lane in mind, there have been some rumblings from former Cloud9 coach LS that Teemo is not actually that bad of a champion right now. I don't want to say meta, but it's not bad. And especially when you're going into an auto attack based champion like Renekton, who is so reliant on that Ruthless Predator stun, Teemo doesn't seem to be the worst option. I'm trying to rationalize here, Shivy. What's your thoughts on this matchup specifically?
I think it's, you know, almost kind of the same as Gnar. Like, once Renekton just pushes Teemo into the turret, what do you even do? You just get dived by Trundle Renekton, and that's kind of game, set, and match there, right? Warwick's not a champion that can cover these dives really that effectively. He's one of those champions that wants to kind of come in if somebody's low, or maybe clean up with his W and his E and his Q. He has to wait really till 6 before he becomes a real champion. So, I mean, unless Teemo can hard abuse this Renekton early, right? Force the TP or force something out super early with the poison, early poison or early E. I think Renekton just has this lane regardless, because that blind is on a pretty fat cooldown, takes a lot of mana, and Renekton can just stack Fury, Q the wave, and get a bunch of healing off, or even if he gets the Q onto you and the wave, he even gets more healing. A lot of self-sustain in Rennie's kit, but I mean, nobody likes playing against Teemo. That's another thing, right? So heal, shields, or CC might just crumble against this pick.
Could just be for the mental advantage. In a lot of ways, Teemo is one of those champions that you have to really always be aware of, because those mushrooms can do so much damage over time. You end up walking up through the river, and all of a sudden you're down to 40% HP, 30% HP, 20% HP if they take Comet, and all of a sudden you're like, where is this coming from? And Leandri's burn, Demonic Embrace, blah, 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 just back and forth. But of course, I think a major part of this matchup is going to be how the junglers are able to interact here. And Trundle, Warwick, both of them do have some agency in that early game. Looking at the lanes, though, as you said, some of them are a little bit harder to gank for, especially when you look at the side of St. Joseph's here. Sorry. You know, you've got the Vex, you've got the Teemo. It's not the most reliable gank setup for this Warwick. So what's the Warwick's game plan here, in your opinion?
I think once Vex hits 6, then it becomes a lot more devastating, right? Because you can stack the Rs, right? Hit the Warwick R, then come in with the Vex R, fear them. Like, that's a lot of chain CC coming down. You're pretty much immobilized or useless for, you know, up to 3.5 seconds there. So, yeah. Early gank setup, not the best. Teemo's going to be looking to push. He's going to be looking to get the wave under so Renekton can't do Renekton things. Looking to really harass as he can. And I think, like I said, I don't know, Alistar, Ezreal. Alistar, a lot of gank setup, don't get me wrong, but I feel just Ezreal is just such an odd pairing with that champion. So I'm hoping that support and jungle can kind of just force dives onto mid. It is a Victor, right? So someone that, you know, if you can get that gravity field out early, if you can catch him by surprise, definitely there's a lot of CC, a lot of damage coming out on the side of Vex and Warwick here. So I'm expecting, obviously you expect Pyke to roam on the side of CSI here, but I'm expecting Alistar to get some really nice Hex Flash, W, you know, Q Pulverize combos in, and hopefully gear those towards the mid lane and get Vex super far ahead, because she's one of those champions similar to Zoe where she gets really, really oppressive if she can get a couple kills in her pocket.
Yeah, and of course, before we head to our break here, while we get spectator delay through, I get to ask the really hard question again, Shivi. Who's going to take game 2?
I just think CSI 2-0. After that game 1, it can be really hard to reset mentally after that, right? If you're SJLI, I mean, if they can do it, props to them. If they can bring this to a game 3, that's really, really good. If they can make the picks work on their side, I mean, that even has its own kind of, like you said, mental warfare. But again, CSI, I think, picking a really easy composition once again, right? It's something that is easy, in my opinion, to execute. They dumbed it down. They're going to pick up, hopefully, the 2-0 here, in my opinion.
And we'll have to see if CSI are able to dive down to the depths and find that death from below, or if it is all part of the plan of St. Joseph's here to fall into their noxious trap, not the Noxus trap. I tried so hard. Regardless, we're going to take a quick break, and when we're back, we'll have St. Joseph's versus CSI game 2 on the Rift for you. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Esports U.
But everything seems really calm. I haven't seen anything out of the ordinary, per se, which is really funny because last game, at least from the stats we saw, was like a complete bloodbath. So maybe I'm thinking that they're taking kind of like a backseat as to this approach towards the second game.
Right now, yeah, the pace is definitely seem to be a little bit slower. Granted, things can always heat up. Yes, he's going to land that tornado. I'd say we'll maybe look for another engage, possibly. Will hit it. Still like gonna follow up, though. He does have that ult available. However, looks like this might be a hard engage. That's going to come through. Ult's going to follow, and that is likely going to be a kill for Daemen on Clorax. That's going to open up the wave. No doubt that's going to land him some plate gold of his own, as Trundle is also backing in jungle. He's not going to be there to save the turret. He's going to get some nice pocket change off of that kill.
Good bit. And the CS lead is already, it's not immense, but 22 is still there. It's still there, especially with the kill lead that Yasuo's gonna be able to build ahead of that Ornn pretty fast, and that Ornn's not gonna have a chance to do anything until he gets tanky enough.
And we look at the kills here. We also look at the gold. Almost, I'd say, I was going to say almost, really like a 2.5k gold lead. I mean, it's only 8 minutes in right now. FSC is feeling very confident in terms of their ability to kind of dictate the pace of this game. But as I say that, Mask may be looking for something here. Nautilus is definitely going to need to land an engage. However, the wave is with the FSC side, and there it is. Ward will spot. And there's that great utility from the Tom Kench putting on display. Oh my goodness, he's going to spin him right back out. They're going to engage as the Mims is there. The TP came through. Dash is going to fall. Mask will find the Kench though. And a lot of frags coming through. Daemen's now on the follow-up. We'll get the last one. Jinx is going to help secure that. Daemen's finding the double kill off of the TP bot lane. Big utility use here. Now we look mid. And we have Vigar in a little bit of trouble here. Just a little bit of HP. That Ignite going to pick up the kill. Liz just barely getting out. Sliver of health on them. And right now, 6-1 on the side of FSC.
Ooh, a 300 gold bounty on the Yasuo. A really nice teleport with that spit back in. Nice map awareness.
Yeah, that was wild.
He's getting out now. He's going right back in.
Man, it's looking a little bit crazy. I mean, it's one thing to maybe spit your ADC kind of behind you so you can tank, but spitting them right into the front line, right into the combat, it's pretty aggressive. I like the confidence. The Mims might have bitten off a little bit more than they can chew here. As I say that, they will find the frag, but now they're in a 2-on-1 situation. Like you mentioned, 300 bounty on their head.
350
as those shots fall. Oh, true. 350, and that 350 will find its way into the pocket of the Vayne. But as we look to the other side of the map, J-Real is going to find Clorox. Unfortunately, he is seeming to find footing in this top side as the Yasuo has been able to play around the map. Looks like the lane swap will come through. Mega Death Rocket looking long. Maybe for this Vayne here. Won't quite connect. As Hakrim now looking to engage on this Vigar. Vigar definitely going to be in trouble here as solo Vayne main falls to Liz and Hakram. Good pickup there. Looks like the big scuttle, as I like to call it. Looks
the big scuttle. Shelly.
Shelly is going to end up falling here to the FSC squad. Where that's going to be used, not quite sure. They already have tons of pressure topside. We'll have to see where they decide to use it. Does look like, though, that DC roster is looking towards Drake right now, getting that vision. Where they're going to be contesting that objective next.
Ooh, I feel awful for this Ornn, man. The thing with Ornn is I feel like Ornn has such a slow start that it becomes really hard to at least play early game, and then if you're getting shut down this early in the early game, it's hard to build up enough tank to be able to, you know, keep up with the rest of the damage from the enemy team.
Yeah, it's true.
We do see the Kraken Slayer being built on the Jinx at the current moment. 200 gold bounty on the head. It's gonna definitely help with chunking down that Nautilus, the Ornn, and the Trundle when we do get tanky enough. We definitely see first mythics being built with the shield bow on the Yasuo with that extra bit of. They don't call it lifesteal anymore. Lifesteal is. Oh no, I'm drawing a blank. Was it lifesteal?
I believe so, in my opinion. But as you say that, Yasuo is getting engaged on in the bot lane. Yes, Omnivamp, yes. Yasuo is going to kind of juke the roster of DC here in the jungle. They don't really have much vision, but he's had a lot of confidence to play through here. What's going to come down? We'll have some big cojones there, starting on the blue buff. Pop-up will come, ult's gonna fall. That's massive damage. J-Real will pick up the kill on DC Mass. That's a double for the Hakram as they look to chase down the Vayne. Hot will look to follow. Stun won't quite land. Damage will fall on Virix, but will not kill, as that is going to be a 3-4-0 on the side of FSC, I should say, and currently they are running away with this one. 12-2 gold lead, looking a little bit insurmountable at this point, as Shelly is going to take another tower, and right now you have to wonder what even is the win condition for DC here.
Ooh, objectives? Oh, getting picks
Oh
like that. Oh my god.
Daemen's absolutely going nuts here. Gonna find a double kill. He'll take the whole team on himself.
Oh, welcome back, everyone. As the Rift is quiet. We are here with Game 2 between College of Staten Island versus St. Joseph's Long Island here. I think... Okay, it's working. Yeah?
We're okay.
Timer's moving. Okay, there we go. We did it. Oh.
Pay no attention. Pay no attention to the man controlling the timers.
Yep.
Close your eyes. Listen to our voice.
And there we go. We are into game. We have done it. We have gotten through the spectator bugs. Riot cannot hold us back from this broadcast. We are onto the Rift where Adam alongside Ponsar should be here. And Timo, that's the big story from this one. Took the press the attack though. What does that mean as Big Money Kev actually going to be pulling that up to the top lane as Kyoya going to be moving down to ADC?
Yeah, a bit of a role swap here. Or I mean, maybe they're trying to throw something out. Yeah, Kyoya on the Ezreal here. We're getting some sound glitches as well. Don't worry. Getting sucked into the drawn. Oh!
Yeah, here comes the pull coming through. Kyoya forced the flash already, but they're moving forward. Ruthless Predator stun going to come through. Another flash moving forward. The burn will pick it up as Pyke is able to pick up first blood in this one. Vitaly going to be able to secure first blood for the side of College of Staten Island. And yeah, the dive works already. They used a bunch of flashes there, 3 flashes, to pick up that Ezreal, and hey, it worked.
Yeah, I'm going to say Worth on the side of Vitaly there. Going to pick up the boots. Yeah, super nice. Already going to get into that heavy roam style. Doesn't really provide too many combat stats, quote unquote. Obviously gives you the move speed, but just allows you to get those roams off a lot more effectively. Allows you to dodge Ezreal's skill shots a little bit more, as Horde is going to be panging that cowbell as we see it here. And yeah, role swap coming out from SJLI. Big Money Kev in the top lane was the ADC last game, and obviously Kyoya was the top laner. Now is in the ADC role. He's gonna go for the cheese. I like it. He probably has the poison here. There's no, that guy's got the sixth sense. He's Neo? No way. They are not just gonna sit here.
Big Money Kev, he's going aggressive. Here he goes. He's looking for the plays. Big Money Kev is now running away. Gonna get stunned up here. And Yelshins or CC gonna be taking this fight. Keep in mind, Big Money Kev has the ignite here. Yeah. Gonna look for some more damage. Flashing forward. Auto attacks are coming down. There's no flash available, and they're renekton. One more auto attack. Go, Timo. Go. Doesn't look like it. He'll shield and CC are gonna be able to get out of there.
Yeah, and a misplay for Big Money Kev. If he just hard commits that instead of walking back a little bit, no way. Okay. Yeah, if he just instead of walking back, just kind of hard commits to it, because I think he didn't realize, like, oh wait, yeah, Renekton's flash is actually down. I win this. He walked back, then flashed to close the gap, but it was just too much. Gets the ignite down, forces Renekton back, but I think that's actually not too bad for the Rennie here. He's gonna walk it back because unfortunately Timo cannot get this lane under the tower fast enough. Went the E start, but PTA putting in the work for Big Money Kev here. And oh, actually he did. Wait, Heels just walked halfway and then used the TP. Okay, all right, good play from them.
Yeah, I did not want to expend that cooldown and then ended up expending it anyways. So unfortunately for Heal, Shields, or CC, going to be not feeling so great about that one. But as it stands here, this bottom lane going a little bit better. There's no double kills quite yet on the Misfortune, but you've always got to be careful when there is a Pyke in that bottom lane, because the hard crowd control potential in the early game is pretty scary.
I always love seeing that mind game with the Pyke players, right? The moment he starts charging up the Q, both the support and ADC split, and it's like, as long as he keeps it in the middle, he can hold the Q skill shot the last second and just fake somebody out. Oh my god!
Yeah, great long-range stun there. Horden going to be trying to headbutt Vitaly into the wall, but Ajui able to pick that kill up, and just as we said, not a whole lot of potential kill threat on the Alistar potentially. They are able to find the kill.
Yeah, and Ezreal just kind of has to watch and wait and see what happens as is going to be down here, maybe potentially cover a gank, but Warwick happily farming his jungle and actually behind, unfortunately, in the camp department. Not going to opt to clear his Krugs, actually going to go for a mid gank here onto the Victor. Low mana, you can probably do something. Flash.
Yep, it's Toxic Panda still moving forward. Aspect of Orion just going to walk it out, so not even forced to use the barrier or the flash. Is able to stay alive as Barb's really not able to set it up, and this is what we were talking about. Not a whole lot of gank setup with this Vex early game.
that was also a bit of a misplay from Pandas there. He pops the E super early into the bush. I would have popped the W and just kind of ran at him. Usually what you want to do to at least force flash for flash, pop E and then get the internal cooldown going, and then once you can re-pop it again, flash pop. Hopefully you'll get Aspect of Orion Summoners out of the way. But yeah, just popped it super early. Now Pandas is just wasting more time in the top lane here. He really needs to be power farming to 6, in my opinion, if he's not trading flash for flash. Now he's delaying his camp, messing his tempo up, and now he's it's gonna mess up his clears. It's gonna mess up how he levels and how fast he levels up. You're gonna notice that Trundle is gonna go up in levels pretty soon because he's just been pretty much clearing pretty efficiently on Kairu's side. And after all that praise I gave Toxic Panda's last game, he just throws it down the dumpster.
Yeah, it's a little bit rough as it stands right now for Toxic Panda, just because they weren't able to really find a play that is going to get them that sort of advantage. That's what they really need to find in this early game. You need to find advantages if you're Toxic Pandas. Thus far, a little bit behind on the clear. Kairu has been able to back, is still up a couple of camps as well, has that Sheen, so those ganks from the Trundle now going to be that little bit more effective, but we'll have to wait to see where that first real successful gank is, because thus far, it's been mostly the lanes just doing lane things here. This bot lane already able to pick up a couple of kills for themselves. Granted, Ezreal level 1 and Alistar getting caught out. That's really the only action that we've had this game, apart from just the farm going the way of CSI.
Yeah, Teemo not being able to exert their pressure onto Renekton. Now Renekton is 6, which is super scary as this gets spotted out. They're going to know that Toxic Pandas is trying to do this. He has 1 health pot. No items at all. Didn't go for the recall.
No upgraded smite either.
Yeah, I mean, they're probably trying to do this off noticing the MF backed, but they're just too weak. You guys don't have enough damage. Yeah, they're not doing it fast enough.
Yes, might have a little bit of trouble here, but Barb's going to be coming in from the side. Will get stunned up by Vitaly there. They seem to be expending quite a bit of resources here for this. Trundle isn't in the area.
Orion.
This is just Vitaly and Orion being really annoying. To this, it will be the dragon secured by Toxic Pandas with that chomp, so they will successfully get that objective, but you lose a lot of farm overall here. You can see Kairu has just been able to farm up really well here, almost level 6 on this Trundle now. The victor here, Aspect of Orion, was able to get a little bit of a farm advantage as well, and Pyke just wasting time in a lot of ways for the Warwick there, who is now going to be forced to try and clear through that jungle quickly to try and catch up to Trundle's level 6.
Yeah, that's essentially what's happened, right? I tell you, he messed up his tempo, delayed his camp, so when he's taking these, it's actually going to effectively delay his next Gromp spawn, which would ideally get him to level 6 on his second clear. But unfortunately, he's going to have to full clear, and I think he'll hit level 6, but it'll take all of his camps, unfortunately, all 6 of them, instead of just taking maybe the standard 4 after your first clear. Yeah, a lot of time wasted from Vitaly here on the side of CSI here, right? Just being a nuisance, being annoying, throwing those hooks out, stopping backs or stopping recalls or delaying them. So, yeah, the dragon goes over to SJLI like you said, but at what cost, right? At what cost? MF is ahead in about 20 CS. Victor is ahead about 20 CS.
Oh, boy. Vitaly's on this top side of the map, going for the play, but misses the flash on the Phantom dive there.
Oh, Big Money!
Not able to land. Big Money Kev able to pick up 1 kill with the Dominus stop. Heal Shields or CC on this Renekton will be able to return that kill. So the Pyke not able to make it stick with Horton, able to stay alive with a sliver of health.
Yeah, that was a gank that we didn't see off screen from Kaori here. Probably the pillar into MF combo, which is actually kind of underrated, right? I mean, you get around that pillar, especially if it hits like max rank, that's almost 90% slow. So obviously only rank 1 probably right now, but still, that's probably what happened down there. And Big Money Kev happily will take a 1-for-1 in that 1v2, gets the kill onto Vitaly. I think he also might have had a shutdown on him. Oh my god, that was... Close your eyes. Yeah. Adam, are you lagging? Hello? I didn't see what happened.
Nope. Not watching. Nope, did not see anything. We won't talk about it. As Warwick also doesn't have any items right now.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Smite. Yeah, they used their last smite.
This guy has just been farming. He's got like 4,000 gold in his pocket, 100%, and now no ultimate, nothing. Victor and Pyke.
Yeah, Pyke gonna be trying to steal this, pulled him back into the gravity field. The Chaos Storm is still ticking. An Aspect of Orion really gonna punish that no item Warwick there. Nothing to buy, but starting to fill out the inventory now. There's the Sheen, there's the plated steel caps. As another kill picked up by the side of College of Staten Island here. The Dolphins have been doing a great job of finding the plays necessary to succeed.
Yeah, really good play from CSI here. 4-1, about a 3,000 gold lead. Oh, sure.
Yeah, Kyra's going to be in a little bit of trouble, though, as good rotation through from Kyoya there to be able to contribute to the efforts, as it is another kill picked up. But on this top side, Vitaly is trying to go aggressive onto Big Money Kev. There's no blind, no ultimate yet from Vitaly, as another mushroom has stepped on here. Heal shields and CC has to be careful, but here comes Warwick. Sniffs something in the water, going to be looking to find that kill as Big Money Kev going to take down Vitaly. Dominus is up in time, but the poison is ticking, it's ticking, and it won't be enough. Healed shields or CC has none of the above, but has enough health to stay alive. As somehow, some way, it is only Vitaly going down, and all of a sudden, St. Joseph's Long Island finding a little bit of an angle back into this game.
This team, Big Money Kev has been playing phenomenal. 2 ganks in a row, and he's been able to pick up a kill. One went 1 for 1. The other one, he just completely turned around himself. Almost picks up the kill on a He Shield. Oh, my God. They're playing on a knife's edge in that bottom lane. But yeah, Big Money Kev, the role swap coming into effect here. And honestly, doing a lot better, no offense to Kyoya, than he did last game.
Yeah, Kyoya just been able to get a little bit more support. Granted, there is a support in his lane this time, so that's probably a big reason behind it. But even in the top lane, Big Money Kev has done great stuff on this Teemo thus far. You just got to keep in mind that it is Teemo. There's only so much a Teemo can do, and with the build that they're going for right now, they've got those Cirque shoes, they've got this Seeker's Arm Guard as well as a couple daggers. It seems like they're going for Nashor's Tooth into the Zhonya's, into more of that AP build. So going to be some more standard stuff coming through from the leader of those scouts. But of course, always have to keep in mind that it does affect the way that CSI are going to have to play the game, especially once you get to, 20, 30, 40 minutes into the game. Those shrooms are really going to start to stack up around the map.
And it's really if SGLI can get onto objectives first, set the shroom field down, and if CSI reliably answers with multiple sweepers, right? A minimum of 3 is what I should be seeing, especially into Teemo and just in general, right? When you have these champions that have a lot of kind of, Toxic Pandas might be dead here. No, he is dead. Oh!
Yeah, able to get out with that ultimate, just leaps away. But the pull over the wall here as Barbs is in trouble. Death from below, gonna do a little bit of damage as Aspect of Orion able to secure it with that last tick of the Chaos Storm. So well played coming through from them to find the pick onto Barbs. Ends up being just a flash for flash, but it is a kill going over to CSI.
I feel like Toxic Pandas has not used an ult on a champion yet. I don't think he's used it. We used one and missed it onto Reddington. Used another one to get out of from getting caught. And now the second dragon that, might have been some sort of...
Big Money Kev.
Cashing in the checks.
Yeah. Living up to their name. That's big money kill onto the Renekton, as despite the rest of the map still really kiltering the way of College of Staten Island here, St. Joseph's is finding their ways, finding some way to keep themselves relevant in this game. They are still down about 3,500 gold. Actually 4,000 gold now, but there's still a chance. And with Hextech Soul on the Rift this time around, there is a way back into the game for St. Joseph's if they can start to stack these up.
Yeah, Hextech Soul, I would say not the most devastating out of the remaining, right? I think the hierarchy, in my opinion, goes Infernal, Mountain, Ocean, then Hextech and Cloud. I think Hextech, it's a really nice static shiv kind of effect that you get on the soul here, and it adds a little bit of extra damage, a little bit more burst, but it's not game swinging. You can definitely come back, you can definitely play fights accordingly. It's just annoying to play against. As Ezreal with the Essence Reaver tier here, yeah, he's gonna start hurting WQ and everything like that. And Big Money Kev, I'm interested to see how SJLI play around this Teemo's lead, right? Because it's easy to do that in your own lane. How do you transfer the power? How do you use the Troom setup? How do you use this Teemo to the advantage to where Renekton can't join these fights? You have a 5v4 advantage, and you let CSI come into you as Vitaly's just being annoying on this pike.
Vitaly's done a great job of just being everywhere. Been top lane, been bot lane, been giving kills over top lane. But as it stands right now, Barb's just forced out of lane here, getting a decent wave pushed in as, first tower was taken in that mid lane. So the side of College of Staten Island, they're able to find this macro advantage once again. Toxic Pandas, though, gonna get stunned up, gonna get rooted up. Death from below, gonna come down, and Toxic Pandas is turned into a cove.
Yeah, he's gone. You gotta take him down to the WWE. He's an endangered species at this point. This man has been hunted in his own jungle. And
Vitaly!
Nah.
Will they find the Bone Skewer? Yes, but they won't find the death from below, and Big Money Kev drops down to the thumb. Oh, goodness. Oh, hello, Renekton.
I didn't see anything.
No, we saw the flash in there, and we saw nothing else. Is Big Money Kev able to stay alive? Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, it's gonna be a Jui trying to stay alive here. This Alistar is very tanky with that Unbreakable, so gonna be another kill picked up on this bottom side of the map here, as SJLI able to still find advantages. It's not as big as what CSI are getting, but finally able to pick up a tower. This gold lead isn't as big as it may seem here. Only about 4,000 gold, which is the same as it was 4 minutes ago, but it's 4 minutes later.
Yeah.
So they're keeping it close.
Yeah, Ezreal, one of those champions that scales really well with items, right? Once he starts hitting that 4 or 5 item mark, gets the Essence Reaver, the Mana Immune, pops in the Sereldas, he will start to hurt, and he'll start to really burst your team out. I'm just going to take note. Vitaly has gone top 3 times and has died 3 times top, by the way. He's just feeding kills onto this team, and I don't think Shields or CC really much appreciates that. Yeah, he gets the lane pushed in, gets the tower into the top lane, and now they're hunting for this Warwick in his jungle. They are abusing Toxic Pandas, and they have no remorse at all. Yeah, look, putting the vision down, coming in with the pike and the trundle. Dragon is going to be up in a minute and a half. Now, let's see if they can use the Big Money Kev advantage. He has to back soon, start getting his shrooms piling up onto his ultimate, and really start dropping them down into this river, hopefully.
Yeah, you can see that, unfortunately for Big Money Kev, they're kind of stuck on their own side of the map right now, so got to be a little bit careful. You've got to try and set up these shrooms in a way that can be proactive. You want to prevent these objectives from going down. You want to prevent the side of CSI to rotate around the map as freely, and thus far Big Money Kev has been sort of lane locked in a way. Been able to find a whole bunch of kills, but not really any map control off of it, as we say that, just a whole bunch of shrooms being popped down. So at least Big Money Kev is safe on the top side of the map.
Yeah, Stray Ezreal coming down across the map through the river. Just maybe looking for something, seeing if the enemy team is setting up, CSI is setting up for anything, maybe trying to get some damage off, but T-Bone finally backing here, 30 seconds for the Dragon. Heal Shields or CC does have the TP here, so he'll be able to TP if there's a flank that he can get off. He'll effectively be able to TP onto that ward. We are past the 14-minute mark now, but I think it is a little late for T-Bone to be moving here. 15 seconds in, CSI should be making their way down to the Dragon. You have the Hextech Gates as well, which is going to give you a little bit of a speedy boost down onto the river here. And
yeah, fight breaking out here as it's going to be Pike taken down. Vitaly taken down by Big Money Kev again. This Timo has had their number from the beginning. Dragon is started up here by SJLI. They are in a 5v3 right now as Renekton continuously pushing on the top side, but Hordon taking a decent amount of damage. Aspect of Orion doing big damage over that wall. Ajue still holding on to that bullet time in case, but Big Money Kev is on a little bit of a flank angle here. Navarro's going to come down. Hordon going into the middle. Here comes Big Money Kev from the side as Barbs picks up the kill on the Keru. It's going to be Timo picking up another one, chasing down this last kill. Aspect of Orion is able to try to kill onto Hordon, but it should be Dragon picked up by Toxic Pandas. The fight win goes to SJLI, but top lane tier 2 picked up by this Renekton. Heals, Shields, or CC says, I'm not joining that fight. Pandas, though.
I don't know if you chase a Victor.
You smell that? It's a Victor. They're trying to chase this one down. Aspect of Orion going to be able to get out of there.
Yeah. I don't know. It's really hard to chase Victor, right? Gravity Field, has the Q speed up, has the Pimp Walk coming out too. So I think it's super hard chasing him. And Renekton's going to pick up that tier 2 turret in the top lane. Some local gold going to go into his pocket. Opted in for the Bork Rush. Don't necessarily know if I agree with that. There's not a lot of people stacking HP on the side. Yeah, I mean, at that point, if you're just going to be, splitting, go with a Hull Breaker. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, maybe he knows something I don't. Maybe he just want to get that really nice on-hit damage. I know Bork did get buffed, I believe, 2 patches ago, so maybe he can just try to get more on-hit with the W and get like a double or triple proc going. Vitaly looking for something. Not going to find anything, though. Second Herald of the map here. It's going to go down. They have to start it soon and take it within 40 seconds, or the Baron's just going to automatically despawn it. Okay, yeah, they're going to get it. CSI is going to pick up this second Herald here. Not the best objective in the game, but it definitely is nice.
Oh, here comes the fight though, as Initial Strike not going to land. Horden going to be taking a lot of damage. Has that ultimate still available? The Unbreakable will, but it won't be unbreakable this time as the cow goes down. Second Rift Herald going to be secured up in case they can't finish this off. It's about to despawn. Go on. Go, Karu! Okay, they're able to pick it up with like 5 seconds left available. This Trundle, despite only being 0-2, has quite the farm lead, about 40 CS up on Toxic Pandas. And you know, despite the kill lead actually being on the side of St. Joseph's, still a 5,000 gold lead for the side of College of Staten Island here. The Dolphins have been able to make it work no matter what. As Big Money Kev is making Toxic Pandas even farther behind.
Yeah,
taking the jungle scams.
If I'm Big Money Kev here, right, yeah, 7,800 gold, right, second most in the game, right, and honestly the gold leader on SJLI's side, I'm taking all your form. I'm saying, yo, give me the resources, give me the gold, I can carry it. I'm going to be like, did you see that flank on Dragon? I got a triple kill there. Like, I can do this. Definitely if you're Big Money Kev, you know, take the blue buff, take the grub. At this point, Warwick is an ult bot. He's there to lock somebody down so your Vex can go in. Maybe your Ezreal can EWQ and hopefully burst somebody out. But he only needs his Mythic, which unfortunately he still doesn't have. He's going to have it pretty soon, though. But that's it, right? Like, he doesn't really scale, you know, that much better with a second or third item. But if this Teemo gets more items, he'll be fine. Horden.
Oh, yeah, Horden going to be able to come out of that bush, but Ajui going forward with the bullet time, going to clean up Kyoya here, as Horden doesn't really have a way out of there. Didn't pop the ultimate there, but it will be a double kill nonetheless for the side of CSI, as that's just the crime scene in the top lane, and the blood is splattered all over the pike in Misfortune's hands there.
Yeah, Horden there just missing the WQ. I think he was going for the W into the wall, then the delayed Q to get more stun, but Misfortune just ended up flashing out or flashing forward and essentially flashing out of this knockup to kill Kyoya here. Yeah, just unfortunate. Couldn't press WQ fast enough. Second Herald, gonna get a faux charge here. Actually gonna get the real charge onto the third. Oh my god, where'd he go?
Ooh. Yeah, where did Barbs go? Just removed off of the map here. Meanwhile, Big Money Kev is dominating. Gonna find another kill. Vitaly in the backline, able to find the death from below. Able to give a little bit more gold over to the Trundle as, oh my goodness, the moves are put on by Healed Shields or CC. Able to find a second kill of the fight. This time, though, Toxic Panda's looking for a little bit more. Gonna get stunned up. Aspect of Orion coming back in. The healing isn't enough as the Victor stays alive. True Shot Barrage not gonna land. Somehow, some way, College of Staten Island still able to find themselves the extra kill. They pick themselves up that tier 3 turret in the mid lane, and if there's a will, there's a way, and that's exactly the motto that they're going with at this point. They may not be winning the fights cleanly, but they are winning them.
Yeah, and Aspect of Ryan not having as big of a game as he did on the Zoe, but still 4-0-3, Shattered Crown, Magi's, and the Shadow Flame here. That Victor hurts. Yeah, chasing him again, not the ideal move. I know you're Warwick. I know you got to try to do something, but really the one defining, I guess, win condition or factor for SJLI here is that this Ezreal and Teemo are fed, right? They do a lot of damage. They just need their setup properly. They need the fight to be, you know, properly set up. They need to get into the right lanes. They need to get into the right positioning before, you know, like I would say 30 to 45 seconds before anything starts, as Dragon is going to be on the menu for both of these teams.
Yeah, you can see SJLI actually want to put themselves on Soul Point here. They've done a great job of controlling these objectives. Dragons, at least, not all of the objectives, but oh, the engage gonna come down onto Aspect of Orion, but that crown tanks up so much damage. Here comes the bullet time over the top of Jui, able to find the kill onto the Alistar, as it is Toxic Pandas trying to tank this one up. Has a lot of healing built in, but Karu able to find that kill onto the Warwick. Now more damage coming down onto Big Money Kev. The Teemo caught out. The Teemo taken down by Vitaly here. Oh, it's gonna be the Shadow Surge coming down, but it's not landing onto any of the key targets, as Victor finds 2 with the Death Laser, and is going to be an ace for the side of College of Staten Island. They're going to clean up this Dragon. They're going to try and push to pick up an inhibitor. They should be looking for Baron as well, as a very clean fight erupts.
Yeah, they might try to end this game here, at least pick up a Nexus turret. They'll definitely get the inhibitor. Warwick and Alice are the only 2 up at the moment. Yeah, sorry, they're not going to end the game. It's a little too early. We're 24 minutes in. They don't have the Baron or anything like that. They're going to pick up that Hextech Dragon, like you said. Delay the soul that potentially could have been in SJLI's favor. Yeah, he's just going to right in front of his face. He's just massive disrespect.
He's 6-0-6. He's got the Magi. He's
almost fully stacked, right? 24. I think it's 25 is the full stack. So he's getting there. And another jungle bush being invaded by CSI here. They are evil. I don't think. Yeah, you guys just can't walk into your jungle. You need to trade a couple of your sweepers. Go into the scrying orbs here. At least get minimum 2, just so you can start vying for some vision. Or at least scouting them out. But Big Money Kev is fine.
Yeah, might be fine just with those mushrooms, as we said. Really difficult to deal with.
Oh my!
In the front line taking up so much damage. Will be able to stay alive. Here comes True Shot Barrage, though. A little bit of damage being done to Karu. Karu's trying to fight this one, but is blinded. Big Money Kev gonna find himself a kill onto that Trundle as Vitaly pulling someone back. Will they have enough damage to follow it up? Ajui is in the area potentially looking for a bullet time, but the Teemo stays alive, gets a kill. Great work for themselves.
Yeah, Big Money Kev.
Nice Mistral Strike.
Chef's kiss on that red steal from Barbs there. And KIAOE has been just happily farming in this bot lane. 3 items in. Shattered Crown, Manamune, and the Essence Reaver. Much farther ahead than the MF on the side of CSI here. And Teemo just chilling. He's just big chilling. He doesn't need to really recall. Probably doesn't have enough gold. Wants to pick up a little bit more. And has a little bit of a puzzle piece build in his pocket right now. Lost Chapter, Seeker's Arm Guard, has the Fiendish Codex as well. So hopefully looking to turn some of those components into an actual item here before this next fight that may break out pretty soon, depending on what Vitaly's thinking. Oh,
yeah, Vitaly is always thinking about the fight. You can see 4, 6, and 9 has a lot of assists, has the highest KP, also has the most deaths on his in the game actually. Apart from the Alistar is never mind. Alistar dies again. Vitaly able to pick that one up with the death from below, but overall, this has just been a really clean game from this Pyke, moving around the map, feeling extremely comfortable. The Heal Shield or CC taking a decent chunk of damage. Oh, KIAOE able to stay alive, able to dash out of there, but looking at the item builds, in fact, this Ezreal actually slightly ahead of the Misfortune. You can see, has those 3 items now complete. Granted, they are cheaper items, but KIAOE at a pretty strong state of this game. So, if you're looking at the side of St. Joseph's Long Island, Ezreal has to be your win condition, right?
Yeah, and I don't necessarily agree with... I know what he's building here. He's going for the Frozen Heart. Normally, it's okay on Ezreal because it does give you that little bit of extra damage. It's really good into lethality MF as well, but there's also a Trundle on the team, and you're just giving him free stats and also weakening yourself. You make yourself a prime Trundle R target here, and really Aspect of Orion is the one doing a lot of that burst damage too, so... I would have just opted in for more damage. I don't think Frozen Heart is the move. You can go Serildas. You can go... Big Money Kev. Gotta get the solo kill on Trundle.
Solo killing Kairu again? Oh my goodness, never mind. Trundle turns it around. Big bungus Trundle just went down to the tower anyways.
Oh, I see. He went down to the tower only because obviously Toxic Pandas was coming. So he's just like, you know what? I'm not going to give the assist over. I'm not going to give
It's jungle diff, you know?
Yeah.
That's what it is. Can't let the enemy jungle get any kills as Heal Shields or CC trying to move forward here. You can see Vitaly still looking for those Bone Skewer pulls at all time. It's just a 1-for-1 on the top side of the map, but a tier 2 on that bottom side. Once again, every single time there's a fight, CSI are able to get something else off the back end of it, whereas St. Joseph are just sort of at a loss.
Yeah, it just feels like they've stalled out a little bit. Like, they understand lane assignments, right? Funnel, farm, but that is just a mean job from the Observer. You're a mean person. That Ezreal ultimate, it was there to clear waves. Come on.
But it went to the jungle. You couldn't even clear any waves. I don't know what he was aiming at. He was aiming at that bush. He hit the bush, which was good. So, I mean, it's a good thing you use it to practice your aim, but one thing, the good thing we followed it to make sure we know that it's not there. Baron is being taken. How are you checking this? There's no Ezreal ultimate. No Scryer's orbs obviously coming down. Just Baron under the noses of darkness here as College of Staten Island will just be dressed in purple as they're walking now with a 12,000 gold lead. KIAOE, be careful. Vitaly is here for the dive, but won't be able to find.
Oh, they're setting up the shrooms, though, on the side of Big Money Kev. You're one in that entrance, one near the Dragon Pit, and another one near the top side here. If you can get more shrooms down, possibly on this bot side, it can make it really hard as actually the sweeper comes out. They're going to take everything out. never mind.
Yeah, the
Dragon.
Sweeper's going to come through, but Horton coming in from the side. Good knock-up here, going to be taken down as they go on Soul Point. True Shot Barrage across a bunch of members, going to do really well, but Toxic Panda's not able to land the Infinite Duress onto anyone as they will jump into the middle of the team and get taken down. Vitaly just being a nuisance on the side here as 2 kills go over to the side of CSI. They give up Soul Point, which only matters if Soul goes over to the side of St. Joseph's Long Island. In this case, they're dressed in purple, looking for more. Oh, Kyoya gonna get pulled by the Bone Skewer here. Be enough to really start any fights. Decent damage coming down with the aspect of Orion, but they're moving forward here. You can see heal shields or CC. Gonna drop that crowd control down into Barbs. Barbs has to heal to get out of there. Ooh, living with a sliver of health as well. Barely staying alive. Will die to the poison. I think that was, but it is one Nexus turret down as the Renekton does fall. Flash forward coming through from the Alistar. Going to be able to knock down back Vitaly here. As Big Money Kev able to find another kill into the pike. Will get shut down by the Ezreal, and will also get shut down by the Misfortune. Oh my goodness, everyone's just dying here. Is actually St. Joseph able to defend the base there. It was Misfortune who took down Teemo, Ezreal who took down the Misfortune.
And Warwick on the chase here. Another objective bounty picked up for the red squad here. SJLI still down about 10,000, almost 11,000 gold here. But, I mean, winning that fight, turning around. Kyoya is playing very well on this Ezreal, pushing out and pumping out the damage as well as Big Money Kev. These two individuals just keeping SJLI in this game from ending. And CSI, I mean, the longer it goes, you really only have one really good scaling champion on the side of Victor here. That is a lethality. Or, sorry, not a lethality MF. That is actually a crit MF. Never mind. She actually still will do damage, but not going to scale harder than this Ezreal, that's for sure. As Frozen Heart picking up one more item is the Caulfield Hammer. I believe that's going to build into possibly Cyrilda's?
Probably Cyrilda's, yeah. I would put the bet on it, yeah. As you will get a little bit more of that utility coming through. All of your Qs going to be able to drop some slows down onto your enemies. It's Kyoya going to be capped out very soon. That's the point to make here. And your Victor, 25 stacks, has had a great game. Aspect of Orion needs to just find that hammer. And I think that's the main point for the side of CSI. They need to find that hammer blow to sort of end this before it extends too long, because we talked about how even these teams look on paper. Both of them sitting at 1-4. CSI right now poised to take that next step forward, take that leap of faith, jump up the standings just a little bit as you get to the latter half of your season. But SJLI here, they need to find something, and it looks like they're not going to be finding this fight as a successful one here. Healed Shields or CC going to be able to find, get that extra kill gold there as Vitaly able to get that from below. Of note, Pike has been doing really good, just clearing out these mushrooms here. The Umbral Glaive going to do wonders for you when clearing out those Teemo shrooms. As I say that, Vitaly drops on one.
That's what I was about to say. Right as you said it, he just eats one right to the face. But yeah, like you said, I mean, it lets you one-shot him right. Umbral Glaive tech into the Teemo is really nice, but you still need the sweepers to actually see them. They won't proc the Umbral Glaive immediately, so unless there's a ward around, he's still going to be eating a couple to the face. As Dragon is coming up, now SJLI can't afford to give this up because it's not Soul Point for CSI, so they can just kind of delay the game a little longer, which is I think what they want. CSI definitely wants SJLI to come to this Dragon, come into this darkness of vision as Vitaly.
Oh, yeah, Vitaly might actually get caught out here. True Shot Barrage going to come down, but going to miss everyone here. Trundle in that front line. Keru trying to tank something up, but here comes the teleport from behind. Heals, Shields, or CC. Just going to move down to that bottom side of the map. 3 people on this bottom side. Going to take that inhibitor. Don't think they have the wave synced up to end the game, but the spite might be erupting. Mistral Strike going to make sure that Keru taken down to about half HP, but here comes the damage coming down. Toxic Panda's going to get pulled back. That's going to be death from below coming underneath that. Warwick going to be taken down. Flash forward from Vitaly. Looking for more, but the flash forward from Kyoya going to be able to keep them alive as it's a 1-for-1 for the time being. But
Kyoya?
You can see health bars are not in good shape. Big Money Kev looking to try and stay alive, but will get stunned up in that gravity field. Not a lot of damage coming down. Those Barbs takes down Keru. Bullet time coming across Big Money Kev. Ooh, will walk out of it. Barbs will stay alive as well, but a Joy doing some damage to Hard in here. Here comes the Renekton. So much damage. Oh, the Shadow Surge comes forward. Barbs looking for those resets. Will they be able to find it? No, they will not. Double kill picked up by Heal Chills or CC. It is Big Money Kev against the world. Aspect of the will go down, and Big Money Kev finds another one. He saves the game. The Teemo is the only one to clear these waves. Will they actually have enough wave clear,
Oh,
though?
can he do it? Can he do it?
Damage. Gonna walk out. The red inhibitor's down. Here comes the Warwick back up and available. Winion's not gonna be enough. As somehow, someway, St. Joseph's Long Island live to breathe another breath in this game. They're down 13,000 gold, but they are still alive.
Yeah, 35 minutes in, 13,000 gold, like you said. They are down, but they are not out. That is one more fight that Big Money Kev and Kyoya save SJLI from losing the game here. Bit of a overextension from CSI, I would say, right? Hard committing. They could have just taken the inhibitor and backed off, taken the dragon, but Tally looking for something here, potentially.
Potentially a solo kill on the Hordon here as lots of damage comes down. Here comes the Unbreakable Will, though. Don't think you really want to mess with that as Kyoya and Barb's now going to be tasked with wave clear. But yeah, look at the gold right now. Richest member in the game is Big Money Kev. They definitely have accrued the big money. Flip side, though, you can see Victor up 5,000 gold. Did just lose some Magi stacks, but Stack Soul now being started up by SJLI. They try and brute force this one. The headbutt back. It's a lot of damage coming down. The smite's not going to come down. It's Victor cleaning up that dragon, so no soul is now. Hordon is trying to stay alive. Water dive coming down from Vitaly. They're trying to find the damage. Good headbutt, but Keiru going to be enough to clean that one up. And now it's up to Big Money Kev once again. The Teemo, the unexpected pick. Will it be enough to save the game? Alongside Barbs and Kyoya, but Teemo's really the main attraction.
Yeah, they might just be able to walk in and just hit the Nexus here, but Kyoya and Big Money have something to say about it. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, Victor takes a decent chunk of damage here, but heal chills or CC. They do not care. They just want to end the game. It's going to be right through the front door for Keiru, flashing into the Nexus. Aspect of Orion cleans up the KDA. That's going to be game 2 and a much more eventful affair here between College of Staten Island and St. Joseph's Long Island. Great series that really kicked up around. I want to say great game 2. Game 1, it happens. Game 2, that was a good game.
Yeah, game 2 a lot closer than I was expecting. You know, I was right on the prediction. CSI does take it 2-0, but again, I'm going to put an asterisk towards that because of the game 1 mishap that happened with the disconnects. But Big Money Kev almost pulling it out on that Teemo pig. You know, that's something to scout for. I definitely wouldn't want to ban that out if I'm any other team facing SJLI here. CSI end up picking the dub, though, in the end. The Trundle, the Renekton, and Aspect of the Ryan, honestly, having really big game 1 and game 2, but he really stepped it up in that game 2. I think he was at one point, I think only 2-0-2, and then he magically became 7-0, like out of nowhere with so much damage, performing really well on this Victor for SJLI here. Yeah, CSI, I'm sorry. CSI here, and that's going to shoot them up into the standings. They're going to take, I believe, sole possession of 7th place. That's going to knock SJLI down to 9th, I believe. There was a two-way tie for it currently, and you know, you're sniffing at playoffs if you're CSI. If you pick up a couple more wins, get a lucky on some bracket luck, you could maybe sneak into the playoffs at the final seed. So definitely, you asked the question, Rare Adam, what do these teams have to play for? I think CSI now has a lot more on the line for them.
CSI, you know, as you mentioned, Aspect of Orion doing a really good job of just securing those victories on the Zoe, on this Victor, just sort of that rock in the mid lane, doing a great job for the Dolphins here. And yeah, as you move towards playoffs here, you really need to find those sort of strong performances on your team. And if you can rely on Orion in that mid lane to push yourself forward, that's really what's going to solidify your chance at a victory here. But we're going to head to a short break. We're going to see if we can get an interview in here. But honestly, really good series from College of Staten Island there. They're able to pick up the 2-0. We're going to be right back with an interview. Here comes the pull coming through. Kyoya forced the flash already, but they're moving forward. Ruthless Predator Sun going to come through. Another flash moving forward. The burn will pick it up as tight.
Split, and it's like, as long as he keeps it in the middle, he can hold the Q skill shot the last second and just fake somebody out. Oh my god!
Yeah, great long-range stun there. Hordon going to be trying to headbutt Vitaly into the wall, but Judy able to pick that.
About 20 CS. Victor's ahead about 20 CS.
Oh boy. Vitaly's on this top side of the map, going for the play, but misses the flash on the Phantom dive there.
Oh, Big Money!
able to land. Big Money Kev able to pick up 1 kill with the dominant effort says it is another kill picked up. But on this top side, Vitaly is trying to go aggressive onto Big Money Kev. There's no blind, no ultimate yet from Vitaly as another mushroom is stepped on here. Heal shields and CC has to be careful, but here comes Warwick. Sniffs something in the water, gonna be looking to find that kill as Big Money Kev gonna take down Vitaly. Dominance is up in time, but the poison is ticking, it's ticking, it's ticking, and it won't be enough. Healed shields or CC has none of the above.
Yeah, he's gone. You gotta take him down to the WWE. He's an endangered species at this point. This man has been hunted in his own jungle.
Vitaly! Will they find the bone skewer? Yes, but they won't find the death from below, and Big Money Kev drop.
Well, we just gotta keep a little bit down onto the river here.
Yeah, fight breaking out here, and it's gonna be fight taken down. Big damage from that wall. Holding on to that. Is up to the flank angle here. Navarro's gonna come down. Mordon going into the middle. Here comes Big Money Kev from the side as Barbs picks up the kill on the Karu. It's gonna be Timo picking up another one. Chasing down this last kill. Last victim Ryan is able to try to kill onto Hordon, but it should be Dragon. Out of that bush, but Ajui going forward with the bullet time. Gonna clean up Kyoya here as Hordon doesn't really have a way out of there. Didn't pop the ultimate there, but it will be a double kill nonetheless for the side of CSI as that's just the crime scene in the top.
Here, actually gonna get the real charge onto the third. Oh my god, where'd he go?
Ooh. Yeah, where did Barbs go? Just removed off of the map here. Meanwhile, Big Money Kev is dominating. Gonna find another kill. Vitaly in the backline, able to find the death from below. Able to give a little bit more gold over to the Trundle as, oh my goodness, the moves are put on by Healed Shields or CC. Able to find a second kill of the fight. This time, though, Toxic Panda's looking for a little bit more. Gonna get stunned up. Aspect of Orion coming back in. The healing isn't enough as the victor themselves on soul point here. They've done a great job of controlling these objectives. Dragons, at least, not all of the objectives, but the engage gonna come down onto Aspect of Orion, but that crown tanks up so much damage. Here comes the bullet time over the top of Jui, able to find the kill onto the Alistar as it is Toxic Pandas trying to tank this one up. Has a lot of healing built in, but Karu able to find that kill onto the Warwick. Now more damage coming down onto Big Money Kev. The Timo caught him. The Timo taken down by Vitaly here. Oh, it's gonna be the Shadow Surge coming down, but it's not landing onto any of the key targets as Victor.
Kev is fine.
Yeah, might be fine just with those mushrooms, as we said. Really difficult to deal with.
Oh my!
In the front line, taking up so much damage. Will be able to stay alive. Here comes True Shot Barrage, though. A little bit of damage being done to Karu. Karu's trying to fight this one, but is blinded. Big Money Kev gonna find himself a kill onto that.
Drill does. You can go. Big Money Kev gonna get the solo
Big
kill
Money
on
Kev.
Trundle.
Solo killing Kairu again. Oh my goodness, never mind. Trundle
Wait,
turns it around. Big Bungus Trundle just down to the tower anyways. Ultimate. No Scryer's orbs obviously coming down. Just Baron.
Possibly on this bot side. It could make it really hard as actually the sweeper comes out. They're gonna take everything out. Never mind.
Yeah, the sweeper's gonna come through, but Hordon coming in from the side. Good knock up here, gonna be taken down as they go on soul point. True Shot Barrage across a bunch of members, gonna do really well, but Toxic Pandas not able to land the infinite duress onto anyone as they will jump into the middle of the team and get taken down. Vitaly just healed to get out of there. Ooh, living with a sliver of health as well. Barely staying alive, will die to the poison. I think that was, but it is one Nexus turret down as the Renekton does fall. Flash forward coming through from the Alistar, gonna be able to knock down back Vitaly here. As Big Money Kev able to find another kill onto the pike. Will get shut down by the Ezreal in good shape. Big Money Kev looking to try and stay alive, but will get stunned up in that gravity field. Not a lot of damage coming down. Those Barbs takes down Karu. Bullet time coming across Big Money Kev. Ooh, will walk out of it. Barbs will stay alive as well, but doing some damage to Hordon here. Here comes the Renekton. So much damage. Oh, the Shadow Surge comes forward. Barbs looking for those resets. Will they be able to find it? No, they will not. Double kill picked up by Healed Shields or CC. It is Big Money Kev against the world. Aspect of Orion will go down, and Big Money Kev finds another one. He saves the game. The Timo.
Oh yeah, and Big Money has something to say about it. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, Victor takes a decent chunk of damage here, but Healed Shields or CC, they do not care. They just want to end the game. It's going to be right through the front door for Karu, flashing into the Nexus. Aspect of welcome back to our little post-game segment here after a very interesting game 2 between College of Staten Island and St. Joseph's Long Island. Of course, we're Adam alongside Pwnstar Shivy here. We've got ourselves our interview with Aspect of Orion, the mid laner there. And honestly, Aspect had a really solid series, and we've got him here now. Congratulations on a really good series win here.
Thanks. Sorry, it's my first interview. I'm not the
No
sharpest. But thanks for. It was a really good game. I actually quite enjoyed both games, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, working through those pauses and disconnects and reconnects can definitely be annoying and for sure. So I'm just gonna throw the question to game 2. We can kind of ignore game 1, but just kind of, what are your thoughts? What is your team's thoughts going into the series, right? I mean, not to pick on you guys too much, but you guys kind of are in the lower end of the standings. You guys can now possibly make a break for playoffs, securing that seventh spot, and possibly with a little bit of luck, you can go into the playoffs. What is your team's mindset going into that, like, and especially now with this win going forward?
Honestly, we're just playing it by week. I mean, we are prepping each week, so we are like making sure our drafts are good. We're making sure we're practicing in advance. So, yeah, we're playing it by week. So it's nothing too crazy. Just once the week comes, we start playing, prepping, and then we just play the week out, and that's it.
And we saw in game 2 a little bit of an odd sort of game situation there. The Teemo coming through in the top lane for St. Joseph's there. What's sort of your mindset when you're playing against something that's not quite meta? And I mean, walk me through your mindset when you see the Teemo get locked in, specifically.
Let's just say we were shocked. We honestly did not expect the Teemo lock-in at all. Like, in terms of draft, I mean, the second draft was a bit funky. It was not something we did not expect, I'll say that much.
Yeah, and honestly, you in my mind, you were the MVP of the series for sure. Crazy bubbles on the Zoe, and just really strong performance on the Victor as well. Do you just feel like this is kind of the meta for you right now? Or are these kind of the champions you already play in solo queue, or you already are comfortable with? Like, dominant performances both into the Victor Vex and also the Zoe Cassiopeia, 2 matchups that we've seen pretty commonly across, the different seasons of League of Legends. Is this just right in your wheelhouse? Or are you like, what, more of an assassin player? Like, what's happening here?
So, funny enough, my comfort picks are the mages. So when I saw the Vex, I'm like, okay, I pick either Victor or Ziggs here. And if I saw the Cassio was like one of my premier matchups in solo queue as Zoe. So I was like, okay, I picked Cassio, take Cleanse, and she just cannot kill me. Unless I mess up.
Yeah. And, it worked for you this game, but of course want to give you sort of the floor to give any thanks, give any shout-outs. So, Ryan, go ahead.
I would just like to thank my team, especially. They've been playing their hearts out, especially after last week, because last week was not the greatest. So, I just want to thank my team. I want to thank the managers, like our leading manager, and even our subs. Because our subs always trying to find a way to fill in if possible, and I'm just happy that we even able to play at all. So thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Aspect, and hope you have yourself a wonderful weekend ahead of you.
You too.
So that was our interview with Aspect of Orion there. Honestly, he seemed like he seemed very happy with the outcome, of course, coming off of a 2-0, but also understands what his team needs to do in the future. And honestly, really good interview from him. But that's basically going to wrap it up for today at Pwnstar and Shibby. Any last words you want to say?
Shout outs to the viewers, shout outs to everybody tuning in. Rare Adam, it has been a treat to cast with you. I'm a bit of a fanboy. I didn't want to let you know I've been seeing you on Unified and everything like that, so it's really nice to be able to cast with somebody that I very much respect in the scene. So, yeah, other than that, shout outs to everybody, and Rare Adam, tell them where to go. Tell them where to go.
Exactly. Of course, got to give our shout outs to Esports U for running the broadcast here. K-Tad at the back running the production, as well as our observer Ebrom. Came up from softball, came right in to League of Legends. That's how you do it out there. But of course, we're going to be hopping over to the student cast of the Harrisburg Area Community College versus Trinity Valley Community College. The Overwatch student broadcast there, casted by Sominomi and GSR Rebel. So stick around if you want to keep that in mind. But if not, hope you all have a wonderful weekend, and we'll see you next week with more League of Legends action here on Esports U. Good night, everyone.
Hello there, everyone. Welcome to ESU. My name's Saminami.
I'm Rebel.
And we're here to cast some Overwatch. The teams we have tonight are Harrisburg area versus Trinity Valley. I don't have a lot of background on them. Do you by chance, Rebel?
I do not. I am looking forward to the matchup, though. But if we do want to talk about the matchup, it is going to be a best-of-5 series. Starting off, our first map is going to be on Lijiang Tower. So King of the Hill style, whoever captures the point to 100% first will get the point. First to 2 on that map wins, and then we are headed over to, I believe, Hybrid, then 2CP.
Ooh, looking forward to that then. So with Lijiang, there's the best of it's a best of 3 for that map specifically. I'm curious, what's your prediction on which part of the map we're going to get first?
I hope Garden. Garden's my favorite map.
Really?
Garden's my favorite map in Overwatch. Some people say King's Row is, but Lijiang Garden, mostly because I'm a Lucio main. So I like to go for the Reddit boops there. But I mean, composition wise, it does make sense. Especially, I'm not surprised if we see like the Ryan Zarya or Ryan Diva with the Lucio Baptiste rush comps with maybe like a Symmetra, a Pharah in there. I know a lot of teams like to play Farmercy on Garden and Night Market as well, just because there's boop range. Farmercy is great. Pharah has a lot of area to be able to control from the sky as well. So I'm interested to see what sort of comps that we're going to get once we head into the game.
So your prediction here is Garden. I'm going to go with Control Center to start.
Control Center start. All right.
Yeah, I myself am a Rhine main, so I like to look forward to having you Lucio players be with me in order to brawl.
Exactly. I was once a Reinhardt main, but when I went onto my high school roster, they're like, hey, play main support. I'm like, all right, Lucio it is. But we were both wrong, and we are headed over to Night Market right away. But if we do take a look at the competition, Trinity Valley CC is going to be playing the Ryan Zarya with the Mei Symmetra, not surprising, along with the Lucio Baptiste. Harrisburg area is going to play Ryan Zarya with the Cassidy Reaper and Lucio Moira. So a little bit variations, but in essence, sort of the same compositions. However, though, Trinity Valley will probably get to the point first and have control just because of Lucio's speed and the Symmetra being able to TP on the roof.
Agreed. And that's one of the biggest things you have to do with Night Market here, especially if you have a Mei, is hold that point. Because just like this Ryan here gets walled out from his team, he can instantly eliminate it.
Exactly, and that's going to be a devastating blow, but hey, that is both Reinhardts down for both teams. Mickey getting quite a couple of kills here, but Trinity Valley still looking like they are going to be the lead. However, though, Mickey is going to be able to get another headshot here on Cassidy. He is popping off right now, so it's still really bit of an even fight. All depends on how it's going to happen. But once again, Mickey's going to get another kill to be able to secure this point for them, and only to leave the Symmetra remains on the point, and they're pretty much able to cap that there. That was looking a little bit grim for them at the beginning just because they lost to Reinhardt right away, but Harrisburg was able to clutch that up.
Indeed they were. You know what? I think the biggest misplay that Trinity had there was they walled properly, but when they were trying to go after targets, they just stood too out in the open.
Exactly, and already that is going to be Mickey taking him out, and a 3K Deadeye to be able to secure the rest of the kills. Denied the fight, but my goodness, that was an Earth Shatter coming out. And yeah, that's just the fight for Harrisburg. That's just a fight for Harrisburg.
That it is. And right now, Trinity, you got an ult out of them, but that's just one. You used what? Shatter? Traded, but right now the ultimate economy is in favor of Harrisburg. That's not good for you.
That is going to be another shatter as well, but the Symmetra Wall is going to be able there to deny them. Zombie is going to be sent out by Extra Mini, I believe it's how you pronounce his name, to be able to keep their life a little bit longer. Graviton Surge is going to be available. Death Blossom is going to be used by Slayer, only is going to be able to take out one. Trinity, though, is going to be able to get a little bit more of the kills in this fight and actually be able to finally tear and over the point.
Oh no!
Harrisburg did get that to 59%, but still.
Reinhardt got caught out in the open from that fire strike, and they're just rushing right in again.
Hate to see it, but I mean, might as well if you're going to be playing the rush count with the Moira, just going as fast as possible, and that is the name of the game. That will be the Graviton Surge, going to be used by Skelly. But is only going to be able to get trades on both sides, but the DPS line of Harrisburg is really going to be able to secure out the rest of the picks for this fight.
Slayer just tearing up the grounds. Getting pick after pick. What a play.
Exactly. What a play, honestly. Really well played by Harrisburg to be able just to, you know, shake off that last fight. Yeah, maybe they used a couple of ults there. They used they used the sim wall from Trinity to be able just to hold on for a little bit longer. Harrisburg lost, and then they came back and was able to take it pretty quickly. Deadeye is going to be set out, though, by Mickey, and is not going to be able to find anything due to Pandex's sim wall. Rain Blizzard by Zen is going to allow himself to get 3 kills off of that, too, and allow Trinity to be able to secure the point once more. 35% is on the clock for them, and Harrisburg with 82% on the point.
So right now, if you're Harrisburg, you're actually sitting pretty right now, because you have some ults coming up, and you have the point to 82%. You really only need to win one fight here, and to hold it. It's at the May wall. Now it's just a waiting game.
You can see Fox sort of looking to find some value off of Reflex's window there. And that's going to be the shatter, but it's going to get denied by the Gene. And that is
what a shatter!
My goodness, Gene. That was a shatter and a half. That's huge. That's huge.
I love that. Couldn't be any happier. What a shatter.
Could not be any happier if you are Harrisburg. And it's last fight territory here.
You see Slayer hasn't... Oh, I think he's going to use it early here.
That was a great immortality field, but it was just not enough. I mean, the damage was there. You didn't see the kills, but Harrisburg are able to be able to take that map, but that point 100 to 79. And I mean, that was well played by Harrisburg. They really came in. When they were looking a little bit down, they just went, nope, we're going to take control of this fight right here. We're just going to speed in, use ultimates, boom, take the point. And I mean, hey, it worked. I believe we're going to be headed over to Garden next. And not really my favorite. Hopefully we get to see some awesome Lucio groups here. I don't know about that because who knows. But if we do take a look at the compositions, both teams are opting with the Ryan Zarya once again. Only really differences once again are on the support line and the DPS line, so no major changes there. But Zen, instead of being on the Mei, is going to be on the Cassie.
That's interesting. You could use a Mei here, or even a Pharah. Depending on how you play this, you just play on site here and use your natural surroundings as your walls and barriers.
But it appears that Harrisburg is going to be having a little bit upper hand in this fight as they are, it's Trinity who's able to hold on to the point for a little bit longer, but Slayer is going to be able to take out Fox 59 first. And I mean, that's a great kill, and that is Trinity's egg line down, so that's pretty much going to be the rest of the point as the DPS line is going to be able to clean up the rest of the picks. And Harrisburg once again taking first control of the point, with Mickey already having the Deadeye available to him.
That's huge, actually, to have a DPS all ready to go right away. That's what you like to have. That's what you like to see out of your DPS, because that means you're prepared to receive enemy ults or pushes in this coming fight.
Right. I mean,
that.
Exactly, but if we do take a look at here at Trinity's push, they're going to be pushing through mini room here, but Skelly getting the first pick already. That is the Deadeye going to be committed by Mickey. Is going to be able to take out one, follows it up on a reflex, and that is, once again, another team fight one for Harrisburg.
I'm not sure if you saw, but Fox used his shatter in that.
I did. Oh, I would have saved. I would have waited. I would have seen our first pick and been like, nope. Wait till next fight when we're full strength, then we can try and play off the shatter there.
How many do you think Slayer's going to get here?
I think he gets one, because there is a brig there, so...
Oh,
they
don't notice him. Discipline!
They don't notice him. And yeah, like I said, they're going to get one. He's going to be able to TP back into the point, and that is Zen down. That is an ultimate that you're not able to use this fight. But if we do take a look at, there is some switches as well. I forgot to mention they are switching over to Brigitte and Sigma. Graviton Surge is going to be committed along with the Coalescence, and that's just reaping in the kills of your Harrisburg. 75% to 0 right now. They are rolling in these kills. They're feeling extra confident.
That they are. I mean, what a massacre with, and they still have an alt economy here for this last fight. Or what would be for that. We're going to see this High Noon hopefully come in from Cassidy. Not sure he's getting the chance to use it quite yet.
That is going to be Slayer though with the death bots, and Gene with the shatter as well. And that is an excellent combo to be able to get all the kills. Blue is using the funny stay alive button, but it's not going to be enough, as Harrisburg is going to be able to take map point 2 100 to 0 and securing the first map of the game on Lijiang Tower, 2 to 0.
So, I have a habit, or that I've seen, where people go in, and depending on how these maps play out, could be the defining factors for the entire match.
Exactly. And look at that.
Shatter.
That was a beautiful shatter by G. Yeah. I almost wanted to say Jean because of Attack on Titan. I've been watching that like crazy, but nah, it is going to be Gene. But yeah, Harrisburg looking pretty dominant on that. Valley, they looked. Trinity Valley looked. There was some promise there, especially on Night Market. I saw that they were. I mean, in that May there, the May could work out pretty well. I mean, maybe they would have wanted to try it there instead of with the Reaper, but I don't know. The Symmetra.
I think their misplay there with the May was that they did try to focus the target, but they weren't efficient enough with it. And as such, all Harrisburg had to do was just rotate around to the other doorway, play their distance outside of it so they don't get beamed down by Symmetra turrets, and get picked one at a time because they're already down to Reinhardt, and they're not taking any sort of cover, which leaves them completely vulnerable.
Exactly. And I mean, it all depends on team play there. Maybe it just wasn't their map, but we are going to be headed. I don't know what map is, but I'm going to assume that we're going to go to King's Row. If we did see them favor this sort of, we hope. We love us some King's Row. But I mean, if they're going to play King's Row there, it's going to be pretty similar play styles. So Harrisburg has the advantage there because they already looked pretty dominant on this brawl style. If they go for the full-on EU rush with maybe on a Diva instead of a Zarya, trying to eat up the Grav, that could work. Or just playing the Ryan Zarya, May Cassidy, play Hanzo maybe, go for Grav Dragon, but only time will tell. And I am getting word that we are headed over to King's Row. So, like I said, I'm not surprised, but hey, King's Row is a heck of a map to watch and play.
Well, also, given that we went to the Gardens here and we didn't see dive out of either team, it does kind of tell that these teams are more comfortable with playing a rush-styled comp. Maybe even double shield that we might see.
Right.
But I don't expect to see any sort of dive.
Exactly.
Maybe Wrecking Ball is a last-minute stall, but
yeah, exactly.
That's about it.
I mean, we did see the Sigma come out from Trinity Valley on that last map as well, but I think that was just because Mickey was dealing so much damage on Cassidy that they really had to close off another angle to them because, I mean, they were popping off. They were absolutely popping off on the hit scan roll, and I cannot wait to see more of it. Yeah.
So one of my suggestions that might work, it's a little bit of an odd pick, but you mix in a Torb in your rush there. You get a Cassidy and a Torb if you're trying to go against Harrisburg. That way you can try to use the turret to get some extra damage and get a little bit more spam in there. Again,
Exactly.
it's a little odd, but it works.
I mean, it does work. And I mean, it can burn down Reinhardt's shields. The only problem is sometimes you might feed it into the Zarya bubble, and if you have a really good Zarya, they can pop off. I've seen it times where I've casted games and people just have a carry Zarya, and they're like, oh, I have a great idea. Let's play Junkrat into them. And then they continue to feed. But you never know. You never know what could happen. I would like to see maybe a little bit more comboing of ultimates here. Because, I mean, if you're going to be playing Brawl, try and go for like a stand shatter or something like that. Or just stuff like that, you know. Because if you get the stun from the Cassidy onto the shatter, 6 kills. Easy, right there.
So one of the biggest misconceptions that I see Ryan players do, especially towards the lower levels, is that they think they need to go after the enemy Reinhardt when they hit their shatter. That is not what you want to do at all. Instead, kind of do what Gene did, which is go after either the backline or just a complete flank angle where it's open. Doesn't matter if you even get just one person shattered. If you do, that's a guaranteed kill typically. And with the increased damage from being point blank on people, you could insta-kill many heroes in this game now.
Yep, pretty much. Stun fan, combo. Gets a kill automatically onto a squishy. Always works. Makes me rage in my ranked games, but I do it as well. So I am guilty of doing some of those cheeky combos. But yeah.
Alrighty. Well, hopefully we'll be able to get in here real soon. What do you think we're going to see on this defense here? What is your prediction?
I'm still going to say the Rein Zarya. Yep. And we are going to be seeing the Rein Zarya. And yeah, they are going to stick with the Moira, though, instead of going to the Baptiste. I would probably prefer, I mean, maybe Jelly Squid is just maybe more comfortable on Moira here, but honestly, I think Bap is just an overall very strong flex support pick that people really should be using more. I mean, we see it all the time in pro play and stuff like that. His Immortality, broken ability. Window can be built up very fast and is almost a second cooldown. But if we take a look over at Trinity Valley, they are going to be bringing out the Hackfist, and I really hope it stays like that because Hackfist is fun to watch and play as well.
Maybe for you, but I beg to differ when I'm on the receiving end.
Okay, well, if you're on the receiving end, that's fair. But like, if you're playing it, you know, sometimes it can.
Right away, we see the Ryan get hacked.
And that's a great execute onto Gene. And yeah, Blue's going to be able to get up 2 kills there. And that is going to allow Trinity Valley to be able to push in a little bit longer. Slamming into the backline from Pandax. And he is going to get frozen, but will stay alive for a little bit longer. And that is pretty much... That's a very fast push already on King's Row. There's not much you can do if you're Harrisburg there. Hackfist with the Lucio Ana can go off very fast, especially if there's Doomfist up there denying the Reinhardt from being able to touch. And it looks like they're going to go for the contest, but that's going to be Magui going to be using the Shatter to be able to get a couple of kills. The Pandax is going to be able to slam up and uppercut. And yeah, they're going to get the kills, and they're going to have 5 minutes and 30 seconds to be able to push the point B.
Well, it's actually been such a long time since I've seen a Hackfist. I'm not actually quick little cutoff there. I wonder if the Zarya gets out. She's very high charge. They're just letting her go.
I don't know about. I mean, it's fine. Well, high charge.
Well, she's not high charge.
She's not that high charge.
Down. I thought it looked like she was higher charge. She's probably just waned off.
Exactly. But we are going to be seeing Zen switch over to the Widowmaker, which I don't mind at all. This is a great Widowmaker map, but if he gets spotted out by that Mei...
Oh! The orb almost came in towards Zen.
Exactly. That will be the Blizzard going to be using effect, but the sound barrier from Blue is going to be able to keep the team alive for a little bit longer. Only going to be able to save Fort and that fight as Pandax is going to be using the Meteor Strike to get out of there.
That's a very smart use of the Meteor Strike. Because you get more value out of Doom being alive than you do being dead. It's just me, or we've seen Zen play some mystery heroes here.
So, remember when I said that thing about Junkrat playing into a Zarya?
I think it was about the tour, but yeah, it's the exact same concept.
The exact same concept, and that will be Pandax giving him probably one way to get through this song to potentially change their hero up, but that is a great fight from Harrisburg coming back into that and getting themselves a team kill in the process, and yeah, that was a good fight. Good defense there.
So, if you're Trinity here, I think you bring back the Sombra, honestly. The Sombra worked the first time. I don't see why you wouldn't use it the second time. Even though they're down their Rhine right now, taxing with the Lucio, you have an opportunity here to push as long as you carry the Mei wall.
Exactly. And I mean, if you're Trinity, you are going to have some ultimates available, especially this nano boost onto the Reinhardt. Along with the Graviton Surge, is going to be able to allow them to be able to get a decent amount of kills here, as Mickey is going to use the Deadeye, but it's not going to matter because that is a massive shatter coming out from Trinity Valley. And yeah, that's going to allow them to win this fight and just roll on forward.
That is a statement right there, if I have to see one out of a Reinhardt. And actually, I think I want to make a quick mention here. These are not the same tanks on the side of Trinity.
They're not.
We do see Cookie Clicker or Killer, my bad.
Oh, what was that shattered? Gene, you good there, buddy? I have a feeling that was a misclick.
As in a fat finger?
It might have been a fat finger.
What the heck? Wait.
What was that? What was that? I don't know, but that is going to be the blizzard going to be set up by Slayer and denying the rest of the push from Trinity Valley. I don't know what that sound was there, but that was really funny.
Oh my gosh. I've not seen that before. I've made things levitate. I've made myself fly into the distance. I've not glitched myself through a map yet. That's a first.
That is a first, but if you're Trinity Valley here, you're gonna have both DPS ultimates online. Depends on all depends on how they want to use them here. That's the question.
I think this tire would maybe be good for initiating, or rather try to get your team to start pushing, then have the tire go in. He's going in right away.
Oh, but Mickey's gonna be able to find it. Are we seeing an electric cowboy coming out from Pandex? Yes, we are. I feel like that was a misclick supposed to go onto the Zarya. But I mean, hey, I do love to see the electric cowboy come out, but it's just really not going to be enough. I think that was supposed to go on to Magui, but it just must have been jumped in the way as Skelly racks themselves up a 3K with that Graviton Surge at the end there. Once again, great hold from Harrisburg.
Indeed. I do think the grab might have been a bit of an overkill because right now, your alt economy is not looking too great against Trinity. You got a Reinhardt that's building up his shatter. He's 10% away. And already has his high noon that he saved from the last fight.
True. That is very true. Ultimate's going to be online, though, for both sides. Only Trinity Valley is going to have the actual ultimates online. That will be a 2K shatter. But it's not going to be able to find anything. It's Magui.
Wait a minute.
Too full. I take that back. That is a 3K Pandex sending out the Deadeye here to zone, and is going to be able to take out the Mei and the Cryo. Yeah, that is how you want to push into this fight here. You really want to be able to take over, and I mean they wasted. I mean I wouldn't say they wasted so much time, but they lost a lot of time. They had 5 minutes and 30 seconds going into that fight there, and I mean now they only have 2 minutes to be able to push. That's great if you're Harrisburg, but if you're Trinity Valley, not so much.
Yeah. I know we're looking at a Graviton coming out. I think they might instantly use it, or the Basil. Right away!
And that's going to be the Blizzard right away. Might as well try and build up another one for when overtime comes in effect and deny this push right here. And I mean, something you got to think about with Point C on Kings Row, that it's one of the hardest maps to fully complete.
Oh, definitely, because you either can possibly snowball it through from second push after capping the first. Otherwise, you got to deal with high ground if you use it at all.
Exactly.
Even on the flank, the wall. Oh, good.
Reflex is going to have the nano boost, and I believe that they are going to be looking for here onto this Reinhardt. You can just sort of tell. Maybe they might bust out the the nano visor, but nope, that is going to be. Yeah, that's going to be a shatter from Gene. Not really going to be able to do much there, but the nano boost is going to be committed onto Magui. Sound Bear is committed out by Blue, and this is looking a lot like the GOATS meta right here, with the amount of ultimates being spammed out, but Trinity Valley is coming up top in this team fight right here.
They are. Now, it's still being fought here. They're still trying to contest. Now they're starting to get killed. This is bad if you're Harrisburg. I know you're getting staggered. You don't want to get stagger killed here. This is the worst thing that can happen.
That is very true. And I mean, Trinity Valley's now going to be a little bit on a roll here as Cookie Killer is going to get the next couple of kills. Magui has the shatter available. He's looking for it. He's looking for it. Is he going to find it, though? That's the question.
Oh, he's definitely going to find it.
Yeah, but with that Blizzard, that will be a little bit harder. Mickey, or Mikey is on Mickey. I don't know how to pronounce it, but that's a shatter from Magui. And yeah, a couple of kills. Both teams are going to be up by 2, but it's all good because overtime's in effect now, and Trinity Valley barely holding on here as Blue gets a sound barrier kill, not sound barrier, but a right-click kill onto Jelly Squid, and he's going to get a second one as well. And this is looking very good for Trinity Valley. Zen's going to be able to pop the tag visor here and just to try and do a little bit more. But Gene is going to be just holding that shield, trying to stay alive. Overtime is ticking down, and Trinity Valley is able to get the completion here with no time left, so they really have to hold Harrisburg.
Yeah, I mean, good for you, Trinity Valley. You made it all the way to the 3rd point. You are in the overtime, which means if you cannot hold them, you got to make sure that they have at least under a minute, at minimum, in order to make sure you can play for more than just a draw.
Exactly. I do wonder if we're going to be seeing any sort of comps changed up from Trinity Valley here on this defense. Because, I mean, the Ryan Zarya worked. Are we going to see a double shield tank line come out? Are we going to see a Baptiste? We're going to see the Brig Bap. That's the question.
We may see double shield here, but
we may see
highly
double
unlikely. There it is!
Oh, boy.
Double and look at that. They got the Torb, they got the Bap, they got everything for that double shield right there.
That is a very good double shield composition right there. And Harrisburg, nothing much new over on their side. Playing the Reaper instead of the May. Not surprising. You can be a little bit more aggressive with Reaper on offense. So, it all depends on how fast they want to push this here. But Trinity Valley is going to be playing a pretty hard defense here. With the Bap Zen, great, love it. Double flex support composite. Maybe sometimes you want to play the Brig there. But having the Zen being able to poke down onto Gene's shield is going to be huge, along with Zen on the Hanzo, which we have not seen any Hanzo gameplay yet here, and I do love me some good Hanzo gameplay, along with Torbjorn. So I'm very excited.
So if you're Harrisburg here, you don't exactly have to just rush down the middle. Your best bet here is to hug the wall and catch people coming down one by one. Staying out the open is the worst thing to happen because you'll get picked off like that by the offense.
Exactly. Slayer's going to be in the back line, though, taking over Pandex. And yeah, Pandex is going to fall, which is the Torbjorn now, and I believe that is also going to be the Torb turret taken out as well. But, I mean, Trinity's still holding on to this here, even though they are down 1. Now both teams are getting some more trades. Magui on this, Sigma's looking pretty good here, and along with Zen. Both teams are just getting these picks left and right, and who's really going to be coming out on top here? Right now, it's looking more like Harrisburg. They do have the spawn advantage. Reflex is doing what they can to stay alive on this Baptiste, along with Pandex just trying to send out the turret and just go on to point, using the overload, trying to stay alive, but it's really not going to be able to do much, as Harrisburg is finally looking like that they are going to be able to take over the point here, which I think it was a little bit of a slower, well, a little bit. Yeah, they had just a little less time than Trinity Valley did, but nonetheless, that is still 5 minutes and 16 seconds to be able to push point B.
That's a great timing to have. The more time, the better. And Harrisburg, they know how to tempo their fights. So unless Trinity can take control of this second here, you may see a snowball for second push.
True, very true. That means Zen is also going to have the Dragon Strike available to them as well. Depending on how they want to use this here, they could use it just to be able to clear out the point a little bit.
Typically for Dragon, you just want to get that Erase the pole right into the Dragon. But it looks like that wasn't communicated there.
Exactly, and now that is going to be the Death Blossom, going to be used by Slayer, but it's going to get eaten up by Magui. Pandex is also going to be able to use the Molten Core here. A lot of ultimates being used on both sides. I believe that was almost a Shatter used by Jean, but not really going to see much there, as Mickey is just getting these kills, holding the left click on the Cassidy, just clicking heads and doing damage. The Cassidy, the DPS style. And it's going to be Magui, though, going to be using the Gravitic Punch. Mickey is going to try and use the Deadeye to be able to take him out. Doesn't find anything, though, but Magui gets the kill onto Extreme. And wow, this is a heck of a push if you are Harrisburg. So many ultimates and so much was committed into the fight that it was just ridiculous. And that's going to be the point for them. They now have 5 minutes. Oh my god.
This is almost like Overwatch League level time bank right now.
Yeah. Like in the 2020 playoffs when Washington Justice got like the
favorite
team Kings Row time on SF Shock. And I think it was like they did the map with like 4 minutes left and it was ridiculous.
Oh yeah. Oh, they would not wait for the shatter. Anyone is down and the beam actually goes down first. They don't realize that the Reaper's right behind them.
They've been taking so much damage from it too, but this backline of Bap and Brig is just the haha funny. You just get to stay alive and never die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you gotta shut down the Zara. She's high charge. And she gets out.
If I'm Zen, I kind of want to go back on the Hanzo here. You can just RNG your way, RNG and win through the choke point.
A little, but you have to be really precise with your aim. Just spamming doesn't always get the kills.
Exactly. That is a great goal. Look, Magui has been popping off on tank today, whether it be off tank or whether it be on the Reinhardt, but right now his Sigma's looking extra dominant at the moment. But again, Harrisburg has still been looking like the more dominant team through both of these maps. However, this map has just been that little bit closer, as Harrisburg is going to have quite a bit of ultimate support this way.
You know, it's good that they found a little bit of a footing, but it's still only 3.25 minutes going. So there's no rush for Harrisburg.
Exactly. That is going to be the Deadeye going to be used by Mickey. Not really going to be able to find anything. The window is committed as well, along with the Deadeye from Panda. So nothing there, but that's going to be a double stun onto Slayer. He is mauling right now because of the double stun. I can just tell. As somebody who's been through, who used to play main tank, you get stunned, you get hooked, you get shield bashed and booped off the map, and then what though? You're playing a different game.
Well, actually, you learn. You do learn.
You just learn.
Catch them all.
Exactly.
If you play Ryan especially, one of those things is you just tempo how when you shield. Pyre comes in, gets 2 of them.
My goodness, that's a huge tire. That is a very huge tire to deny the rest of the push. 2 minutes and 48 seconds though.
This Trinity Valley double shield is looking very dominant now. They are holding their ground and surviving ultimates from Harrisburg.
Exactly.
It's very difficult.
Like, they're holding it very well. They're going to have both tank ultimates as well to work with, and Magui gets the first kill!
Oh, but this Ryan's looking aggressive.
Slayer is going to be using that Death Blossom. I mean, that Death Blossom is pretty good here, but Slayer was only able to get just a couple of kills with it, and Blue is going to have the rally available. But if you take a look at Magui, look at how much health he has. He has the rally armor, he has the shield armor, he's at 600 HP. He is not going anywhere as he uses that gravitic sludge to be able to stall him out for a little bit longer.
Let's lose his shield there. Coming back real quick, but that's not going to last long, especially if Gene can build this shatter here. They just need to get Gene in order to lay it all down.
Exactly. But that was going to be committing to Coalescence, which is very good, as that is going to be able to take out 3 of Trinity Valley. The Immortality Field trying to keep it. Nice. You love to see a good trap kill here and there. Harrisburg is looking very dominant as they look out to close out this map.
Now this is very dire. You're running out of time. And the tire goes in. Can we see one?
It's going to be enough though. We're just waiting for that sound barrier to wear off a little bit longer, but it's not going to be able to do enough as Jelly Squid and Gene is going to be able to get the rest of the kills. A nice stick by Slayer, and that's just going to be it. It's only just contest.
Well, that's the point. You need to contest as long as possible here. Don't let them get a minute, otherwise you're playing for the draw.
Yep. Which they are not. They will have a minute and 5 seconds to be able to push, and if you're Trinity Valley, you push for the draw.
Yes, you do. Well, so draws are very interesting when it comes to a best-of-5 series in Overwatch, because it doesn't count as a point against you, but it doesn't count as a point for you either, if you're on either team.
Exactly.
Yeah, so I think Trinity, they're, like I said before, they're finding their footing, And what's stopping Harrisburg each time, especially, you see that their DPS are the main damage deal of their DPS. What I'm trying to get at is that they're the main problem here. That they're getting the most value out of anyone in Harrisburg's team. So what you do is you either make it so that they don't feel confident enough to push up, or you take out the DPS themselves. That should be their game plan to winning this. They are setting up high ground again, which wasn't bad for the first time, but it seemed that Harrisburg figured out real quick how to handle that. Let's see how they do it this time.
And yeah, open and you're off the races.
Harrisburg going to just be up playing, like you said, Lucio Moore, the rush comps, and they're just going to go right through Hotel. That's not something that you want to do. 5 people going to be on the point, and there is just going to be so much fight right here. This is going to be the fight to decide the game, I feel like.
Yes, it is.
That's an immortality field gone, along with your Orisa. Zen can do what they can in the backline.
Wait a minute.
Trinity's abilities coming back.
The amount of spam? What? I would not have.
Spam game never fails, apparently. 22 seconds remaining. If you're Harrisburg, you're panicking. You don't want to have a draw here. You want to win this map.
I actually do. Harrisburg should have won that. We're gonna see what happens here, but no, the line goes down way too quickly. This is terrible if you're Harrisburg. You have 5 seconds left. Someone has to touch. Tracer's injured already.
We did Tracer, but Pandex does have the Molten Core available, and that's just going to be the... This is ridiculous. What a great comeback from Trinity Valley. And it's going to be the... Along with the junk tire, able to secure it up. It's just Jelly Squid trying to stay alive using the coalescence, but it's not going to be enough, as the likes of Trinity Valley is going to send us to a draw. So it is still Harrisburg technically in the lead, but that was a really good hold from Trinity there.
I think that's going to be a big telling sign now. I know I said that it would. I feel that Harrisburg would have been on the more dominant rolling here, but after seeing how Trinity played, we're going to have a game tonight. I'm excited for this.
We're having a heck of a game right now.
So next here, I believe we have 2 CP. Is that correct?
I believe so. I believe that we are headed to 2 CP. So I'm going to assume that because whose map pick is it? I believe it's going to be I believe it's going to be Harrisburg. I think actually no, it is Trinity Valley's map pick since they are still down. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see them come out with Hanamura and do the Symmetra trick on the point, because we did see them play Sim on Lijiang Tower.
So here's the trip up, I think, because you were so strong on double shield. You don't want to go Hanamura unless, I mean, it's not bad, but you might be better on a Temple of Anubis.
That is very true. That is very true.
You're playing against a rush team, and this rush team, they will use possibly their own sim to try to move around to point, maybe even do a strat that my team does, a little leakage. So what we would do is we'd set up on that corner in front of the Mega before the choke. We look through the window and TP right above the building where the Mega is to go right to point, and then lock it down with a May. Some teams do that as soon as they hear about the strat, and it seems to at least get them a tick every single time.
That is very true.
For Hanamura.
That is true. But like you said, Temple of Anubis could be a very viable option here, especially on defense with double shield. And I mean, we did see them pop out the Junkrat, but we are going to be headed to Hanamura. I'm just getting word. So, like I said, they're probably wanting to play that rush sim strat because I mean they've been opting towards rush. It feels like that's what they're most comfortable on. But if you're Trinity Valley, I'd be like, wait, we just kind of rocked on double shield. So I mean, double shield can still very much work on Hanamura as well, especially on first point defense. You can set up 3 people sort of in front on the choke, 3 people on the point in case the Symmetric comes out, send the Junkrat on or the Torb to be able to hold the point, and then leave another tank with your supports. So yeah.
Yep, that sounds about right. The only downfall I would see in this is if you don't focus fire. The biggest thing that was playing for you here is focus fire.
Exactly.
And that seems to be the pressure that Harrisburg was not looking for on that King's Row. So
exactly.
caught them by surprise each time. especially on the third point.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. Also, I believe that Trinity Valley is going to be attacking first, so we will get to see if they are going to pull out the symmetric comps, which, I mean, I really hope they do. I mean, I used to play the sim comp all the time on my high school team. So, I mean, it works. It works, and it works out very well. Hanamura is the map's been around for a very long time. So by now, we've mostly figured out what strategies work, what strategies do not. All depends on how your first and second push go, because once the snowball starts building up for defense, you get those ultimates in, you get like a shatter or a grab, and you just start denying it. You really get to sort of just tell the fate of the game at that point.
But given that it is 2CP, it's not always about momentum to a degree. Well, it is, but what I mean by that is, you, as an attacker, you could get a tick at a time. If every push you get at least one tick, you're going to win.
Right.
Guaranteed. Because regardless of whether or not you have time in the bank, you have achieved at least, say, a minute per tick, and you have 4 minutes in first point alone.
Exactly.
So,
exactly.
Let's see what they do here.
Let us see what they do here. And I mean, I really want to see how this plays out, because again, these maps have been very close. Maybe towards the end of Lijiang Tower wasn't as close, but that was just Harrisburg having a dominant rush, which we have already figured out now that they have a dominant rush brawl comp. Yep. It all depends on how Trinity Valley really wants to approach this year, because if they lose this map, then we will probably see, once we head over to an escort map, how the rest of the game is going to play out. But
and we will.
All of that we are going to find out very soon.
We are. Now, I'm thinking as what stands out for Trinity is they're very flexible. And Harrisburg's been very rigid in comparison. They haven't really swapped their comps.
Exactly.
So I'm wondering if that rigidness is what they're trying to use to spearhead through, or if it's going to be their downfall in the end.
Yep, exactly.
So,
yes.
Now, what do you think would be Harrisburg's best bet for defense? We know about their offense ability. We haven't really talked about their defense.
Drop the Moira, play Baptiste. I think that's your best bet if you're going to be on defense there, because you can play Moira on attack. But I mean, sure,
it's Moira.
It's Moira. You can only do so much with Moira, and really get too much value out of it. But here we are going to be finding out as we are headed into it. Oh, that is Moira. What is that? I mean, that's a support comp that exists, yes. But they don't play off of each other. I mean, you're pumping out the heals. You have the Ana with the nade that can boost up heals, along with the Moira, who can just absolutely pump out heals. If we do take a look over at Trinity Valley, though, they're going to be playing a Bap Ana, so a little bit similar. Both teams are opting for the Ana pick here, which I do find quite interesting, maybe just because of the nano boost. And both teams, along with the Ryan Zarya and a Reaper. Actually, I take that back. Zen's, he might be locking the legs here, and if we're locking the legs, it's going to be in for a good time.
I know a lot of soldier mains. In fact, I have a friend who's named Only Legs. Over in the EU.
Nice.
I'll blame the soldier.
Heck yeah. But like I said, they're coming out with the Symmetra. I sort of figured. I mean, a lot of teams, they really like to play these Symmetra comps here on like Lijiang and like Hanamura. Especially if you're going to be playing this split here, where you can just sort of not exactly go into the point, bait out anybody who is, but that is going to be Gene going to be able to get the first kill. But that is both Reinhardt's down. Now it's going to be a battle of basically what Overwatch 2 will look like with 5v5.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to the 5v5. I'll say that.
No, neither am I, but hey, that is a discussion for later here, as both teams are in a little bit of a stalemate here, as there's not really too much. Skelly will be almost fully charged.
The advantage here is that you got the attacking Reinhardt back quicker than the defending one, so if you position yourself properly, you can get a pick here or there first before the defending Reinhardt gets back. We see the window come up, trying to find value, but nothing's dying quite yet.
Exactly. And I mean, once again, stalemate a little bit. Slayer is going to have the cross online here pretty soon, so that might be the winning factor. Oh no, that is going to be one heck of an Earth Shatter coming out from Gene. And yeah, that's the first fight won right there.
That it is. Now, I do want to mention, we see huge ult economy on the side of Harrisburg. Trinity, they're trying to build up the same. Actually, they've swapped off their sim. I'm not sure. Do you recall how much all charge they had?
At that point, sim wall's not even worth it. If the sim isn't gonna work, you just gotta switch. The Cassidy is a much better pick in this situation, especially getting a little bit more damage along with stuns to be able just to allow your team to push a little bit further. I would have liked to see them go for the sim strat one more time, because that's gonna be an anti and a swing. And my goodness, that was a 6K from Gene! Assisted from the grab from Skelly, but my goodness, this tank line from Harrisburg is dominant.
That it is. Now, remember when I said that the most people gain the value is the DPS?
Yeah.
yeah. Not anymore.
Not anymore. My goodness. I don't want to give all that credit from Gene. That was one heck of a grab from Skelly.
Yeah,
this
that
tank
was.
line from Harrisburg just
Be funny. Oh,
yeah.
Slayer might get picked off here.
That is an anti on the two of them, though.
And I think we saw Nano go on to Gene.
Yeah.
Not really being utilized.
No, not really. And I did forget to mention that Blue is going to switch over from Yana onto the Brigida as well, which I don't mind as well. But in that instance, that's not going to work. That's one stun out, that's two stuns, and you shouldn't have done that until he started ulting, because Slayer's going to go into your backline and do exactly what he just did.
So, this is an alt game. Soldier had the right idea of trying to reset himself to regroup. Right now, you're looking at Harrisburg with Shatter and High Noon, possibly even Coalescence going to be coming up online, versus Cookie Killer. Excuse me, too much of the app. The Grab, the Visor, and the Window. So you're looking pretty even here, but Harrisburg might be at the disadvantage if ults get used properly.
Well, once again, that's going to be a pretty big grab coming out. Immortality Field's going to be used to save them, keep them alive for a little bit longer, but Zen's going to be able to get 2 kills because of Window Visor, which, he gets 3. And yeah, now they're finally looking like they might be able to try and do something to take this point here, but Slayer with 29 HP on the point is going to get the nano boost online. And the hammer is going to be used, but he's still staying alive. They cannot take out this Reaper, and you can just tell Deadeye is going to be used, and anything. Slayer finally going to get taken out here. Trinity Valley finally getting a little bit of leeway on the point as they finally get one take. Coalescence is going to be used out. That's both support ults going to be used. Blue is going to be using the rally to keep them alive for a little bit longer, but Trinity Valley finally able to get this point unlocked after so much time.
Breath of life in the last dire moments. The clock counting down. You do see that both tanks on the side of Harrisburg, even Slayer is coming up on their ult. But Trinity, they have nothing. They had to use everything just to get that point.
Exactly. And they are coming in fast right now. Immediately going up, but now that's not going to be enough! As a big grab comes through, a big anti-nade. And yeah, that's going to allow the kills. As Reflex tries to get out of there. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. Who knows? Nah, he's going to get out.
I do want to point out, you remember, Mickey used his ult last point, right? Which was a minute ago?
Yeah.
He already has another ult.
My goodness. That's the power of Cassidy. Been broken for ages, never fixed.
Well, Cassidy is a little slow on his end, so I guess that's the drawback. If you
that is true.
Argue it.
That is true. But there's just so much oppressive force from playing Cassidy right now that it just makes sense to play him. Oh, no. And that is going to be the Deadeye going to be sent out, and finds 2, denying the rest of this push. Well done by Harrisburg, holding on here for a little bit longer, and Mickey will put himself a nice little 4K.
Yep. And with that, they have both support ults coming up. Gene still holding on to that Earth Shatter since that first point, in fact. He hasn't had a need to use it at all. He's been letting his team just take care of the work.
Exactly.
You see Trinity trying to have 3 ults coming up, 4 even, with that.
The question is, do you spam all your ults and try and get the point that way? But if you do that, then you're going to be really screwed for the next push. Well, even though this is pretty much last fight territory here. That is a shatter and a half coming out from a GUI. But hey, That is once again a deadeye. Another shatter coming up from Gene to try and deny them a little bit longer, but it doesn't do anything. Here comes the tactical visor up from Zen, but Mickey now has high ground control to be able to rain from above. No, it is not far. I'd still put that pun in there anyway. That is Cola. It's going to be used by Jelly Squid and keeping them alive for a little bit longer. Gene's coming back, making a comeback here, and Harrisburg is actually making a comeback.
I'm surprised Jelly Squid lived for that long. In fact, Jelly Squid's skill orb out here. Getting 2.
Exactly. And I mean, that's 30 seconds left for Trinity. The only thing they really have going for them is a rally and a potential Graviton Surge.
Yes, and you're very hard pressed. Against Mickey with another high noon, you may just rush main again, but you'll get picked off if you don't take out Mickey when he starts the high noon. So, Harrisburg, you gotta cover your Mickey. Trinity, take him down.
Exactly, that is going to be the Graviton Surge going to be used along with the anti-nade. Slayer is going to be using the tactical visor from above, and my goodness, he gets 3. Will he get the 4K here? It's looking like so, and my goodness, that was one heck of a clutch, and Harrisburg in such a great position to be able to hold and deny them the rest of this point.
That they are. Man, what a hold overall. They made Trinity fight 2 stone, everything. Like, they threw in the kitchen sink there too, just to get that point.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean now.
Initiating match.
But now, you see, Trinity's going to be on the defense, and
I really hope they pull out that double shield.
Yes. Maybe not the Junkrats? I don't think
Junkrat works, though, if there's a Symmetra.
Sure, but it seems that both teams, when they do run their rush, they like to run a Zard. They don't want to use any sort of divas.
Exactly.
So, I feel like that is going to be a pullback for Harrisburg, not having a diva. But we do see Mickey on the Ashe.
Interesting.
I mean, Mickey's been quite the sharpshooter all night tonight. So, I guess one could say, why haven't we seen it sooner?
Why haven't we seen it sooner is because we haven't seen a Mercy. The best way to play Ashe is with a Mercy Pocket, getting that damage boost, because damage boosted Dynamite just does so much damage. And Jelly Squid and Extremity has been pretty much only playing Lucio and Moira. I think we've seen a little bit of Ana play here, but other than that, it's been these pretty much a rush one trick. I mean, they're doing it very well. They were able to hold Trinity, but
indeed they were. Now I will say,
yeah, go for it.
The Ashe here, because it's Mickey specifically, I don't think he cares about the picks as much as he cares about building his ult. Because if you can build Bob, you just send Bob to point, let him be the distraction, split up the team, and then get the picks from there. You do see that Lucio from Harrisburg, even Jelly Squid gets picked off. That's terrible if you're Harrisburg.
That's your support line gone.
You have no way to heal up except for the 1 health pack there.
Yeah.
Oh no. And the turret doing so much damage.
Yeah, Mickey falls really low there. We'll get a pick though, but the mine.
The martyr.
Yeah, that's not a fun way to go out as Zen gets.
And the trap.
So you remember when they said they shouldn't play Junkrat?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man,
Junkrat's kind of working here.
We're both taking our words back tonight, aren't we?
We're both taking our words back tonight. You were not wrong. But hey, we are going to see Slayer on the far out. I mean, I get it. No hit scan, but Zen was coming back from spawn, and they're like, "Hey, we hit tab. There's a Farmercy now. So go play some hits."
Oh no! Usually I see that having the tanks, not the DPS. Oh my god, they got deleted so fast. They take out the turret, they learn from the mistake, and now Trinity is rotating the point.
But I mean, they aren't just going to completely switch up compositions that we haven't seen them do all night. They are playing a dive combo with the Lucio, not Lucio, Diva, with the Winston Diva, and Slayer getting a couple kills through the window, going onto the storm drone, seeing the immortality field, but yeah, Slayer is just going to be doing what he does best by slaying. Heck, it's even in his name, and yeah. Kills, or Mercy, Diana, the Resurrection. That is going to be the point given to Harrisburg. And now if you're Trinity, you really need to hold here. Otherwise, you're on game point.
Now, it is I want to point out, they actually full swapped their comp. They said, look, we see they have double shield. Rush is not going to work. Let's do dive. And it worked. So, we're going to see if it does it again. It seems that they're just trying to split their attention right now. They're not really going for picks, like I said earlier.
Exactly, and I mean, that is going to be the nano boost onto Skelly, who is just going to do not too much damage, but is going to be a very much of an impressive force. The Rocket Barrage is going to be committed, and Harrisburg is giving themselves a one-way ticket to match point.
All there's left is a Tracer, but good luck.
Yep. And yeah, just like that, Harrisburg is going to be able to take map 3, but that will be the second point. They're going to be up 2-0, and I mean, once again, this has been a very close matchup. But Harrisburg has just been constantly doing things that have just been a little bit more dominant. I mean, especially from their tank gameplay here, like especially this. Just look at this. The anti-nade, the grab, the swings, the coalescence. It's all a recipe for a highlight reel.
Specifically a highlight reel.
Specifically for a highlight reel, yes.
I love this. Go for it.
No, you go for it.
We're both so excited that we want to get our words out.
I know.
I personally love to see all this brawl. I'm the one that usually has to initiate brawl if I ever play matches or watch matches.
Right.
It's so unusual to see this much brawl. I love it.
I mean, exactly, and I love seeing it. Brawl's great, and I mean, a lot of collegiate teams that I've casted have been going for the brawl comp because it's a very easy one to use and use effectively because there's just so much that works into it. The Lucio can speed you in and out from the team. You have the Ryan Zarya that just is a staple of Overwatch history. We've seen it since launch in 2016. I will make it one GOATs having Ryan Zarya as one of its main factors. I love seeing the rush comps. It works.
Yeah, just can't get better than that. So, out of all these escorts here, I do have a recommendation for Trinity, if they are to choose one, and I believe their best bet so far would be Rialto. Low ground, close corners, and double shield actually is quite effective there. Even if your attention is split, if you have a tank that's able to hold that corner, even by themselves, with a little bit of heal here and there, it's a pretty dominant map for double shield.
You're not wrong, and I mean, along with Havana as well. Havana could be very good, but that Farm Mercy we did see at the end could be a deciding factor because I mean, Farm Mercy works both on Rialto and on Havana, but you don't want to go to somewhere like Dorado where you could get dove easily and stuff like that.
Yep. Now, the difference, I would say, with Havana to Rialto, if they were to choose either of those two, is that the reason why I'd say more towards Rialto is that you're not really playing for the high ground if you're attacking. I mean, you are, but it's more like defenders have a better positionally high ground than attackers do because they have to push past the corner, push past the high ground. Exactly. And if defenders hold themselves there, they just stay in front where the arches are and can hold down the choke over the bridge because it's a death sentence to try to get across that with no cover.
True. That is very true. I mean, it just all depends on how these teams really want to play here. I don't think we're going to see Gibraltar. I don't think Trinity. We haven't seen them play dive, so no Gibraltar. No. Definitely no Dorado. I mean, well, potentially on defense, I guess you could play double shield on Dorado, but at the same time, it's just going to favor Ryan Zarya. But in the end, Harrisburg is more dominant on the Ryan Zarya there.
But for now, I think we're going to be heading to a break, everyone. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you real soon.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to twitch.tv/esports. We are in a really interesting game of Overwatch right now. We're headed to map 4. There was a draw on Kings Row, but we are headed to Havana. Currently, Harrisburg is up 2-0 against Trinity.
So Havana, we were talking a little bit about it before the break.
Yeah.
I didn't go too into details. So for Trinity here, unless there's a rule, you might want to look first at spawn holding if you're on defense, because that's one of the biggest that's one of the best strategies here for Havana, is to do that spawn hold. Do you see the Doomfist out from Panda?
Incoming in 30 seconds.
Well, so like, I mean, and no, so like, Harrisburg is going to be on the defense first here, but they aren't going to do the spawn hold yet. They are going to go off right off with not too unfamiliar comp with the Moira. Ana's backline is interesting, but it's all right. They're going to be playing the Ryan Zarya though with the Soldier along with the Cassidy. So yeah, but Trinity Valley is going to be coming out here with the Hack Fist, and we're going to see them try to attempt this one more time.
Summer's going to go out to the far right, trying to look to see who they can scout, giving her teammates the intel they need to make a decision on who to go after once a target would be hacked, if it is hacked, or maybe even go after the Soldier. Who knows?
Do you disable the Soldier? No, you go for the Reinhardt, and that's going to be a great hack, and it's going to be allow them to do quite a bit of damage, but they aren't really able to find that Reinhardt kill yet.
No, but they have made plenty of space. But I feel like that Rhine overextended there.
Yeah, Jean is going to get taken down, but that is not going to be a fight one for Trinity, as Harrisburg will continue to have it there. As woohoo!
Hello!
I was about to say, Slayer's just kind of standing still there, just on the Soldier, but nah. Zen figured that out and went for the Widow's pick. And it's back over to the Sombra now.
What an Eagle Swap said. Alright, I'm gonna go Widow, pop. Alright, back to the job.
Heck yeah.
We'll just get the Ryan hacked again. This Ryan's completely unaware that he's getting hacked every time, too.
Exactly. I will point out, though, that Zen did not put down a translocator to be able to get themselves out of this fight here. Okay, now there it is.
And there it is.
There it is. Very good. Thinking what I'm thinking. And that's going to be already a couple of kills coming out here from Harrisburg. Only one down, and that's Jean once again, but that's fine because a lot of people like to go for that Reinhardt first. Sometimes they go for the Ryan, but as they're doing it, they leave themselves a little bit more vulnerable to a little bit more poke damage.
Now we do see the Sigma get swapped for the Zarya on the side of Trinity. I get the feeling they're trying to use him to provide a little bit more shields while also eating some of that incoming damage. Kind of like a diva.
Exactly. And I mean, yeah, if you're Trinity, what do you do here? What do you do here?
Oh, you have to get
that's
a
the shatter. I mean, that's gonna be good.
Live.
And I mean, he gets nano boosted as well, and that is also going to be the tag visor going to be committed. A lot of ultimates off the table now, and I mean, it works out in Harrisburg's favor.
Now, I think for Trinity, you drop the Ana here, honestly.
Drop the Ana,
pick up the BAP. Exactly, yes. Because BAP's going to be great for that Immor, because that Ryan, your Ryan, who got nanoed, got a great shatter. He was already anti, down to 30 health, and we seem to have a pause here. Possible disconnect, maybe?
Maybe?
Because sometimes if it pauses when no one requests it, it could be on a disconnect. You see Mickey.
And there it is. Mickey has disconnected.
So that's not great. That's not great for Harrisburg. Did you see if he had ult there?
I don't think that he did, but either way, he was playing a hit scan roll, so they were gonna get the ult up anyways in the next like 30 seconds, whether if they had it or not. Because if you're playing Cassidy, if you're playing Soldier, you just kind of hit your shots, and then whoa, you have 3 ultimates in the course of a minute.
Yep. Now, it's a real tough one for Trinity right now because I feel like the Ryan's a bit disconnected from their team's communication here. He's kind of just tossing out the shatter, kind of like when I called it.
Right.
However, it was like panicky. It was not really planned.
No, it was like, oh, I see an opportunity, go. I don't think they said in this fight, hey, let's use Shatter. They're probably like, let's try and get this fight over with.
Yeah, so I feel like there needs to be a bit more communication, a bit more game planning before going into these fights.
Exactly.
Because otherwise, you're seeing people get picked off from the back line. Zen doing their best on Sombra, but they're not building EMP. So ultimately, they swapped off.
Right. And I mean, if you're playing Sombra, you should commit to at least getting one EMP. Just if you're playing Sombra, it's okay to be a little bit more passive. Hack the Mega behind them. Throw your Translocator there. And just try and go for some more damage. Get out and rinse and repeat until you can build up EMP and then win the fight.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Well, sounds we're getting word that we're going right back into the game here. Mickey has once connected again. Grab goes right in on the side of Harrisburg.
And along with the anti as well, and that's just going to be a potential fight one. Nope, Pandax is going to be trading. Dead out here, not going to be able to find anything. He is going to actually find 2 kills in this fight, and 3.
Third.
Goodness.
Oh, does he get Mickey? He does.
Pandax popping off right now. He's
Yeah,
like, all right, I'm sick of this. I want to win. He's like, okay, let's win. And now here we are, and they are finally able to cap the point with 3 minutes 11 seconds to be able to push point B.
Now, Harrisburg realized that grab did not get value as soon as one of them went down. So rather than trying to invest more ults, they saved their ults. And, well, they did a little trickling, which isn't great, but it was slow to cap the first point. So now they're almost all regrouped here on the high ground, and they're ready to hold their spot.
Exactly. And I mean, there's ultimates. There's ultimates available for both sides. Trinity actually probably going to be in a little bit more of an advantage position.
Oh,
they have both support ultimates, but that's a huge anti-nade. That's going to be that has to force out both support ultimates if you want to push into the rest of this fight.
Missed a little flash, but just out of range. Ryan gets 2 picks, has his Shatter ready to go, and they're just sitting on Carpritty. He's even going to get aggressive here.
He's going to get slept though, so that's going to allow the perfect opening for Gene to be able to get a Shatter in. Takes out the opposing Reinhardt. Slayer gets another kill with the Tag Visor, but he will get taken out himself from the opposing legs, or Soldier 76.
Now I know that Trinity is a little down the fight, but they seem to be just trading right now while still pushing the cards and getting more ults out of Harrisburg.
The Harrisburg is committing to this defense. I mean, we just saw them pop Coalescence.
They do. And looking at the Alticon here, as this fight's coming to a close for the regroup, or not, it's just seems to be staggered out right now as everyone tries to trickle back.
Right.
Both teams having all members accounted for. They're set up on opposite corners.
True. And that is going to be the Graviton Surge plus Deadeye combo. And I mean, hey, gets 1 kill. That is the off tank down. That is both tanks down if you're Harrisburg. You should be panicking. You should be backing. But no, they're going to get aggressive as Mickey goes in and gets a kill.
So these Harrisburg players, they don't panic. They're very well at keeping their wits about them. And I think that's what's their biggest strength here. Despite being down members, they're slowly taking their time getting the picks in order to then snowball, because you're on defense. You have people coming back sooner than the attacking.
That's a 3K Shatter. And that is going to be huge for Magui. That sound barrier committed out there by Blue to be able to keep them alive. 35 seconds remain on the clock, and Harrisburg is just constantly trying to contest this. They're hungry for this win. Nanoboost is committed onto Trinity Valley as well. And yes, ultimates are being thrown out left and right. Slayer's going to use the Tag Visor, will get taken out after following 1 kill as well. The Squid is going to pop the Coalescence here, but with that anti-nade, you can be able to force down this Reinhardt, which they do so. So this has just been an on and off fight, back and forth. There's been no real clear winner in this fight as well. Trinity Valley looking like a little bit more dominant right now. Now with 3 seconds remaining, Gene is going to be able to on the point. He is just trying to stay alive, and overtime is now in effect. Slayer and Gene on the point. Scully switches over to the Diva to be able to contest, but is it going to be enough? And no, Trinity Valley will be able to cap the point with 1 minute and 30 seconds to remain.
Now, I was questioning their ult usage there, but it's good they got into overtime. Third point is the toughest part of this map, by far.
True.
And it's very time dependent because this choke here at the castle is one of the hardest ones to push if you get staggered.
Exactly.
See, the ult economy is great looking for the side of Trinity. Harrisburg, you got 3 to work with.
Right.
But knowing those specific people with their ults, I think they may be able to pull it off.
Right.
See, as we go into this fight here, who's gonna shatter first?
That is the question. It's all a game about who's gonna shatter first, but right now,
they're giving up the space.
They're giving up the space. I mean, delay it until overtime, I guess.
I suppose.
And then just push in from there, but not if Magooey's gonna get 2 with that. And a boost is committed onto Gene, which I mean is smart. You probably want to use the Ryan just to be able to deal a ton of damage here. But he's antied, he's been stunned, and now all he's done left is just give a battery for another mana boost here in a second.
We do see Mickey go down to Zen. And the Gene goes down. Shatter comes in, killing the Reaper. We get to see a Flux take out both supports and the D-Mac with Magooey, leaving Baby Diva 6 feet in the ground.
Yeah, this has definitely been a game of the tank battles. Like, Mickey has been good and has been winning the DPS fights. There's no doubt about that. But these tank duels between both teams have been so good. Blue gets taken out by the Deadeye. Overtime is now in effect. Coalescence sent out by Jelly Squid, and it all really depends on how Zen can use this here. Slayer switches over the Tracer and immediately takes out the ult-team Soldier 76. That is a self-destruct available as well, and Harrisburg looking like they are going to be able to hold just that little bit longer, making it so that we will see the end of the map on this push.
I mean, what a last
Score.
point was.
0 to 2.
I did realize a mistake in why, in my question of why aren't they pushing, and it's what you mentioned, getting them to overtime, trying to waste that time, build up your own ults, play it safe, and force the last fight.
Exactly.
Which is very smart of them. Now, we may see, I'm going to throw it out there, I'm hoping to see a spawn hold first. And Mays typically use 4 spawn holds, but not always. That's the biggest thing. It's not always a Mei that's used. You don't always have to have a Mei.
No,
you can even do a double shield spawn hold with Bastion Tord.
You could.
Mercy.
No, but they're going to opt for the Cassidy Junkrat with the Bab
They do like their Junkrats.
They do like their Junkrats, which I mean, it's understandable. But like,
yeah.
Junkrat can only be used to a certain level before other heroes are just better.
Now, that's dependent on if you're using Junkrat for pure spam or you're aiming with Junkrat.
Right.
I know at least one Junkrat player who actually has taken the time to learn how to aim with Junkrat and is very efficient with it.
True.
So
that is very true.
That's the defining factor of how you play a Junkrat. And they are in fact holding close. They get Slayer first.
Yep. That's how you hold Havana.
Like I said, you don't always need a Lucio, but if you have that presence there, it does mess, it gets in other teams' heads.
Exactly.
And they don't have the Lucio, which is a downside. So they can't rush everywhere real quick. Their best bet to do is to stick together if Harrisburg pushes one side or the other.
Exactly.
Right now, it seems Harrisburg's kind of unsure where to go. They're split up right now.
They really are. I mean, they haven't considered the left side option. They're trying to call it out right here. And it will be the Immortality Field being committed right away, but Mickey is going to get taken down.
So is the Lucio, leaving Moira out in the open. She escapes. Ryan gets picked. I feel like Harrisburg's just feeding Trinity right now.
Extremity is going to be switching over to the Ana to be able to try and do something here. I mean, it makes sense. Get an anti, get an early sleep.
Yeah, it's shown to work in the past with the maze, but this close to the wall?
Wait for the shatter, wait for the shatter,
I don't think so.
And the shatter's out! Yeah.
Honestly, I don't think it matters that Magooey died because he got that shatter off and people are getting value on his side. They're following up on the play. That's what you need when you shatter.
True, but Harrisburg does have grabs, so we do have to pay attention to that. But Zen, I mean, also has a
Fire.
If Zen's smart, he goes and hides somewhere real quick. Bams from the... Oh, yeah. The Farmers is committed, and there is Tire. Will it find anybody? Yes, it does. But that is going to be a trade, though. I don't know if it's a trade well worth, though. I mean, yeah, it's a Reinhardt, so
and Panda is still alive. They still have their hit scan against this Pharah player.
Exactly.
All's not lost.
Exactly.
Thinking that for Trinity, you're going to want to grab here somewhat soon.
It's same if you're Harrisburg. And yep, both grabs are going to be committed in this fight. But still, Trinity has just been looking very more dominant on this defense. Normally, Harrisburg has a way better rush or way better brawl, but not right now.
No, they don't. And, you know, that Pharah was behind Trinity on that grab, but couldn't get the value they were looking for. They're getting the picks now, they're slowly getting them, but there's still a minute 20 being burned away, and it only just started to get pushed.
Yeah, but Mickey's doing Mickey things and getting a butt ton of kills, securing them to now finally get some distance on this turret, and they are going to have a bunch of ultimates online. They have the Valkyrie, they have the Rocket Barrage, they have Shatter, and along with the Deadeye coming up here pretty soon. Trinity Valley only has Window and Shatter.
I'm questioning what Panda's doing, going out on his own like that. Being very aggressive, trying to look for...
Yeah, Lou's taken down. You don't... That's not good. That's not good if you're Trinity. You need that Brig alive. Brig is an anchor in your back line. And that is going to be the Rocket Barrage sent. It's gonna find two. Two picks on both sides, and Harrisburg is down their DPS, but Trinity Valley is down their tank. What window is better here, having your tanks alive or having your DPS alive? Because right now, it's looking like having your DPS alive is going to be a better option if Trinity Valley holds on for a little longer.
Now that's thanks to that window. That window specifically was able to burn down so much of the Harrisburg push. Now
Harrisburg is panicking right now.
Yeah. They don't have time.
Can anybody touch?
They gotta get there.
No, they can't touch. And Trinity Valley is going to take us to map 5.
What a game.
Now we go to map 6.
That is the question. Because if Trinity can pull it around here on this very next map, we're gonna see it. And Magooey here with the Reinhardt. I was waiting for it. You mentioned it here. An Earth Shatter.
That was so fat. that is the definition of a fat shatter right there. And I mean, if you're Harrisburg, what went wrong there? They should have tried going out left side earlier. They kept trying to go for that right side push. But if you go out left side, switch to a Bastion, quickly put a Mercy on it, just go burr, get the kills, and then you're fine. But like sometimes it doesn't work that way either.
See, their biggest issue was splitting up the entire time. That's what I find is the defining factor as to why they were being held for so long.
Right.
They finally pulled out the Pharah, which gave them what they needed because the Pharah wasn't getting focused enough during that spawn hold.
Exactly.
Now, with here, I believe we're going to be going to a King of the Hill. I believe all maps are open except for Lijiang because that was already played. What do you think we're going to be seeing?
I have no idea. It could vary. We've seen so many different play styles from both teams at this point that we could see maybe more of a double shield favor for Elios, but like it's Harrisburg's map pick. What do they want to push in here? We did see them peek that dive a little bit on Hanamura. Maybe they want to try and go for an Oasis because they can secure 1 point University with Brawl. Can already pretty much guarantee that. Nepal is going to be the map choice, though.
Now, Nepal, it's a good deciding one for if you want to play a double shield or Brawl. It's great. Nepal is perfect for that. Downside, the air is super open. So if you have to play against a Pharah, that can be very difficult.
Mm-hmm. Especially in Nepal Sanctum, where there's
Sanctum, Village, even the Shrine. It's all open space.
It's all open space. And if you're in Sanctum, you get those boops off, you're done for. Especially if on Farah, who is honestly able to control there's more a little bit longer range as well. But it could also favor Trinity Valley on Sanctum as well. Sanctum, if we go there, that'll be a very important map because both teams will be at probably two very important brawls, just play styles, because they could play double shield there and get away with it. We've seen them play the Torb to some good extent. They can throw the Torb turret in the backline and just get a ton of damage, have Molten Core on point, and you're screwed.
Now, I think for the side of Trinity, you might be wanting to keep your eye on blue there. As a fellow Lucio player, might be able to see something if we get the map Sanctum first or even second.
Exactly. That is the question. But like, for the most part, I'm assuming we're just going to be seeing a little bit more of the same of the Ryan Zarias. But I would like to see a little bit more May play, honestly, because I think May could work out very well here, especially in Village. Walling off one entrance is huge. If you can control that area right there on the point, get as much damage in as possible, make the fight just sort of one-sided, hold that choke point, you're going to be in a very good position.
Yes, you will be. And that's also if you are able to take cover. Because last time they played the May, they walled off properly, but they kept themselves out in the open, not even really being behind Ryan's shield the entire time. And here we are on the Village. We do not see a May pick here on either side, nor do we see a Pharah.
Or Symmetra.
Or Sim. These are staples for trying to get to areas first.
Yep.
I would argue that Mickey should go Sim here just to get the initial TP, and then he can go back to Soldier because you're quick.
Exactly. There, I think Harrisburg will have advantage getting to the point faster here. Because of Lucio.
Yep, definitely. Lucio.
And Mickey as well with the legs.
It's interesting. Both teams chose to go to point first.
Exactly. But Gene is going to be up in the front line a little bit further first. But that's a bunch of stuns just in his face. But hey, that is both right. Once again, we are in an Overwatch 2 situation with the 5v5. And yeah, we're looking at a very much more excited playstyle. But at the same time, Trinity's going to be able to capture the point.
No, I'm wondering what's happening here if you're Harrisburg.
But again, this fight still isn't over. That is already the window committed, and that's going to allow Trinity to hold on for a little bit longer here. And I mean, Cookie Killer is already fully charged.
And he is. Now, if you do lose blue, you're one of your supports, and it gets traded with Slayer.
Exactly. If you can just pump in your resources into your tank line, if you're Harrisburg, you're going to be in a very good position. But Trinity is just not giving up. They're not giving an inch. They are happy after that win, and they were like, yo, map 6 could be kind of fun. But no, Harrisburg is finally getting some kills here, but it was more of an exit frag than it was really anything meaningful to the fight.
You know, I wonder if part of this that we're seeing, this comeback, this reverse sweep here, is through motivation. True. Or just momentum being stopped on the side of Harrisburg.
Exactly. And that is going to be the sound barrier committed. A lot of ultimates are going to be thrown out from both sides. Cookie Killer is going to use the ult. Gene is looking for that shatter desperately, but he doesn't have enough HP to stay alive. Well, he is going to stay alive, but he just didn't want to use that shatter there and risk his life for it. But yeah, Harrisburg is looking like they are going to be more dominant in that fight. And I mean, all they had to use was sound barrier and Deadeye, and they were able to take that. And look at the ultimates they still have left over.
Let's say Gene's a very brave Ryan rushing a high noon, shield up with everyone behind you, because when a high noon goes off, the Ryan is the first to get killed when the shield breaks.
Yep. Exactly.
It's very risky to do such a thing. You do see there are more. Both sides have equal amount of ults ready to go. Blue pops his first with the rally. Will we see a shatter here? We do. It gets value.
No, it only doesn't get value. It does get G. But however though, Mickey, almost said Mickey. Mickey is going to be able to get kills there, and yeah, that's just going to be Harrisburg once again taking it over.
Yeah,
and
but they lost the point there momentarily.
They lost the point, but Trinity Valley has been coming back.
So they burned some more time while progressing theirs.
Exactly.
And we do see a Reaper swap from Zen.
I don't mind that. I don't mind it. Build up Death Blossom, because you have time to build it up and use it on last fight.
Yep, and your Russia has been getting a lot stronger as we've seen.
Exactly.
Seems they use that, what a bubble!
Shatter's going to come out, but it's only going to be able to connect onto one. Pandax is going to get taken down, and Skelly will commit the Graviton Surge as well. Picks are coming out from both sides here. Harrisburg just need to play it a little bit slow here. They are going to use the Sound Barrier, though, which is a good security blanket to keep them alive. But I don't know if that's going to be enough. Actually, no, it is. It's going to be enough. Mickey's still alive, so therefore they're just going to win. And Kelly Squid as well on the Moira. Just sending out gobs amount of healing and damage at the same time.
Oh no, Panda actually peaks, I think, way too early. Trying to find something.
Yeah.
Luckily, he didn't die there.
True. Now here we are in last fight territory.
Oh, there he goes.
Yep. And Pandax is going to get taken out, and that will probably allow Cookie Clicker to be able to use his Graviton Surge here. Slayer will get taken down. No, that is not really something you want to have happen. Mickey on the tat with the Soldier 76 getting a 3K with the Tac Visor. Well, he only gets 2, but Stromany puts that kill right at the end. Zen with the Death Blossom, but that's not going to be enough. And Harrisburg is going to be able to take right here. It is currently 1-0 here on Nepal. This is match point.
Now, I honestly thought Trinity had that one in the bag, but
I did too.
They were getting picked off too much, one at a time, and that was the biggest downfall for them.
You're not wrong.
Here, we're on Sanctum now. Do see blue on the Lucio still, reflex on the BAP, and the Lucio is seen. Actually, I'm wrong. So blue wasn't Lucio prior in Village, but he is now. And we're actually looking at double shield from Trinity. Or bunker, I should say. Or board comp.
Yeah.
Okay, they keep swapping on me. I can't call anything more.
Well, no, they're on the Arista. They decided to stick it with it, but now that's going to be a long time before they get there. Yeah, they are going to stick with the Cold Torch, which I do like.
Goodness me, they just kept swapping.
And
goes down first?
Yeah, however, though, Harrisburg is going to get a couple of kills on that, and since they have the Lucio Moira, they can just sort of contest up here for a little bit longer and allow Mickey to be on the point.
If you're Trinity here, you send your Lucio to go, but you should start to try to focus down the tanks or people that are slow to rotate here, because you are not as mobile, you're not as brawly as Harrisburg at the moment.
Exactly. And I mean, 10% on the clock now for Harrisburg. They are going to be in control for a little bit longer, and I think this is going to be how this point goes right here. Again, definitely decides a little bit somewhat of the fate of the map, because if Harrisburg gets it, it's game over. GG's. But Trinity could come and take it back. But meanwhile, in the fight, 30% on the clock for Harrisburg, and we do see the full rotate from Trinity. I do like this a lot. Full Hog is going to be sent out right away, and I mean, during that little choke point right there, that's going to be huge. Push them out of the way, but they're able to regroup for a little bit longer. Oh yeah, Kane will get taken out first. Well, that's going to be committed by Jelly Squid to be able to push on a little bit further, and that is not fun.
Hey, good follow-up on the full hook.
But Slayer is doing all that he can to keep this point alive for them as well.
I'm surprised that Lucio lived. I don't think he should have lived there.
I don't think he should have either.
Oh, he's such a slippery frog. Being able to get around the map there. And the ult's advantage is in favor of Trinity here.
Exactly.
They have more coming online than Harrisburg does. Right now, Harrisburg just has Visor coming up with beats and grab, while Trinity, getting close to bongos, has Noon, has Visor, has Window, and is going to have beat here.
Exactly.
Oh, little does he know.
Little does he know. And that is going to be tagged, but that is all of Trinity Valley's ultimate is going to be used here. I don't know if that was smart.
No,
I don't know if that was smart. And the only ult you're going to be using in next fight is going to be that bongo, but Cookie Killer is going to get taken out right away. And I mean, that's going to be a regroup. Both
Again, that lack of communication, I think, is what hurt them there.
You're not wrong.
Oh, man. I think we might see a shatter here first, despite a grab.
Yeah, however. Oh! But he gets taken out right away. But Mickey, though, is going to get the kill on Cookie Slayer. Slayer is going to be able to find the next kill, and both teams are both teams have 2 men down. But Harrisburg is able to cap the point in the end, as they are just looking a little bit more dominant in this fight, as they just finally get the last couple of kills, trailing at the end there. And I mean, it was just sort of your standard push. You push up there, you try and get a kill. You lost Gene at the beginning, unfortunate, but you were still able to take the point. And now it is 60 to what, 90?
I believe so. And in that fight, you only used B, which is great for Harrisburg. He didn't really use much of anything.
True. I didn't think the charge is going to be committed. And that's a lot of ultimate. 3K with the Coalescence, 4K from Jelly Squid. And that is going to be massive. Harrisburg now looking very confident in their ability to try and win this here. Trinity has both tank of ultimates available to them, along with Zen's tactical visor coming up really soon, along with Pandex. Reflex will have the window online, but Harrisburg also has both DPS ultimates online. So if it doesn't get caught out here, like what just happened, that is the Deadeye. Immortality Field is going to be used. Agui trying to go after them. Mickey is going to be there with the tactical visor, getting a 3K. Is it going to be 4? He is hungry for this win. Mickey is going to get 4 and secure the win here for Harrisburg area. And my goodness, this was one heck of a game.
That it was. In the end, we see Harrisburg comes out 3-1. I think we already know who's going to get this play here. Jelly Squid showing up for the play of the game, thanks to that Coalescence and the grab.
This team play here from Harrisburg was just ungodly. Trinity was showing signs of hope. They were showing signs of hope on both of them, but in the end, Harrisburg just had a little bit more dominance, and we saw that, especially right there at the end. Their DPS line really did a number for them. Mickey especially just popped off.
Yes, indeed. Now, I believe we're going to be searching for an interview, so don't go anywhere, anyone. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to twitch.tv/esportsu, where we just witnessed one heck of a game. Harrisburg was able to take the dub over Trinity Valley CC 3-1 right at the end on Nepal. And we are joined by the Harrisburg DPS player, Slayer. Welcome.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for having me here.
Of course. And man, that was one heck of a game. What's on your mind right now?
I'm pretty fatigued after that. Definitely going the 4 games with the draw definitely was weighing on everyone a little bit, but they were really fun games, so I just had a really great time.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. You guys were looking pretty dominant, especially I mean, the first 2 maps more so. Well, like Kings Row had a draw, unfortunate. And what was going through some of your what was some of the major components and like with you guys winning?
I think our big thing being able to clinch it out near the end there was definitely understanding what Trinity was playing and understanding what we would have to do or how to play around it. Especially after them being so oppressive on the fourth map where they were just touching our spawn door, we had to sit down and be like, okay, let's cool down. We'll take it to Nepal and see, and we'll go from there. And so just when you play that many games, you really start to know who you're playing against, and you can start to deconstruct. So.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's understandable. Getting spawn held at Havana is not fun, and trying to get out of that is an interesting way. But I mean, popping off on the Farah definitely helped. I mean, you were your guys' DPS line. You and Mickey both were just doing a great job.
Yeah, I was very, very happy with Mickey's performance. They did a really good job.
Oh yeah.
I mean, equally everyone did really, really good. I mean, I was popping off in that last match. Everyone really pulled through the end. I was very proud. People putting in a lot of good work lately, so it's a very, very, very good show.
Exactly, and I mean it paid off. And Sami, you got any questions or anything you'd like to say?
So I actually don't. You pretty much covered everything.
Yeah, no, but like again, you guys were looking pretty dominant. I mean, Trinity Valley came up with some good moments there. I mean, they took a map on Havana, but you guys just had the better comps in the end. And I mean, keep at it. Those Reinhardt, those rush comps that you guys are playing works out pretty well. And I'm like, are they playing the Moira? So like, what are you thinking with like playing the Moira over the Baptiste? I know it might not be you playing it, but like with your team.
So usually the people that we have running the Moira it's just they're more of their comfort pick, and we try to synergize a lot more with the codes. Sometimes we try to use the codes to start some pushes. We've got like some backup assists with the grav, as you saw like in the last game. So just being able to have that that extra frontline heal. Obviously, like the BAP is really, really good. I mean, the Trinity's BAP was so oppressive. Really, really good lamps. That's like a really good show of how you can have really good brawl comps with the BAP. We just feel more comfortable running the Moira, but we, definitely in the future, especially now after that game, maybe try to get some more BAP splash in there. So
exactly. I mean, that's kind of what I was saying. Like the Moira's there, but like I mean, at the end, that coalescence into the graviton just was amazing. But yeah, that was pretty good. That was a good showing from you guys, I will say. I believe that's all it from me. Sami, any last thing? Last words?
Nope. I truly do have nothing. You touched on everything. Any shout outs you want to give, Sawyer, before we send you off?
Oh, most definitely too, especially my whole team for being able to clinch it out. Especially our coach, Coach Gedham. Wouldn't be possible without that dude. He's got great energy. And obviously, thank you very much to all the friends and fans from the school showing up to spectate the really good game from both sides. So, other than that, thank you very much.
Awesome.
Thank you for coming.
And yeah, thanks for joining.
Yep.
Ready. And with that, we are going to be signing off from Overwatch for now. But following this, League of Legends, which
Farmingdale State versus Daemen College. So all of that will be on here just coming up in a couple of minutes. And I mean, once again, the score, the way the game ended up, Harrisburg took the dub over Trinity Valley, 3-1 in a 5-map series. I have been Rebel.
And I've been Sami Nami.
Take it easy.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Esports U. We do have some big League of Legends game coming up for you. Now, we are already one game in. Unfortunately, we didn't get to spectate that one, but Farmingdale did come up big in that matchup. And just to bring you some of the action here, I am One Shot Ocelot. I am joined by Denki here on the cast. Denki, you ready for some more League of Legends action?
Absolutely, 100%. So ready.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, we didn't get to see the first match. We did see that Farmingdale took it. From what I have seen of the previous matchup, it was a little bit of a bloodbath. A lot of kills coming through. I think it was 28 to 24, and the game certainly went the distance. I think it passed the 30-minute mark. So big ups for them. This could actually lead to a little bit of a closer series than maybe we hoped. And if you take a look at the bracket, this is for the ECC. I think this is week number 3 for them, if I'm not mistaken, possibly week number 4. We'll double check that. But both of these teams are 4-1 right now. So potentially in the position to clinch that first place spot if either of these teams come up big tonight. So I imagine we're going to be getting into that game shortly. But Denki, maybe anything you maybe are anticipating seeing in terms of comp selection, maybe big champions, maybe we're going to see banned away. What are your thoughts here tonight?
I know we were talking about this earlier, but like, of course, I'm looking for the metas and stuff like that. Jinx ban, Xin Zhao pick, Diego, and the usual these. Oh, we're headed to the draft. Woo!
There we go. We're going to get a chance to see it. And it is like that Yuumi is going to get kicked out right away. And if I take a look at the comp selection, I think that was banned earlier as well. So no, not too many surprises there. And Lex is also going to fall. So we'll have to see what we have in store for us. Again, it was kind of a frag fest. Playing from, I casted Valorant last time as well. So we'll just sticking with the terminology for now, but a lot of kills coming through. We'll have to see if that same style of play rears its head again.
We do see the Zeri ban coming up. We're seeing bot bans for now. Just because like usually like at least ADCs are snagged up really fast, and usually jungle supports for the first pick and ban phase.
And it will be interesting to see maybe whether the comfort picks kind of come out here. This is a best of 3, so that you don't have too much time to feel out the opposition, and whether those bot lane picks will come down to what's in the meta. I'm sure often will, but also what the players here are comfortable with given their team compositions, and that Hecarim is going to be the first pick.
Ooh, speedy boy. I've been seeing a lot of really fast junglers recently. Not so necessarily in like pro gameplay, at least in my gameplay. We see the Hecarim, what else is really fast? Kayn, someone with a lot of jungle presence.
Right.
Trundle. Not a Nautilus.
Oh, okay. There it is. I was going to say, not really what comes to mind when you think of like a speedy jungle presence.
No. I was telling you earlier, everything I say usually ends up the opposite way. So.
Well, all good. I imagine that Nautilus will be going bot side. However, I guess there is a little bit of a flex to that could maybe be seen.
Oh, there's still the Trundle. Okay, yeah. I told you I was gonna be wrong with a lot of my casts.
Hey, fair enough. Hey, there it is. It rears its head, and that'll be interesting going into the Hecarim, seeing how they're going to play around that, especially as a team comp here, already looking fairly thick in terms of the HP and potential tank stats that could be on this side of Daemon.
Oh, 100%. You have the Nautilus, who's really heavy early one, or I will like to mention that the Jinx is still up for grabs. We see a Karma, maybe an Ezreal pick for the Karma, just for that extra poke that I'm hoping to see. But at least for the Nautilus, the Jinx is going to be really good because you do have that lockdown with the traps that come in after. Trundle, I know, is strong if played well because he does take armor and magic resist from his ult, if I remember correctly.
Ooh, big yes, lock-in. And one thing to keep in mind that I didn't touch on before from the previous game is there were a lot of kills. A lot of those kills did come from the top lane. That was both on the side of Farmingdale and Daemon, so that might be a matchup to watch here in this draft phase. But as I say that, Yasuo's going to get picked up, and we'll have to see again. Like you said, ADCs are still on the table here.
I was totally a Vayne. Interesting. Vayne, of course, very versatile. Again, with that lockdown, when that Nautilus has that pull, you have that condemn that comes in right after that's able to root or stun enemy champions. But I'm more so, I'm pretty, I don't want to say I'm pretty confident. I never want to say I'm pretty confident. I'm never confident with my calls. But Ezreal for the Karma is usually a very typical pick. But Jinx still on the table. I'm actually going to be very surprised if she doesn't get picked up. But we see the Zilean and the Ribbon ban, as well as a Mordekaiser ban. Zilean, I've seen. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, go for it, because I'm actually going to lead into what you're saying. I mean, the Zilean ban there, I actually got a chance to watch some LCS earlier, and I know Bjergsen's been playing a little bit of that Zilean mid lane. Do you think that's where the pick was likely going to come through?
Oh yeah, 100% with Bjergsen. That Zilean adds. Seeing him come back into meta is so exciting for me because Zilean was never really someone that I've seen played a lot. So seeing him come out, because he is a very versatile, very poke heavy, and he has that opportunity. He's basically a built-in GAs for your ADC or your carry, whoever ends up carrying. But we do see a lot of beef coming in. We see the Ornn pickup.
Very true.
This is going to be a very beefy game. I'm hopefully seeing, I don't know, someone also Tomcat beefy game.
Yeah, this is gonna be a slap fest here. A lot of HP pools in total on these team comps right now, and that's definitely something that Farmingdale is gonna want to keep in mind. And there is the Jinx pick, and maybe that is in kind of counter to the fact that they're gonna have to deal with a lot of HP on the side of Daemon, and maybe that lock-in comes and maybe of hopes of being able to shred that late game. And as I say that, there will come the big AP damage on the Veigar, and we have our teams locked in now. Denki, what are you thinking at these two team comps here?
I was very, how do I say, like doubtful of the Predator boots Veigar. At least when I started seeing it come up, I'm like, Veigar hasn't been in meta for a very long time, at least for role play. Like, I'm very, like, control mages have always been, like, super in. You have the LeBlancs, you have the Syndras, you have the, well, Vex is banned out, but you normally see,
True,
like,
you're right, yeah.
Yeah, but, like, Veigar has been coming into pro play very often, very recently. Like, every time I cast, I see at least one Veigar Predator in the mid lane, and just that cage has such big potential, even if you aren't able to land it. I've seen so many dragon fights, baron fights just turn the opposite way just because if he builds that CDR, he's able to zone out the enemy team just by throwing that cage down. And it's just, if that Vayne tumbles into that cage, it's game over. Or not Vayne, I don't know what I'm saying. Jinx, God, they're on the same team.
Jinx, Yasuo, I mean, there again, like you said, there is a lot of mobility, and we talked about how important it was in kind of the meta right now, especially in jungle, but the mobility as a whole on this team with that Tom Kench rework, he does have that added mobility. You see the Yas has that mobility. Same with Hecarim. Having that cage, like you said, could be very pivotal in locking down those big objectives in big team fights. We might end up seeing that. And like you said, I mean, sometimes Veigar, you're not necessarily thinking, you're like, oh my God, he's going to stack, he's going to do tons of damage, but you don't always weigh in the benefit of that big lockdown utility that he has access to. So we'll definitely have to see how that plays into this game. And right now, Daemon definitely hopes that these picks are going to work out for them, because they need to come out with a win here. If not, Farmingdale is going to be taking this series.
So much beef. I'm still trying to like digest the team comps right now and trying to see like this is what happens when I start casting. I'm trying to like see how it plays out, because you have just so much mobility on Farmingdale side, but like you have a lot of lockdowns when it comes to the Nautilus. You have the Trundle Pillar, you have the Cage from Veigar, you have Ornn ult, which is also really good knockup. But just the sheer mobility, you have like the Karma, if she mantras her shield, like your whole team's speedy. But like both sides seem really balanced now that I'm looking at it. Like
it's
normally
true.
Yeah, no, they look extremely balanced, because you have your set tank, you have your set engager, you have the follow-up from either Jinx or Vayne, you have... I'm really interested to see how this game pans out.
Yeah, absolutely. And you have to think maybe if Daemen making these kind of picks that, like the Trundle, the Nautilus, the Orin, that have the capacity to really build those tank stats, if that does end up being the case, that kind of does pass the torch in a lot of ways, puts a lot of faith in Anti and Yoruchi here to essentially bring the damage to the team fights, because in a lot of ways I imagine they're going to be the ones that need to follow up on those hard engages like you mentioned before, and we'll have to see if they're up to the task here in game number 2. I imagine we're going to be getting into game shortly here, but as we take a look at this team, we've mentioned how beefy. We'll definitely be saying that word a lot more as this game goes on. Yeah, the big beef for sure. And then taking a look at the side of Farmingdale, again, I think mobility, we've said it before, we'll say it again, is going to be such a major part of this roster, especially, you know, when that kill reset happens for that Jinx, all of a sudden she's really going to start to chunk if she can follow up on the plays that will hopefully be set up by her teammates. At the end of the day, I don't know who you really maybe expect here to be the carry. I know top lane, in terms of ranks that we're looking at, we do expect a lot to come from the side of I was going to say, I think the Mims was supposed to be top. I don't think they're playing top, but I think they're traditionally a top laner, so I don't know if this is a flex pick for them. Maybe it is. Or, sorry, this is just champ select. I imagine that's going to be siphoned down. What am I saying? So, I was like, oh, Daemen's playing jungle. This is a little bit odd, and then I realized, oh, right.
Yeah, they're probably going to like
you folks,
everything
I'm
around,
not used to this, and again, shout out to the production team. This is looking great. I'm not used to such fantastic graphics with these casts, but that top lane prowess, whether that will come through or not, because like I said before, it was hefty in terms of the fights that were taking place there. We'll have to see if that same style of play ends up following through into game number 2.
100%. I'm more so I'm trying to like pan out how the team fights are gonna go. I have no doubt in my mind that Vayne's able to carry, just because Vayne gets so scary when it hits late game. But I'm thinking both teams do want to make the play for late game, because these are very snowbally champions. You have the Vigar with their stacks, you have the Jinx and the Vayne. You know, they're meant to snowball late game. And I think early game might be a little bit slow. Last time I said late game's gonna be early game's gonna be really slow, it was nothing but speed and ganks and everything. So I don't wanna say anything for sure, but I'm looking towards not just because the Tom Kench and the Orange seems like really like slow champions, like in my opinion, like gameplay wise, not gameplay wise, but like at least like laning phase wise.
Right.
I'm not so much looking for action in the top lane, but more so towards the mid and bot.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think with the jungle mobility that we kind of talked about before, there is a real capacity to see some big plays down there in this game. And like you said, maybe it doesn't make it into late game. But if the last game is any metric to hold it to, that game did go the distance. So whether either of these teams will be able to close out game number 2 very fast is up in the air. But as of right now, they do have a track record for letting these games run a little bit longer than usual. So maybe those late game pickups like the Vayne, these teams at scale like the Jinx, will end up rearing, some might say ugly, but others, depending on whose team you're on, might say that they're going to be a pretty big bonus for these team comps. And we still got just a little while to go till we head into this game. And you take a look at the bans, and obviously these were intentional. We did see the Yuumi come out. I do believe that was banned last time. Maybe that was in an effort to prevent that ADC from having some success. Maybe they felt that might have been one of the weaker roles for their roster. Or maybe they felt that was maybe their win condition if they could play through bottom. Whether or not that's the case, we'll get a chance to see, as I was going to say Boston and Hot in ADC, but again, these graphics are too good. They're tripping me up here.
they're so buttery smooth. It's just so really nice. I'm so used to looking to default league screen that like I'm so used to seeing everyone switch around. So like seeing these graphics is really nice. At least it's always really nice. The replays really get me, and not the replays, but like at the end, the recap really gets me. That recap's so buttery smooth.
And yeah, go for it.
Oh no, please go ahead. I don't know what I lost my train of thought. She's gone.
Oh, good. And a big thing will be interesting to see here is maybe that pacing within the jungle. How that Trundle is going to have to play around the Hecarim in terms of trying to match his pacing. I imagine we're probably going to see a few dives coming through, probably bot side, but again, maybe that's that utility that's going to be down there might deter some of those ganks, but I can't imagine it will for long because it's likely going to be a win condition for them. Definitely going to want to get that Jinx up to speed as fast as they can, start shredding those turrets potentially, and really coming online for those team fights. And again, you know, you've got the Yas up there. How well that will play into, I mean, again, there is some kind of flex options for Daemen there. Can you maybe, Denki, can you maybe take me through where you think we're going to see the Nautilus, where we're going to see the Trundle? I imagine the Trundle will be jungle, but hey,
Trundle jungle. Okay, so it's gonna be Hecarim jungle. I don't want to say it's gonna be. What if I'm wrong? Oh no.
Hey, that's as an analyst, that's just the risks you run. That's what it's all about. You gotta put a little skin in the game, you know.
Hecarim jungle, Karma support, Yasuo mid, Tahm Kench top, and then Jinx, of course, ADC. And then you have the Nautilus support, Trundle jungle, you have the Vayne ADC, you have Ornn top, and then you have Veigar mid. I was more so expecting more fights to pop up in the bottom lane, like you said, because Predator boots Veigar. I'm like, at least like for champions in the mid lane when they don't have that solid escape, Yasuo is going to be a very hard champion to go against. He's able to block the Q. He's not able to block the W. But the thing is, like, Yasuo has that extremely good gap closer, which is going to make it very hard for Veigar to at least escape if he does get engaged on, and if the Yasuo does have the damage to take him down. So I'm more so looking to see the roams coming from the Veigar with the Predator. I'm almost 100% sure the Predator is going to come out on the Veigar.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right there, and we'll have to see how it goes. I am curious, maybe that Tahm Kench, I know traditionally he has a lot of ability topside, and you're right, he does well. I mean, he has the ignite. Yas is taking the TP.
Wait,
I was going to say with the rework of Kench, he does have a lot of added kind of utility he can bring. Veigar already. What is going on? All right,
I'm
already.
So wrong.
Hey,
I'm looking at the team comps. I was so wrong.
Hey, at the end of the day, you know, that's what it is. Sometimes, hey, you know what? Like I said, at the end of the day, that's why they do it, though. Those flex picks can be huge because sometimes you try to make the counter picks into the opposition, and then half the time they're not even in the place you thought they would be. No, so this is kind of an interesting lineup.
Like I completely oh my god, on Daemen's side I got it right, but on Farmingdale is completely, you have the Yasuo top, Hecarim jungle, Karma mid, and the Tahm Kench support. I haven't seen Tahm Kench support in a very long time. Extremely long time. I'm so used to seeing him top, but he was actually released as a support champion. So seeing him actually in his native traditional role is very, very nice.
Yeah, as a top laner myself, Tahm Kench definitely frankly was a real threat in the top lane for a very long time. I frankly wasn't a fan of it, but since that kind of switch up of his abilities, I think he really has found a better place in the bot side, at least during this patch. And as we get things underway here, both junglers looking to start on that right side of the map, and we'll have to see how that clear works out for them in the long term here, as hopefully we're going to see a little bit of exchanges happening here. Nothing too major just yet, but how do you think this bot lane really is going to play out? I know we expected something completely different in that champ select, what we predicted, but now that you're taking your first looks at this bot lane matchup, what are you thinking here?
I'm thinking the sheer amount of beef. I'm sorry, the sheer amount of beef in the bot lane. You have a nice poke, but the thing with Nautilus is like he doesn't really have like allowance for poke. He's engaged, you're in, and you're just in. So at least Tahm Kench has that little bit of poke, and then he does have a nice engage. But I'm more so looking to see like a really big engage from Daemen's side. Daemen's side, just like because like that's where most of their damage is gonna come from. I will say that I definitely think Ornn in the top side is gonna have an extremely hard time against that Yasuo.
Yeah, that does look like a rough matchup, and already Orin does have a little bit of an HP lead, though. Granted, that tower, those minions, I should say, will find their way under the tower. CS one will come through, though. Mask is maybe looking for an in here. However, again, we do have a lot of mobility on that top side, I imagine. He would be able to get out. Granted, it might burn a flash or something else. Maybe some summoners would come down, but head on over down to bot lane. Hot and Bozen right now. Putting some numbers on these minions. CS lead already. Yeah, go.
So we're seeing a CS lead. So I would also like to mention that the Vayne started the longsword and the 3-pot, while the Jinx ended up starting the Jordan's blade and the 1-pot. So Vayne does have that early advantage of getting to build her item more quickly, even without the CS lead. But it's nothing too crazy for now. Everything seems very tame. No hard ganks. No confrontations between the junglers. We are looking at the Hecarim maybe trying to look for an in, as well as a trundle into the mid lane. Both are backing, though. I was very wrong. I was extremely wrong. Never listen to anything I say.
It's all right. I imagine we're gonna have some good analysis here that will land, no doubt. Right now, it just looks like they're just gonna decide to farm here. Trades will look to come out. Nobody really fully connecting though. Sun almost lands as Karma. Almost follow up with something there. Almost lands that root. Unfortunately, won't quite be able to stay in range for long enough. It looks like it's just going to be a little farming simulator mid, at least for now. Just chunks coming through once those once they start to get in that. I imagine at least the pace of the game right now might be around the junglers. As I say that, though, Yas is going to get some solid damage onto Clorox there. Now as
Clorox. That's such a good name.
It is. It's top tier.
We are looking for a little bit of a cheese, a little bit of a 1-2 behind through the river. No,
won't quite land. I guess they don't really feel the engage is necessary. But Hecarim is going to look for that first objective. Trundle is going to be there though. It's going to have. I'm not quite sure if they have vision of it. Going to start laying on some damage on the Karma. Vigar is going to be there though. Hecarim now in the fight. Kench and Jinx are on the way. DC is going to opt to say, hey, you know what? This probably isn't a fight we want to take. They're likely going to be forfeiting that first Drake. That is a Fire Drake. It's going to end up in the hands of FSC. That's going to be a big first step, at least for them, maybe towards their win conditions. A Fire Drake, a Fire Soul would definitely be something very menacing that I would not want to see on this.
That extra damage. I mean, for a team so beefy, or at least like when you have that much beef put into it, that extra bit of damage from the Infernal Drake is going to do God's work. As God's work of buffing that damage. But I will like to say that Hecarim already has his boots. Poor Sweetie Boy, though, really very.
He's schmoovin' out here.
He's
and might see our first little kerfuffle here through the jungle. Hecarim's going to engage. Karma is there. And Vigar's a little chunked. They might just turn on Vigar here, depending on how they opt to do it. Stunned. Oh, won't quite land. But as they were chasing there, Jinx is going to find that first kill bot lane onto the Nautilus. It's a big pickup for them. I imagine they're going to be getting some plates for that first blood on their side. Solo Vayne main. Kind of funny that he's playing mid Vigar right now. He's going to end up backing. Pretty low health. And honestly, that's kind of been the tail of the tape right now for this DC roster. They're all pretty chunked currently. They're not really winning their lane matchups right now, but still a lot of game to play.
Definitely. It's one of those. League of Legends is so versatile in the fact that comebacks are very much possible, especially with objective bounties, that you can think that you're winning the whole game and you lose one Baron. Someone steals that Baron with a nice sneaky smite, and all of a sudden the game is turned all the way around. But everything seems really calm. I haven't seen anything out of the ordinary, per se, which is really funny because last game, at least from the stats we saw, was like a complete bloodbath. So maybe I'm thinking that they're taking kind of like a backseat as to this approach towards the second game.
Right now, yeah, the pace has definitely seemed to be a little bit slower. Granted, things can always heat up. Yes, is going to land that tornado. say we'll maybe look for another engage, possibly will hit it. Still not gonna follow up though. He does have that ult available. However, looks like this might be a hard engage. That's gonna come through. Ult's gonna follow, and that is likely going to be a kill for Daemen on Clorox. That's gonna open up the wave. No doubt that's gonna land him some plate gold of his own, as Trundle is also backing in jungle. He's not gonna be there to save the turret. He's gonna get some nice pocket change off of that kill.
Good bit, and the CS lead is already, it's not immense, but 22 is still, it's still there, especially with the kill lead that Yasuo is going to be able to build ahead of that Ornn pretty fast, and that Ornn's not going to have a chance to do anything until he gets tanky enough.
And we look at the kills here, we also look at the gold. Almost, I'd say, I was going to say almost, really like a 2.5k gold lead. I mean, it's only 8 minutes in right now. FSC is feeling very confident in terms of their ability to kind of dictate the pace of this game. But as I say that, Mask may be looking for something here. Nautilus is definitely going to need to land an engage. However, the wave is with the FSC side, and there it is. Ward will spot. And there's that great utility from the Tom Kench putting on display. Oh my goodness, just going to spin him right back out. They're going to engage as the Mims is there. The TP came through. Dash is going to fall. Mask will find the Kench though. And a lot of frags coming through. Daemen's now on the follow-up. We'll get the last one. Jinx is going to help secure that. Daemen's finding the double kill off of the TP bot lane. Big utility use here. Now we look mid. And we have Vigar in a little bit of trouble here. Just a little bit of HP. That Ignite going to pick up the kill. Liz just barely getting out. Sliver of health on them. And right now, 6-1 on the side of FSC.
Ooh, a 300 gold bounty on the Yasuo. A really nice teleport with that spit back in. Nice map awareness.
Yeah, that was wild.
He's getting out. No, he's going right back in.
I was saying, man, that's looking a little bit crazy. I mean, it's one thing to maybe spit your ADC kind of behind you so you can tank, but spitting them right into the front line, right into the combat, it's pretty aggressive. I like the confidence. The Mims might have bitten off a little bit more than they can chew here. As I say that, though, will find the frag, but now they're in a 2-on-1 situation. Like you mentioned, 300 bounty on their head.
350
as those shots fall. Oh, true. 350, and that 350 will find its way into the pocket of the Vayne. But as we look to the other side of the map, J-Real is going to find Clorox, unfortunately, who is seeming to find footing in this top side as the Yasuo has been able to play around the map. Looks like the lane swap will come through. Mega Death Rocket looking long, maybe for this Vayne here. Won't quite connect. As Hakrim now looking to engage on this Vigar. Vigar definitely going to be in trouble here as solo Vayne main falls to Liz and Hakrim. A good pickup there. Looks like the big scuttle, as I like to call it. Looks
the big scuttle. Shelly.
Shelly is going to end up falling here to the FSC squad. Where that's going to be used, not quite sure. They already have tons of pressure topside. We'll have to see where they decide to use it. Does look like, though, that DC roster is looking towards Drake right now, getting that vision. They're going to be contesting that objective next.
Ooh, I feel awful for this Ornn, man. The thing with Ornn is I feel like Ornn has such a slow start that it becomes really hard to at least play early game, and then if you're getting shut down this early in the early game, it's hard to build up enough tank to be able to, you know, keep up with the rest of the damage from the enemy team.
Yeah, it's true.
We do see the Kraken Slayer being built on the Jinx at the current moment. 200 gold bounty on the head. It's gonna definitely help with chunking down that Nautilus, the Ornn, and the Trundle when they do get tanky enough. We definitely see first mythics being built with the shield bow on the Yasuo with that extra bit of. They don't call it lifesteal anymore. Lifesteal is. Oh no, I'm drawing a blank. Was it lifesteal?
I believe so, in my opinion. But as you say that, Yasuo is getting engaged on in the bot lane. Yes, Omnivamp, yes. Yasuo is going to kind of juke the roster of DC here in the jungle. They don't really have much vision, but he's had a lot of confidence to play through here. Word's going to come down. will have some big cojones there, starting on the blue buff. Pop-up will come, ult's gonna fall. That's massive damage. J Real will pick up the kill on DC Mass. That's a double for the Hecarim as they look to chase down the Vayne. Hot will look to follow. Stun won't quite land. Damage will fall on Virix, but will not kill, as that is going to be a 3-4-0 on the side of FSC, I should say, and currently they are running away with this one, 12-2. Gold lead looking a little bit insurmountable at this point, as Shelly is going to take another tower, and right now you have to wonder what even is the win condition for DC here.
Ooh, objectives? Oh, getting picks
Oh
like that. Oh my god.
Daemen's absolutely going nuts here. Gonna find a double kill. He'll take the whole team on himself. He's still diving. He's looking for more. Pop-up will fall. He finally gets shut down by the Vigar. He was looking, flew a little bit too close to the sun there, and eventually will get burned. However, managed to take 2 of the opposition with him on that wild play bot side. And I can't really tell you, but I will say that did open up a lot of space for their team, and now objective bounties are going to be available. So, like you said, bounties or objectives will be a big part in this potential comeback, but right now they have a mountain to climb.
Oh my gosh. That Yasuo went in. The Mims went in 1v5. Confident. That confidence.
He was looking for the clip. My man was bloodthirsty. He was out here. That fight started as a 3v1, and he was like, "That's not enough for me. I can take 2 of you. Where are the other 2? Like, get in here." Eventually, not quite finding enough to get all of them. Looking for the solo pentakill, but again, while he's putting in all this effort in that bot side and earlier top side, it has really allowed his team to move pretty freely throughout the map, as the rest of the roster from DC is committed to having to deal with him wherever he ends up being.
Oh my gosh, this is absolutely terrifying when you have your tier 1 towers fall. It becomes that much harder to get your objectives, such as like the dragon or when the Baron comes up in 5 minutes. You just lack that vision, and they do have a ward in the Baron pit. I do see that they do have a ward, but the thing is, like, when you lose those towers, it opens.
He wanted it. He wanted it. But the roster of DC is there. I mean, it is possible to outplay the Yasuo. And now Trundle's looking to go in on the Kench. Team fight's breaking out now. Yasuo will find the ult onto Vayne main. And now, however, Hot is going to pick up the kill on the back line. Yasuo still going deep. Will find the double. Looking for the triple. Will find it. And Jinx is going to mop up. And that is a full squad wipe for the side of FSC, and I imagine that is going to be the game. Nexus turrets will likely end up falling here. Wave is crashing. Death timers will not be enough. The only one who will be here is Yoruchi on the Nautilus. I can't imagine they will have too much to do here, as the rest of this roster, no doubt, just whacks away at that Nexus, and that is going to be game and series for FSC.
I'm sorry, how fast was that?
They were speedrunning this game. We talked about it before. You know, the last game before that was a little bit of a lengthy one. I'll tell you what, FSC said not happening twice. They picked their team comp. They knew their win conditions. The Yasuo Mins was looking phenomenal. He played a great game. He was all over. I was going to say all over the top lane. He was all over their entire roster. He was putting them all in the dirt that game. And again, that afforded their team so much space to work with that when it finally came down to that critical team fight, they just swept them.
That happened so fast. I need to digest that. Like, you see already it was going to be a hard matchup against the Ornn with the mobility that Yasuo has. And then we saw that teleport come into the bot side, where that Tompkins just spit out hot and gay into the enemy team. And like it was those small kills in the early game that was able to snowball that Yasuo so fast. That game happened extremely fast that I didn't even have the time to like go in and analyze every fight, because every single fight was happening back to back to back.
It's so true. The pacing of that game was incredible. And I mean, like you said, that the ability of the Yasuo to play down in that bot side and help support that. And you think, well, okay, maybe then the win condition comes through the mid. But in reality, Hecarim had that on lock. He was constantly roaming around mid. We saw him going for several attempts. They did even pick up a few kills with that Karma and that Hecarim duo on the Vigar. And at the end of the day, they did FSC did not give DC any room to breathe in that game. And I'll tell you what, they can come away confident that they were the better team in this match.
100%. That was no breathing room. They took that lead. They took that small lead and they ran with it. They immediately took that flag down. They were like, no, we're going speed running it into their base. Not even most games that I see. They usually try to, make it sure that they're able to win, taking down all the inhibitor turrets, taking down all the inhibitors before they do Baron. Baron wasn't even able to spawn in yet.
True. They're ripping it.
That was so fast. Not even 20 minutes. I think Baron spawns in at 20 minutes. Not even 20 minutes.
Not even 20 minutes. And I mean, I think that is a testament to how well they believed in their team. They knew that they could execute on those fights. And at the end of the day, IGL shot came through. They're like, hey, we won this team fight. We're already at their base. Minion waves are pushing. We've got the Nexus. And they just executed so well. And the one thing I'd also like to talk about is we saw that Ornn up top. Unfortunately, it struggled a little bit. You have to wonder if maybe they were thinking the same thing you were, Denki, when they were like, oh, I'm just going to be up against Tom Kench. Like, this is a matchup I can deal with. When in reality, unfortunately, they were a little bit mistaken. And that Yas doing some real work on that top lane.
I was definitely very much mistaken. It was one of those things where I looked at it. Okay, I was my brain. Okay, my brain. Breathe. I was looking at the matchup and I was like, oh, this is going to be so even. Those lane matchups look pretty good. Maybe there's going to be a little bit of issue between the Vigar and the Yasuo mid, and seeing that Yasuo go top and then Karma go mid, it just made so much more sense in my head about, oh, that's what they're playing. Yeah. So that was a very pleasant surprise. Very pleasant surprise.
And unfortunately, we didn't get a chance to catch game one. It was certainly fair to say that this game number 2 did go in favor of FSC, and I can't say how again, if you look at the kills from the previous game, it did look like the game was a lot closer. So unfortunately, we didn't get a chance to catch that. However, with that said, I think GG's to both these teams. Always good to see some of the top esports talents. And at the end of the day, Farmingdale might have secured themselves that first place spot with that win. They are now going to be 5-1 in their division. So with that said, hopefully they can go forward. But again, DC is not out. They've got more games to play, and we're looking forward to potentially having those games for you here on Esports U. But with that said, it sounds like, unfortunately, we're not going to be having an interview for you folks tonight. And frankly, I know who it would probably be with, given it might be going to that top lane, so because my goodness, what a pop off. But with that said, that does mean that this was the last game of the night. So what that means for us is, Denki, I do believe we are going to be closing things out. Denki, where can we find you?
I'm on Twitter and Instagram under Sin Eater, but the S instead of an S, it's an X. So I changed that recently. I got it rebranded.
Hey, all good. As we're kind of developing our own casting careers here at Esports U, as these players are developing their own esports careers within their respective games. And I'll tell you what, at Esports U, we certainly have a lot of collegiate games. We've got Valorant, we've got League of Legends, we got Rocket League, we got it all, folks. Smash, also can't forget to mention that. But I say that if you're looking for some great esports action, Esports U is the place to find it. Be sure to tune in. We're streaming pretty much every day with the greatest esports collegiate content you can pretty much find. So I have been One Shot Ocelot. That's One Shot Ocelot on all platforms. Thank you folks so much for joining us. Always appreciate the support for the collegiate scene. But for now, that's GG's. Have a good night, folks.
Bye-bye.
Available. However, looks like this might be a hard engage. That's going to come through. Ult's going to follow. That is likely going to be a kill for Daemen on Clorax is with the FSC side, and there it is. Ward will spot And there's that great utility from the Tom Kench putting on display. Oh my goodness. He's going to spin him right back out. They're going to engage as the Mims is there. The TP came through. Dash is going to fall. Mask will find the Kench though. And a lot of frags coming through the Mims now on the follow-up. We'll get the last one. Jinx is aggressive. I like the confidence. Mims might have bitten off a little bit more than they can chew here. As I say that though, they'll find the frag, but now they're in a 2-on-1 situation. Like you mentioned, 300 bounty on their head. The shots fall. Oh, true. 350, and that 350 will find its way into the pocket of the Vein. But as we look to the other side of the map, Jay Jungle, they don't really have much vision, but he's had a lot of confidence to play through here. He's going to come down. We'll have some big cojones there, starting on the blue buff. Hama will come. Alt's going to fall. That's massive damage. Jay Real will pick up the kill on DC Mass. That's a double for the Hecarim as they look to chase down the Vein. Hot will look to follow stun. What even is the win condition for DC?
Objectives? Oh. Getting picks
Oh
like that. Oh my god.
Daemen's absolutely going nuts here. Gonna find a double kill. He'll take the whole team on himself. He's still diving. He's looking for more. Pop-up will fall. He finally gets shut down by the Vigar. He is there. I mean, it is possible to outplay the Yasuo. And now Trundle's looking to go in on the Kench. Team fights breaking out now. Yasuo will find the ult onto Vein main. And now, however, Hot is going to pick up the kill on the back line. Yasuo still going deep. Will find the double, looking for the triple. Will find it, and Jinx is going to mop up. And that is Hiruchi on the Nautilus. I can't imagine it will have too much to do here as the rest of this roster, no doubt, just whacks away at that Nexus. And that is going to be game and series for FSC.
I'm sorry, how fast was